I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. I learn from every disappearance. What I ignore also speaks. What I fear also teaches. I can look without collapsing. I can feel without breaking. My awareness is wider than any discomfort. I can hold it all. The unknown is a companion. Uncertainty is a threshold. I step toward depth, not away from it. I follow the subtle pull of what matters. Insight begins as a whisper. Truth begins as a shimmer at the edge. I invite the shimmer to come closer. I open the door to what wants to be known. My mind is a landscape, not a cage. My thoughts are visitors, not rulers. I give myself permission to evolve. I give myself permission to see differently. I give myself permission to feel deeply. Every symbol is a mirror. Every mirror reveals a new angle. With each breath, I become more real. I release the fear of being seen by myself. I am strong enough to witness the truth. Clarity softens me rather than hardens me. I choose honesty with compassion. I meet myself with reverence. I am allowed to hold contradictory truths. I expand beyond either or thinking. I live in the complexity of what is. My mind is not a battlefield. My mind is a garden. I plant what I want to grow. I remove what blocks the light. What I water will flourish. I can be the gardener of my inner world. I choose seeds of wisdom. I choose roots of understanding. I choose fruits of meaning. I let awareness ripen in its own season. I am patient with my own unfolding. I am patient with what hurts. I give space for healing to work quietly. I trust that small insights accumulate. Every moment of attention nourishes me. I am guided from within and without. The outer world reflects my inner exploration. Synchronicities remind me that connection is real. Every conversation is a chance to learn. Every encounter brings symbolism alive. Belief is not required for significance. Meaning emerges through engagement. The intersubjective space is alive with possibility. I contribute to it with my presence. I influence it with my language. I shape it with my choices. My participation matters. My perspective is valid. My voice can clarify the world. I speak from insight rather than impulse. I respond rather than react. I bring thought where others bring noise. I bring curiosity where others bring certainty. I bring warmth where others bring fear. I am allowed to step forward with what I know. I am allowed to admit what I don't. Not knowing is not weakness. Not knowing is the beginning of wisdom. Questions open, what answers close. I let the question live. What is? I trust that life will answer in time. I am a seeker without haste. I am a knower without arrogance. I am here to find meaning that matters. I am here to share meaning that helps. I am here to take part in the great conversation. I am here fully now. I am here to witness my own becoming. Every question is a doorway. Every breath is a key. I honor the symbols that rise to meet me. I honor the silence beneath them. Meaning does not demand urgency. Insight does not shout. I let revelation approach at its own pace. I walk gently through my inner world. I do not force transformation. I allow it. My curiosity is courageous. My stillness is intelligent. I learn from every appearance. Hello, 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 and welcome once again to Finding Gnosis. We already have Brother Marcus here already. I was thinking you weren't coming on, brother, but it's great to have you here. You must have been
Yeah,
feeling
I
sorry
figured.
for me.
Yes.
Yes, I appreciate that because nobody was coming on, and that's just the way it is sometimes. We are the most underground channel apparently on YouTube, so either that or we're the most unpopular. But either way, we're here. It's good to have you here, and yeah, I was just setting the tone, hoping that people would think about something meaningful or just relax and then come on here and talk when they felt like it. Is there anything in particular? You said you didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, and there's
Um,
nothing in particular. I'm just trying to survive life, not trying to
hmm,
understand anything more.
yeah, that's
But
an interesting.
I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Well, that in and of itself is actually a good conversation to have. The fact that you don't feel like you have anything to say because you are just surviving and you are just trying to make your own way in the world. And I went for a run tonight, and believe it or not, I actually I caved in, brother Marcus, and I did what you did some time ago.
Okay.
I got the YouTube Premium.
You know, the YouTube Premium
There you go.
subscription. So now I don't have to listen to ads because, you know, when I'm going for my little jogs, it's nice to be able to listen to the videos as I'm going along, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And I had a random Alan Watts video in my watch list, you know, to watch list. And I don't even think it was him. I think it was one of those AI ones, you know. I don't think it could be attributed to him. I think it was just some channel that was basically pretending he said it. But anyway, how and ever, it wasn't actually bad advice, some of the stuff they were talking about. Now, yeah, it was a little bit woo-woo for some people, maybe including myself. Um, but what it talked about was awakening. Now, spiritual people or people who believe in spirit talk about this awakening. I don't think you need to be spiritual to awaken. You know, I think it could be said, Brother Marcus, you are an awakened individual because you have thought much about life and you have formed your own opinions on it, and you have, you know, you've mulled over things in your mind, and you've come to your own conclusions on matters. I would call that a kind of awakening. It doesn't have to have the spiritual element, if you know what I mean. But other people see it as a spiritual thing, and that's fair enough. But that's neither here nor there in terms of what was interesting in the talk I was listening to. And that was the talk was, I think it was titled something like 5 things you shouldn't do once you're awakened. Okay. And one of the things it spoke about was you shouldn't compel others to wake up. Okay. And what it meant by that was not everybody is going to wake up. Not everybody is going to see the world like you do. Okay. Um, Everybody is on their own journey. Okay. And they will wake up in their own way. And it actually said something that I've been thinking myself for some time. And I think you've thought this before, Brother Marcus, that if you come to some kind, not, this doesn't have to be in a spiritual sense. I must emphasize that once again. But if you come to some kind of personal revelation about reality, it may offer you some comfort. It may not, but it may also offer you insight into what is on. But other people may not be ready to hear it. Indeed, it may be harmful for them to hear it. And, you know, me and you have kind of spoken along them lines before about some of the stuff we've thought about this reality. But I just thought it was interesting to hear it as I ran along tonight. Um, and yes, I do somewhat agree. I do somewhat definitely agree with that, because there are certain things about reality we talk about, like, you know, the lack of free will and stuff. Um, and other things we delve into that if you're not in the right mindset, if you're not ready for that information, it could hit you very, very hard indeed. And it could hurt you.
Absolutely, and it's like playing with fire, and you can burn yourself.
You can burn yourself and you can burn your bridges with others. Uh, and I think truly being an awakened individual, I'm going to say that word awakened, as I said, please remember it can have a secular sense to it. It can also have a spiritual sense to it. But being somebody who is awakened to, or beginning to awaken to, what might be going on here, I believe means stepping back from the necessity, or feeling the need, sorry, to bring others with you. Okay. Respecting what you say often, Brother Marcus. You know, you're the man who talks about epistemological humility here. Like, we're all just basing our worldviews on our own subjective opinions and feelings. You know, yes, we have some scientific empiricism along the way, but, you know, even the top physicists are arguing about what is going on. So we don't really know what is going on. So what right do we have to tell others, you know, that we do? Um, I'm rambling a little bit here. So, Brother Marcus, you know me very well. You'll have to rein me in a bit. But do you get the gist of what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody does. So, is this something you've wrestled with yourself? How have you come to terms with it? Like, have you just accepted we are all alone, subjective little tunnels of reality, and that's it?
I think
What?
the stuff that you and I used to believe together, I saw it demonstrated how it harms other people and how, regardless of like meeting you before that, I was in part of like the new atheist movement, and I
Right.
saw some, like for the most part, when you leave religion, there's a lot of people that it feels freeing, liberating, but then some people feel lost. There's like,
Hmm.
well, what grounds you to this type? Like, I have had a lot of conversations. Well, I have had significant conversations of people talking about like meaninglessness, purposelessness, and just feeling alone in the cosmos and stuff like that. And yeah, I think you need to be in a space where that doesn't put you in the hospital, you know. And
Right.
also, um, yeah, everybody has their own ways of coming to truth, and I'm not like a knowledge dictator where you have to think like me, you have to believe what I think. I just don't like, if someone came to me with that attitude, and yeah, I would be, I would have a defense mechanism being like, why are you trying to impose your ideologies, your ways of thinking upon my brain? Let me go through the journey myself. And what I'd like to foster is, if anybody's interested in what I believe or how I think, that I can like share resources. It's kind of like a philosophical inquiry, a spiritual inquiry, just getting to know people and how they think and what they believe in a genuine and honest way without trying to manipulate. I think, or keep whatever manipulation that happens in those types of exchanges minimum, to the point where you're allowing growth towards one another, and while also asserting your beliefs too. Um,
So, is it the
because
case then? Is it the case then? You maybe wait for people to ask you rather than you telling them what you think
yes,
is going on, or
yes, and it
yeah,
happens.
I think.
People just hear about some of the beliefs that I have. Like, I'm an atheist, so they'll be like, "Oh, how did that happen?" Or that I'm a vegan, they're like, "Oh, how did that happen?" And I'm an anti-nihilist. "Oh, how did that happen?" Just by doing that, I've had way more um, conversations and honest inquiry just by being more like that than when I was an activist or more of an advocate for these types of things, where people were more closed off and defensive, and it felt more like I was getting into a gladiator ring, not
Mhm.
necessarily having an honest conversation. I didn't enjoy that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
But I won't
that's where
deny some
that's.
people
Sorry, go ahead.
want to be bludgeoned. Like, I can't deny that some people want to be bludgeoned with arguments, and some people change that way. I don't want to be a type of person that gets like, I change my beliefs based on social pressure. I want it to come from my own journey.
Mm. Do you think you said something interesting there? Some people want to be bludgeoned with arguments. Do you? I mean, I'm trying to think. Have I come across people who are very robust in their argumentation, with the good faith intention of being willing to be swayed to the other side, as it were, in the argument? Um, I mean, I don't know is the answer to that. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody I know who, you know, when they're really when they're very robust in their argumentation, whether in that moment they're willing to,
To be
concede.
proven wrong themselves.
And
Oh yeah, concede.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it could be just that when you're faced with these individuals who are very, very strong-minded, it could be that the right thing to do is to, I suppose, meet fire with fire if you have the energy, and argue back with them.
Yeah, if you have the energy, and some
And
people
and and,
find
and
it fun and
yeah,
entertaining, right?
and it may be that it's not. Don't expect the result. Then you're just being a seed, and it may grow in their mind, and it may change their ways later on.
Yeah, and people who do
Um,
these types of public debates, they say they're not doing it for the interlocutor, but for the audience.
for the audience. Yeah, I've heard that before as well. Yeah, especially amongst some of my vegan regulars here who like to, argue the name the trait and such, and that is a fair point. Um, but going back to this kind of feeling that you know you are somewhat, I won't say completely alone because I don't know if that's fair. We are inspired by each other, we learn from each other, but your understanding, your appreciation of the world is subjective. All of us have this subjective view of reality. Um, when this started hitting you, was it a source of discomfort or did it make you feel better about what is happening? Because I'm sorry to preempt what you might say here, but in terms of me, it's given me somewhat of a comfort inside. It's and I don't know, like I it was like a nut that cracked. Like it took me a long time to get to that because I was trying to connect to others, But eventually, I realized it's a completely pointless task because it does the connection is illusory in my view. Like the pure connection I was seeking is illusory. Um, and even if it does happen on some points, it's by chance. It's not because of my making. You know what I mean? It's not, I didn't do anything to make that happen. It's the circumstances, convened to allow it to happen. It wasn't my power that made it happen, as it were. But I'm going on and on. But yeah, I just want to understand what was your road like to this viewpoint. Was it uncomfortable? And now that you are at that point where you realize not everybody is ready to hear what you have to say. We are all on our subjective journey, and we're all seeing the world differently. Um, how does it make you feel? That's basically the question.
I think it alleviates some of this stress that you might put on to yourself if you feel like a compulsion. Like I do see the harms that religion and uh, speciesism and stuff like that will do to the world. So I felt more compelled to do something. But that it also keep in mind that I've already done my time for a lot of these causes. So also I feel like I'm in a retirement phase. Uh, like questioning whether or not to do something is not really a question for me. I've already done something, and the only question is like, do I continue to do things? And at this point, I'm like, no, everybody's on their own journey, kind of thing, and I'd rather have those type of good faith conversations with people who are curious about the propositions that I hold. I think a weight has been lifted, and I don't need to prove to anybody that I'm a real atheist or a real vegan or a real anti-natalist. I'm just like, believe whatever the hell you want. So like it's kind of like um, letting go of judgment, letting go of self-judgment too.
That's a nice way of putting it. So, not being judgmental of others, not me being prejudicial about where others are in their view of reality, stepping back from it and realizing it is what it is, as you often like to say now. And yeah, and there's so many factors going into why people are seeing the world as they are, whether it's biochemical to social, education, whatever it may be, psychological. That yeah, it is. Looking back now, I think it was an act of insanity to want to get a fair, cohesive, consensus on anything. Um, I think there's always an element of manipulation going on because I think a lot
Well,
of
that's what I
people.
meant, is that when I said
Yeah.
like whatever manipulation's going on, like I think there's overt manipulation and there's like a type of,
Mm.
in any conversation, I feel like there's some type of trying to convey ideas that come across a little manipulative, and there's probably another word for that, but yeah, I feel like a lot of these
No, I
interactions
think
are
I
manipulative to
mean
some
it.
degree.
I think you're probably right. I think it's a Nietzschean thing, isn't it? The master slave analogy in every interaction. Possibly, if we want to go that dark on it, I hope it's not like that. But yeah, sometimes it does seem like that, especially when people are, I suppose, not practicing restraint and also trying to impose their worldview. Trying to both sides are trying to impose their worldview, and they want to, and that's what they live for. It's an act of the ego, I suppose. I suppose it's linked to our survival as well, which is another strange thing about it. It is part of this whole our evolutionary psychology, trying to impose our will and our views on others, so that the world is hospitable to us, because if the world is made into that which we want it to be, then in most cases, I suppose it would be more livable for the person making the claims. But obviously, there's also the other side to this where people, I suppose, they're just talking to fill space, and they're just talking without really thinking deeply about matters to the degree that they're questioning its relevance to themselves. They're going along with the herd.
Yeah.
I think we all do that. We've all done that in our life. I don't know if we all do that now, but definitely I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of going along with the herd and not standing up for my own points of view or what I think is right deep down in my heart. In fact, I probably didn't even know. Actually, there was times in my life where I didn't even think for myself. Quite literally, I didn't actually have a view that was different to the herd because it was shouted down my neck, basically. And so yeah, that again, but again, that doesn't make me special that I broke out of that. It just, as I said, it's just circumstances, and I suppose that's where the whole empathy comes into this, is realizing nobody's to blame for where they're at on their journey from the, it's all just circumstances. But wow, we went quite deep there, brother Marcus.
Yeah.
So other than all that, so what recommendations do you give to any young people who perhaps are interested in the way you see the world, and perhaps they're acting like, what would you say to your younger self? Actually, I won't say what would you say to other young people, but what would you have if you could go back in time now? Yeah, say 20 years or something. What would you say to that younger brother Marcus?
Fail forward.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people are worried about failure. And I think being comfortable with doubt, skepticism, questioning, second guessing, and also when you do make a mistake, owning up to it. Because I think a lot of like these debates or discussions, people are scared to say, yeah, I was wrong. And I used to have a saying like, I don't want to be 100%, I can't be 100% right, but I could be less wrong. And I think like if I knew that early on, that would help alleviate a lot of perfectionism stress or like trying to find the truth. Just like different ways of knowing and yeah, just trying to be as accurate as possible in my exploration, and that it is a journey. And um, like I would have put more emphasis on learning. Uh, because a lot of the things that I've wrestled with, and there's some value when you wrestle with something and you come to your own conclusion. But there were some things that I've questioned for like maybe 2-3 years, and I come to a conclusion with my own reasoning, and then later on I'll just read some random philosophy book, and someone else centuries ago like came to the same conclusion and
Yeah,
had the same reasoning, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I could have saved myself like 3 fucking years
that's a
if I
very good
just
point. Yeah,
yeah.
I
um
remember saying that when I was like 23 or something to a therapist. Like all these thoughts I have on reality, someone else has said them 19th century better than I did. So it's
Yeah.
like, what? I thought, because if you don't, as a guy, I mean, maybe things are different now, but a lot of us weren't brought up to talk about our emotions or sensitivities in this strange world that we're in. We were just brought up to concentrate on the rat race and maybe some side hobbies. That's it.
Yeah.
And thinking about what is going on, questioning ethics as you do, Brother Marcus, and thinking just in a sensitive manner about emotions and how this reality impacts individuals. It wasn't really something that was celebrated, or it wasn't something that I wouldn't say was on the agenda in my schooling. And when I was having these thoughts as a youngster, to me, I was like, it was like an alien concept, because I didn't know other people thought like this. I didn't know there were all these great writers and minds who'd written marvelous books,
Yeah.
way 200 years or more before I had these thoughts. And so yeah, I had a similar experience, and then but I also found it hard to find people like that in day to day life as a youngster. Now it's all right, me and you talking like this. Now I don't know what it is like for youngsters now. People who are like late teens, early 20s. I don't know. I hear they're a little bit more wholesome than we than our times. But then I also hear the opposite, that they're quite mean to each other. Um, so I don't know. I don't know what is going on down there. But I think Brother Marcus's advice there of reading as much as you can as a youngster definitely is something to take on board, and it will be very good training for you as an individual to be able to learn how to concentrate better,
Well, that's the
internalize your
thing. Like
thoughts.
us growing up, we didn't have a choice, right? Now,
Mm,
now people have the choice of how they consume information,
mhm,
and I think that's going to be. It's a hard sell to say to someone, you could listen to this summary of some of the greatest ideas or thinkers on a YouTube video, or you could read this 500-page book with most of the jargon you won't understand, and you'll have to look up references to even get through the book, and it'll probably take you about 2 months or a month. One increases the likelihood of fostering critical thinking skills and actually engaging with the material, versus one you just know, like in like a sitting, you'll just get the
yeah.
key ideas and move on. It's a hard sell.
It is a hard sell. But
Yeah.
as much as we go on about this, I think there will be strange outliers who will succeed given that way of learning as well. There will be people who do that type of learning and have these kind of minds that are able to grab onto concepts quickly and map them out in their brain and store them, even though they're not doing the hard reading. I think there will be, but there might not be many, okay, but I think I think there will be people who will just soak it up like a sponge and take loads of stuff in, you know,
Yeah,
in
this
little
is where I think
tidbits.
there's a difference between having book knowledge and having wisdom. And I know plenty of people
Yeah.
who are much knowledgeable than me, but then I don't know if you ever had these conversations. They're usually like university people who are yeah, you sit down and they can regurgitate every single thinker
Mm.
and book that they've read, and then you ask them, what do you think about what you've read? And
Yes,
they're
yes,
just like,
yes. I think
nothing comes out. And I'm like, wait a minute, you can
yeah.
recite all this stuff, but you never like, and you know why? I'm not blaming them. It's because they always have deadline after deadline after, they don't have time to think about what they read. They have to do like the only considerations like when they have to write a paper on what they've read. But even then, I think they're trying to think about passing the grade instead of just,
Mm.
or passing the class, passing the course. Like that's their motivation. It's not about, uh, or trying to convince the professor that you know it. Um, so yeah, I just think some of those skills kind of I don't know if it's the norm, but I've met people like that because people are like, oh, you should talk to more philosophy oriented people. I have, and I know people who are very much book knowledgeable, but that doesn't mean that they think about what they read. Uh,
That's a very good point, actually. Yes, some people take it all in, but applying it practically and thinking about it can be a problem, which is strange. But I don't know. I actually don't know how they talk about it without having that ability. It seems strange, doesn't it, that they can do that? But a lot of people can. A lot of people. I suppose it's like their brain. Part of their brain is working very hard, and it has it in there. But if you ask them a question, they haven't practiced it, brother Marcus. That's what it is. They haven't
Right.
practiced the kind of theory. They do know it, but they haven't practiced it, and they just don't know how
And
to
whatever
talk
they
about it.
practice in school, I
It's
think would be limited.
yeah, it's like they haven't practiced it in a different arena. You know, that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
say.
yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and that's why when you ask them a question about it, it doesn't come out. You know, it doesn't flow off them, and I think that is probably the issue. Yeah.
Have you had those experiences? I know I have.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was very much like that when, and I probably still am to some degree, actually, if I'm honest. I remember being able to pass exams and stuff, and then he asked me to talk about it. It was like because no one spoke to me. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't something we did. You know,
Hmm.
um, I think I had a similar experience. You know,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but then that's the difference. Maybe that's the difference between a first class honors student and a 2-1 honors student. I got a
Maybe.
2-1, so maybe that is the difference. Um, maybe a little bit of ability to go a little bit further with it. Because yeah, I definitely think there was a step up. A lot of the people who got first class honors, they had they lived it. They lived and breathed the academia. Whereas
Yeah.
the rest of us who were in the 2-1 category, we were just cramming the stuff and reading and writing, cramming it like before exams, and we weren't talking about it in the kind of arts cafe, or we weren't talking about it in the pub or anything, as much as they were. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I do think, yeah, I definitely think that as a youngster, you should practice talking about whatever it is you're studying outside of the classroom, uh, and yeah, it should become part of your living and breathing. It should be part of you, because that at the end of the day, that's what you're focusing on it for. It is you're trying to make it part of your life. So start doing that.
Yeah, but I think like you
It's
have
something.
to also be humble with the fact that if you're like below 25, you're running on a
Yeah,
lot of hormones and shit like that. And all this type of discussion, at least for me, when I was that age, wouldn't have like I know the older me would not listen, or the younger me would not listen to the older me. I just know it because I know I remember some aspects of what I was like when I was younger,
yeah.
and that's just something like again that's why I like the fail forward thing. It's like sometimes it's not about what you read or consume or think of. It's just going through the experiences itself.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Learning from our failure, and moving on. Some people. I don't want to get that. You know. Sentimental about matters, but I've heard it said there's no such thing as failure. There's only new lessons. I mean, I
Yes.
suppose there are some truths to that. It's you can learn a new way of being. Learn what went wrong, learn what you can do next time, reframe it into a positive thing. And yeah, any youngsters who do fail exams or whatever, or fail even school or whatever, there's lots of people who have gone on in life and been extremely successful. So you just have to remember that as well. Again, that's part of this being on the journey thing. We do compare ourselves to others, um, but we're all on a different journey, as I said, in terms of awakening, in terms of spirituality, if that's what you're into, but also in terms of learning, our ability to engage with academia, our ability to socialize. Even we're all on different journeys, and don't try to remember that. I would say that it is your journey, and hopefully that will help you and stop you being so apprehensive about your own abilities, and you can move forward and take it as your own journey rather than in comparison to others. And look, what would you say, Brother Marcus? There are people out there who are inspirational. I remember I had a book when I was younger, It was called 50 People Who Changed the World. I think that's what it was called. And there are all manner of people in it. Now, some of them would be monsters, you know. We'd probably consider them monsters in terms of they're not literal monsters. Oh, I don't know. I can only remember some of the good people in it, like Jesus was in it. But then Muhammad was in it as well, and some people would say he wasn't the greatest guy. Other people would say he was a good guy. But anyway, there was lots of individuals in it, and like I remember Lord Nelson. He's a popular guy in this part of the world. Then you had Nicholas Tesla and Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, John F. Kennedy was in it. There was loads of names in it. There was loads of people in it, and you could just read their biography, what they achieved in life, and something like that. I would say is a good thing for a young person to pick up. Just read biographies of people who have achieved things, and just see that for a lot of people, for most of them, it didn't come easy to them. It didn't come easy to them at all. So you should be able to, I would say, take some comfort in that you know this life isn't easy, you know, for most people, you know, and some of the greatest the people who've had the greatest influence on the world, and even the greatest positive influence on the world, some of them haven't had easy lives at all, far from it. So if you are going through a difficult time, if you failed, etc., etc., just realize that is part of the experience, and it's probably fuel for, you know, inspiring you to a better future, hopefully, you know, just if you think about it like that. So brother Marcus, we are waiting for others to join us. We're a little bit oh no, we're not that early, but there was a long stream yesterday. I wasn't on for much of it, but apparently it
I
went on
saw
nine and a
the
half hours.
runtime 9.5
Yeah.
hours. Damn.
Nine and a half hours apparently. So that was a long
Wow.
one. We had a newbie come on, so that was quite fun.
Oh, how was that?
Actually, we had two newbies. We had two newbies who came on.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. We had some young guy called Semiurge who wasn't having a great time of it, but he was a nice fella, and he seems like he'll be okay. And we had
Good.
another
Glad he'll
guy.
be okay.
Yeah, another guy who seemed to have had a very interesting life, full of a very eventful life, I'd say. And he seemed like a nice fellow indeed. So yeah, it was a good chat here and there. So
Nice.
nice to pass the time. But yeah, if anybody wants to come on and talk, please. The link is in the live chat. Divine Hazel says teens have their faces behind a blue screen about 90% of the time these days. Yes, indeed. I can't imagine what it's like, you know. I just can't imagine what it's like to grow up as a literal cyborg. I mean, kids these days have been born with a phone in their hand, you know, and they are,
Yeah.
it's just part and parcel of their existence, you know. I just can't imagine what that's like, you know, to like literally, you know, their psychology, their personality. Imagine that their personality has probably been shaped by it. Like they say, your personality is shaped in your younger years, you know. So yeah, quite clearly there are children who or teenagers now who've had their personality impacted on by social media, by their experience with technology. And that is worrying, I suppose, in many ways. Very
I don't
worrying
know. We
indeed.
adapt. Like we had TVs. The generation before had newsletters. You know, like it's all different
Part and
things.
parcel.
Yeah.
It's all part and
We all
parcel. Yeah.
adapt.
Yeah. Sometimes I go that way as well in my thinking. Like it is just what it is, and these people will be okay. You know, if they they'll just roll with it. You know, and
Yeah.
you know there are positives. So that's something to remember as well. But yeah, other than what is going
So
on
how are you?
in the world?
How are you?
Yes, I'm very well at the moment. I was actually. I went for a run today. I've been running every other day, and I do notice when there was a time like last week I only went for 2, and the day I get a buzz the next day. I get the buzz that day afterwards, and the next day I feel a bit better. But then the day after, my mood starts going down again. So I have to go out again and go for a run, basically. So only 3 miles. It's enough to make me feel better, and yeah, that's benefiting me at the moment. Along with just trying to watch my intake of calories, eat calories, and yeah, just letting go, I suppose, brother Marcus, letting go and just flowing with all that is, being just stepping back and not being so, I suppose, not being such a middle child, because I was a middle child, and middle children are famous for trying to fix everything, because everyone is fighting.
What other stereotype?
Really,
I hear that a lot from middle children. What
uh,
stereotypes are there about middle children?
I think I just think that is one. I think one of the stereotypes is we're trying to fix everyone. We're trying because everyone is fighting. We're used to being in the middle of fights and stuff. Another stereotype I believe is we are the ones that didn't get as much attention and love because the parents were busy with the older ones, like when we were born, because they were like I don't know, they were maybe. Uh, well, whatever happened, there was other children involved, and then when by the time we came to have needs, so we were cognizant, there were other kids behind us who were infants, so they really needed attention, and perhaps our older siblings were entering into their teenage years or whatever. So we never really got parental affection or guidance as much as some other siblings. That is apparently a stereotype, but I suppose it depends on the age gaps and such. Um, what stereotypes have you heard about middle children or elder children,
Just
younger
the
children,
first one that you
etc.?
mentioned, but I know that when I'm in a group setting and there's a bunch of middle children, that they have like this sense of camaraderie where it's like, oh, you know what it's like, you know what it's like, and I'm like, I don't know what it's like. I don't know what you guys are. What the it's like an inside joke that I'm not privy to.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on every family, doesn't it? I mean, some families are different, but again, I think a lot of it has to do with the age gaps in between the children as well around you.
Hmm.
Um, there's so many factors going into. But you've said before you were an only child, right?
Yep.
Am I right? Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So you've said that on this show. That's why I said it. So
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Yeah. No, I don't mind people knowing. It's fine.
yeah, yeah, and there are, I don't know, there are stereotypes about only children as well, and that is, I suppose, one of them is that they're generally more mature than at least other children. By the way, Chickpea, are you coming on here tonight? We'd like to have you on again. I don't know why Divine Hazel hasn't been on here for a long, long time. Honestly, I don't know what's going on. She's in the comments, but we haven't heard her lovely voice for a long time. She says, "Hello, darling Chippy. All okay here. So nice to have you inquire. Hope all is well with you." And she says, "Yeah, I'm okay. And the cats are fine. And that's all that matters to Chickpea. That's all that matters to Chickpea. And that's okay." Savina is here.
Oh
Wow. She
wow, I
says,
haven't seen her for
middle,
a while.
middle. There's a blast from the past and a very welcome
Yeah.
one.
Right.
Savina, are you gonna come on? Are you gonna come on, Savina? Make us all smile. Savina says middle child syndrome is very real. There you go. So yeah, basically we didn't get enough love and affection, brother Marcus. That's about it.
Damn.
And obviously we weren't good enough because the parents kept going to make another one. So
Oh no. Oh no.
so yeah. Um, but no, I mean, but I have a younger sibling. I do remember how happy they made the house they came into the world. So um, it is interesting to have watched how your parents react to another child. Because so you didn't see that, brother Marcus, obviously as an only child, and obviously my older sibling saw that with me and my younger sibling, and I found that interesting. Just seeing how parents react. All that coochie coo, and saying, being all cute and nice to them, and yeah, it was interesting, and it was nice. It was a nice time. I'm not gonna lie, that was a nice time in my life when my little sibling was came back to the house, and those few years when they were very young. Yeah, it was a nice time. Everybody was well, we all appeared very happy, and there is something about a child. I mean, it makes adults happy. Generally, well, they give the appearance of being happy, and it makes people smile at you on the street and stuff. So there's all that as well. Divine Hazel says, she says, middle children are the troublemakers within the family unit. Oh my days, you sound like my mum. So, Divine Hazel, why do you say that, Divine Hazel? Come on here and explain yourself, or else you're slandering us. We've been through enough. We didn't get enough love or attention. We didn't get any of the guidance. If it wasn't for that little rat that was born after us, we'd have a lot more money. Pocket money. Haven't we been through enough as middle children? I'm only joking. They're not really. I wouldn't call them a little rat. And anyway, that's speciesism. So I do apologize for that. But are you coming on here, ladies? There's a severe lack of estrogen here. We do need it. Savina says, "Wow, she does." I don't think she. I think she's on my team here. You know, Savina, are you seen as the troublemaker in your family? Are you a little middle child with a problem? Middle child personality disorder, or we contact the DSM and tell them there's a new disorder? Um, maybe. Anyway, ladies, there's three of you there. Surely you can come on here and give your feminine influence to the show. We're clearly lacking that input, and it would be gratefully received. Oh, here we go again. She's not stopping. She says she has personally witnessed this behavior with 4 families, so she's not backing down here. She's going, headstrong into this, saying middle children are the troublemakers within the family unit. Divine, would you like to come on and talk about that? What is the solution here? Is it like 1, 2, and then stop? Is it? Should we all be only children like Brother Marcus? I mean, he seems to have come out okay. He seems to be a well-rounded individual. 1 or 2 children. That's it. Is that enough? Obviously, Brother Marcus would say have no children because he is an antinatalist. But maybe he wouldn't tell anyone anything though. Is that right, Brother Marcus?
That's right.
That's right. Actually, sorry, I remembered what you said earlier. You don't tell anybody what to do. You just let them live their life and make their own decisions. And yes, I think that's probably the best way to be. So yeah, are you coming on? I'll share the link in the chat. There you go. Please come on and share the.
Though I will challenge fellow members. So, like, one day you and I would like to have a debate with you, a friendly debate.
Yeah.
And also, Steve Godfrey, I see, has shifted his perspective on the consent argument towards antinatalism. I'm rusty on the theory stuff, but someday I'd like to engage
we can
with
have
that.
a little round table at some point. Savina's been a little so and so in the chat. She says she reckons D&W probably was, but he is not representative of the rest of us. So basically, she's saying I was the problem, the troublemaker. Yeah, okay. I'll have you know I was the peacemaker. No, I mean when I was very young, I wasn't that bad. I wasn't that bad, I'd say. I think in families every child has their little, well, not every child, but a lot of children have points of contention with their parents here and there, growing up, but yeah, I mean, it is interesting. That's something interesting to think about, though, the whole where you came from, and in terms of your order in the family, your birth order, how many siblings you had. All these things affect us, and when we're walking around looking at adults, we're taking them at face value, chatting to them, but we have no idea what they've been through, what made them what they are. And I suppose it's interesting to think about, but at the end of the day, does it even matter? I don't know anymore, because you can. I think, Brother Marcus, you came to this conclusion that you can have empathy for someone, but you still have to deal with them in the moment, and that's what really matters. You have to. They're either being an arsehole in the moment or not, and you can look at what caused them to be the way they are. But what really matters is what they're doing in this moment, and how you can either, stop them from doing it, or try and persuade them not to behave in a bad way, or that's if they're being bad, by the way. But yeah, Brother Marcus, this is another point. Sorry to go on at you, but you are the only person here, Brother Marcus. So I have to.
go
But Brother
go
Marcus,
on.
you have said on this stream before about you find you used to be very empathetic, but your empathy has waned off um, more and more. Is it because you feel like it's not useful to be so thoughtful about matters, when, as I said, what really matters is the moment and the future, and you have to try and deal with that and try and fix it, right?
That's
That's where
more of a
I'm at.
two-parter. That's more of a two-parter thing. So there's some comparisons that I think are superfluous. For example, if I'm facing um, cancer, right, and then another person wants to vent to me about uh, they weren't able to take their trip because there was a delay of an hour in a like the what's it called, the airport. My sympathy for that is going to be very limited. Like, you don't tell a dying person, yeah, life is, I got a toothache the other day. So there's situations like that. But also, I think when you hold space for certain amounts of trauma, um, it takes a lot of cognitive energy for me. Like, if I'm very dead tired at the end of the day, right, and you start telling me how as a child things were going bad for you, that's going to take a heavy cognitive load. And so right now, I just think that maybe I shouldn't say empathy. I can empathize, but it's the cognitive load that my threshold has been limited lately.
Yes. Now, my view is more leaning towards dealing with the here and now. We all have our backstories, and we could all say we've had problems in our youth, or this or that, and I understand that. But I think sometimes we money cuddle as a society too much to people's trauma, that might sound a little heartless. But Yerf Dog summed it up best, right? I've been thinking about what he said the other day, or last week or so, when he brought up that Bill Hicks quote. He brought up a Bill Hicks quote from the 80s or 90s. Bill Hicks, the comedian, look him up. He was fantastic. And it's something like, a lot of people spend so much time, analyzing their inner child. Why don't they deal with the fucking adult that's here today? you know, and I have been coming to that opinion a lot, actually. I think that a lot of people, right, and I think I've done this. I think most of us have done this at some point in our life. We peddle a sob story sometimes, but it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us. I'm not saying people haven't had awful experiences, awful lives, but I am saying to dine out on that all the fucking time is not going to make your life better. That's all I'm saying. To dine out on the misery of your youth, the misery of your past
Well,
experiences, isn't going to better your life. It's not going to have better experiences. A, you're reliving the trauma every fucking time you speak about it. B, you're not going to be releasing happy hormones that are going to make you feel lighthearted and merry. Okay. And C, you just, I don't know. Look, I'm not into law of attraction or anything like that. I really am not. I hate that crap. But there is some truth to it, that if that's all you talk about, if that is all you talk about, okay, I'm not saying that you can't talk about it sometimes, but I'm saying if that is all you talk about, you're only going to attract other people who only want to talk about that type of thing. Okay. Isn't lifting you up out of the mire. You know what I mean? I've got I've become a little bit more practical. That look, we've all had a problem in our childhood or in our youth. Like there isn't one person out there that couldn't say, "Oh, mommy or daddy did me wrong once or twice." Again, sometimes unfortunately it's more than once or twice, and sometimes it's horrific. Look, I'm not belittling people, but I do think there is a time and place for it, and I do think you have to move on. You have to be trying to move on. Is what I'm actually saying. That's actually what I'm going to say. You have to be wanting to move on to try and better your adult condition, your adult life. So you're not living in the shadow of this monster. Because it doesn't exist anymore. You're not a child anymore. These things are just figments of your imagination. They're just in your memories. They don't exist. You're not there anymore. So don't let it become your reality now. Be willing to step forward into the new future with hope and with effort to try and do what wasn't done for you, as in treating yourself right. And part of that is not wallowing. So anyway, that's my weird spiel that came out of nowhere. I don't know if it made any sense. Well, I'll go to Brother Marcus first on that one, because as I said, it was off the cuff, so it's
Yeah, it
something
makes
that
sense.
it made sense. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Chickpea, what do you think?
Yeah, harsh, brutal truth. Yes, I didn't like what you said, but then the truth always hurts. Yeah,
This is it. This is it. It's not nice. I'm not going to say it's nice. This is it.
right.
And as I've joked, I've called this place hell metaphorically. And look, I've toyed with the idea that it could be a hellish realm, like metaphysically, if there is such a thing as, a tormentor or something that we deserve to be here for some reason. Look, I've toyed with that idea as well. But certainly being in hell, talking about how hellish it has been for you, isn't going to make hell any less of a hell, you know? Um, but you have to be practical about it. Learn your lessons. I would say do it practically. Learn lessons from it. What the fuck happened to you? Why did it happen? How can you prevent this from happening again? It taught you. I don't quite know. Look, I'm speaking off the cuff here. Anybody else want to come on and save me? And talk about this? Like
I
these
see.
ideas are just popping into my head. So please feel free to agree or disagree with me. Yerf, are you coming on? Savina, if you're still there. Divine Hazel, we're all waiting for you. She says, hit the like button. And we have Ephilism there saying, agree to a certain extent with D&W about not wallowing in the past. Yeah, to a certain extent. It's a hard one. It's a difficult one.
Yes, horrible one.
There isn't actually a good answer here, because obviously we can't be delusional. We have to say certain things did happen. You can't be delusional to the degree where you're walking around saying that didn't happen to me, when it did. If something did happen to you and it did have an effect on you. But I'm just wondering, Sage, do you know how you walk forwards without being so dreadfully attached to the past that it brings you down like a lead balloon?
Oh yeah. No, I got this. I was just thinking, that don't worry about the past or the future, that's what happens when you're bound to linear time. If you
Oh
escape
wow!
the linear time.
Has Eckhart Tolle come into the chat? The power of now. Yeah, I mean that's one way of putting it. Sage, live with now. Try and deal with what is happening right now. Focus on the now, and trying to make the now the best possibility for you as an individual as possible.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. That makes the most practical sense. But obviously you have to analyze that a little bit further, because the now is, first of all, it is affected by the past, whether we like it or not. But also you got to think about the future. You can't live
Well,
too
that's what I'm saying,
hedonistically.
is that the
You
present
can't
is
live.
simultaneously the past and the future. So,
But you can't live
don't
too
overthink it.
hedonistically. You can't live too hedonistically. You have to think about the future. I mean, I've lived too hedonistically here and there in my life, and I perhaps haven't, done things as properly as other people have, in terms of being sensible about planning for the future here and there. So, yeah, I would say you can't completely live in the now, or you have to have one eye towards the future, right, Sage? How the hell do you do that?
Ah, man, that is a question. That is a question, the difference between theory and practice. That's essentially what you're asking. And fuck, I don't even know how to explain that yet, That's one of those things where, when you're doing something, that nobody else has experienced, how do you explain that to somebody? It's a really difficult concept and challenge. You have to break communication gaps and just all these barriers. It's crazy. It's a fascinating thing, the aspect of qualia, because this is one of those highly subjective qualia kind of things. It's less objective and more subjective. So how do you explain that in a way to where other people can make sense of it?
Mm.
It's like
Yeah, I
art,
mean that's related.
everybody looks at
It's
art and
related.
sees a
Look,
different
it is
thing.
related. That's completely related. It might look that sounded like a load of gobbledygook, Sage, to the uninitiated. Okay, because
Uh-huh.
it was so complex what you were saying. But I
For
get
sure.
what you're saying because it's kind of they talk about awakening, and I wasn't just talking about that in a spiritual sense. I was talking
Yep.
about that in a kind of psychological sense, in a kind of understanding sense of your own experience
Mm.
and of the world around you. But there is a case to be made that in your awakening, sometimes the best thing not to do is to tell other people how to awaken, because you
Oh
can't,
yeah.
because they have to live
Yep.
their own life, and you're not in their head. You haven't been through what they've been through, and at the end of the day, they'll either awaken or they won't, and they'll be ready to do it at their own pace. And you telling them something isn't going to help them unless they ask for it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
No,
if they
totally.
come to you asking for information or help, then you can use your own, you can think about what you're saying and whether it's right or wrong to tell them something. But there is a case to be made that telling them the enlightenment that you've had about life when they're not ready will either make you look like a madman or a mad woman, right? Or B, them have just maybe upset their apple cart, maybe
Yep.
put them down, whatever, because there's lots of things, Sage, that we've spoken about on this channel, like perhaps determinism, lack of free will, or many things that we talk about and we bat around. That even just the whole idea about life, whether it's inherently harmful, all these things. I don't know if it's. I know Brother Marcus has felt this. I don't know if it's okay to talk about it to people unless they ask you. I
Well,
don't know anymore.
it reminds me of my favorite book of spiritualism, a book called Awaspe, and it's really funny because if you look at anybody that's been suggested to read it, or has found it when they're not at that moment, they've dived into fundamentalism and starting up their own cults based around this book. But everybody that has found this book when they were meant to find it ends up finding it's such a enriching, a rewarding experience for the open-minded. It just breaks open new areas of discussion and conversation and avenues of ideas for their brain to entertain, versus these people that weren't ready to read this book and were suggested to read it the wrong time, and they pick up a copy, go out of their way and get it, and they read it and they end up starting cults. So it's really interesting stuff.
Mm.
Tanel says, of course, this is hell. If it does not seem like hell for someone, they are blind to how their pleasure comes at the expense of other humans and animals,
Yes.
and how they will probably face suffering too. May well be true, Tanel, but if people can't see it, how can you make them see it? And should you make them see it? That is the question. I would say, yes, you're pulling on my heartstrings there by mentioning the problem that pleasure often comes at the expense of other humans and animals. So yeah, I would say it really is morally good to show people that, in
Yeah,
that
but
instance.
in
There
the
is
in the
no
statement
true
itself, it
utopia.
it implies blindness, right? So if someone, like, how do you reason with someone who's not reasoning correctly, or how do you reason with someone who's unreasonable, or how do you make a
That's
blind man
yeah,
see? They literally can't.
that's right.
So
You can't.
who's
That's a great
really
point.
who's being irrational in that case? It's like trying to make a
Mm.
blind man see. Like,
Give them
that to
some
me would be
magic
just as
mushrooms. They'll
crazy.
see something.
Well, I wouldn't. I look, that you said that in jest, but not everybody wants to take magic mushrooms, and you shouldn't be fucking
For
popping it
sure.
into their
No, I
breakfast cereal.
ain't fucking,
But
naively
I
advocating
know,
for everyone to
I know.
take that by
But
any
yeah,
means.
that is the crux of the matter. If they are blind, A, it's not their fault, and B, even reasoning with them is pointless. But then again, how would you know they are blind if you hadn't tried to reason with them? That's another question. Tanel, do you want to come on and talk about that? We haven't heard you for a long time, mate. So it'd be great to have you on here, our friend from Estonia. And Divine says, "Hello, Sage." Hello,
Hello,
Sage.
Divine. Hope you're doing
Chickpea.
well.
Chickpea,
Mm,
you've been
yeah.
very quiet.
Yes, I know.
By the way, guys.
I was
I
listening to you all.
left. I think I logged off last night at 1 a.m. or something UK
Yeah.
time, and I was shocked to see that the discussion went on for another 5 hours or something, 6 hours
Yes,
after, about
we had a
6 hours
really
after
nice
I left.
chat.
It
It
went on
was
for about
really
6
nice.
hours after I left, right?
Yes.
So we had this lovely gentleman who came on, Chris, right? Is that was his name?
Yes.
Chris
Yep.
James or
Lovely
something?
guy. Mm.
A very interesting guy. He's the type of guy that should definitely write not a book, a biography,
Yeah.
because the guy had one of the most eventful lives ever, and he had been through a hell of a lot struggles and problems,
Yep.
and he won't mind me saying, because he was talking about it a lot. He grew up in care because he was basically
Mm.
his own mum abandoned him,
Yeah.
but he's turned out a lovely gentleman, so as I said, he was
Totally.
a naughty boy. He was a naughty boy when he was
Yep.
younger. It sounded like he's done a few things. I think he said he was about 55 now, but he
Mm.
has come out of it all as this remarkable man wanting to help others by the looks of it.
Yes.
And yeah, that was nice to see. As I said, I was
Mm.
just sorry that I couldn't stay on because it was getting late and I was very tired. But Chickpea and Sage, do you want to debrief us with a few little high points from the discussion yesterday?
I've, you know what? My memory is getting. Oh God, I don't know. But we sort of
Well,
said,
that's okay.
yeah, it was a lovely chat. It was. Yeah.
Chickpea's just remembering how much she was vibing with Chris and the cats. But
Yeah.
I'm also
That's it.
remembering, Chris talking politics, him talking, the alien metallic element he found and is having tested, and all sorts of wild stories about his youth. And he is a very interesting dude. I agree with
Mm.
you, DNW. He's the kind of person that needs to write a biography.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lovely
yeah.
guy.
Yeah, there's not enough interesting biographies out there. We need more interesting people writing interesting biographies.
Oh dear. Yes. Someone said, "Have you heard his lovely views about Jews?" No, I didn't.
Uh-oh.
I
Oh
didn't hear
gosh.
anything. I didn't hear those. Now I will say, if anything was said that could be deemed anti-Semitism, I am sorry about that. And I didn't hear that. That is one of the problems,
There was a
Sage.
little bit
Now,
of anti-Zionism going in the chat,
Sage. I'm
for
going to have
sure.
to slap you on the knuckles here. I'm going to have to say, in future, when I'm not there, you're well capable. So if anybody is veering the conversation into the types of subject matter that are very, very problematic, please pull them back. Okay, that's all I'm going to
I
say,
didn't hear
Sage.
any
Okay.
actual anti-Semitism in the chat. If I heard
No,
some
not really.
anti-Semitism, I definitely would have pulled that back,
Okay, brother. Well, thank you for that.
for
But
sure.
yeah, so we just got to be careful, guys, because I know we all have strong opinions on this reality. But sometimes strong opinions blow everything up, quite literally. So they don't get anything done. So be careful how strongly you convey your thoughts. Farhat from Baghdad sends a laughing emoji. Farhat, are you actually in Baghdad? Yeah, I had a good friend from Baghdad when I was about 20. Ahmed was his name. Real character, actually. A real character, Ahmed. I wonder what he's up to now.
I had some
Yeah,
childhood friends from
a very
Pakistan. They were
comical
great
guy.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very. He was in many ways batshit crazy, but only because he'd been so traumatized by some shit that gone on
Oh
over there.
shit, for
I
sure.
don't know what happened in terms of, was it the Gulf War? I can't remember what it was. Actually,
GNW. Oh, sorry.
yeah.
I must tell you something, actually. YouTube, because you're on my I've got you on the little ringing bell with YouTube. Your
Notifications.
notifications aren't showing up.
Oh dear. There you
Because
go.
I thought
Oh,
myself,
that's because
I wonder if DNW's on tonight, just to see if you're going to be here, and I
I
had to
found out what
Google
was
you.
going on with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, apparently only YouTube sends out 3 notifications, in a certain time period. So, if you got 3 subscribers and they're all going live, you only might get 1 notification.
Okay, so is it you only get a certain amount of notifications in a week? Is that the way it is?
I think it's actually like per day. I think it's only,
All right. Okay.
yeah, so if there's a certain amount of people you're subscribed to and they're all live streaming at the same time, you might just not get a certain live stream. It sort of, flips the coin randomly.
But this is the only live stream I go to.
Firehat from Baghdad is pretending to be my friend Ahmed. Well, if it is you, Ahmed, I would be delighted, and you could come on and talk to me. Yeah, it is good to meet an old friend. And again, thank you, Ahmed. The knock on the door. Divine says the knock on the door from my neighbor was she broke her ankle many hours, and she had many hours in the hospital. I think that was the other day. Divine Hazel was in the comment section, and then she said there was a knock on the door, and she disappeared. And so she's just letting us know it was a neighbor who broke her ankle.
Oh, geez.
Oh dear, not nice, not nice
No
at all.
fun.
No fun at all.
Nope.
That must be extremely painful. Extremely painful. So yeah, we're also live, by the way, at the moment on X, Facebook, and Twitch, just to let you know. And if you are on any of those, you can come over to YouTube and watch us here as well. But yeah, anybody else? Chickpea, have you seen anything crazy in the news? Anything you'd like to talk about? I know the Jamaicans had a little escape. Really, it wasn't as bad as they said it was going to be. I don't think anyone died, even with that hurricane. What was it called? Harissa or something? The one that hit yesterday. I don't think it was as bad as they were worried about. It avoided the populated areas, and it kind of went on its way to Cuba after some time without. It damaged a lot of properties and stuff. But I don't think.
Oh, so you're saying like it never made landfall? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's what I heard. That was secondhand. That was secondhand. I'm going to go to the news and check.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to give false
Because
information.
I heard it was like the strongest storm to date.
There were 4 deaths from Hurricane Melissa confirmed in Jamaica, as the storm leaves a trail of destruction across the Caribbean. So sorry to hear about that. 4 people died in Jamaica. 20 people died in Haiti as a result of Hurricane Melissa as well. Yeah, I mean it does look like it's torn a lot of Jamaica and Cuba up. So very, very worrying times in terms of. I've heard it was the worst hurricane in living memory. The worst hurricane. The Jamaican Prime Minister said it was the worst thing to ever have happened to Jamaica.
Yes, that's what it is.
Now, I think it was 185 miles per hour winds in that hurricane initially, and just when it was breaking onto the land. Obviously, it dissipated somewhat after that, but they say it's climate change. So where is our friend Cougar when you need him? As apparently it might have been caused by climate change or climate heating, as he put it.
Oh yeah, well they're saying that the global wind speeds are speeding up. You know, and it was sort of interesting because I was noticing, you know, a few days before the news of the hurricane that it was really fucking windy over here. So I'm really curious on, you know, if you looked at the wind speed across the entire mainland U.S. and if it was increased before the hurricane. That would be something interesting to look up.
Right.
Mm.
That would be interesting to
You
look
know,
up.
I can't believe it's nearly
So-
Thursday. Is time going fast for you lot?
It's 45
It's
minutes.
nearly, I
Not the
can't believe
moment.
it's
Chickpea, put
nearly
It's
the bins
going
out.
by
Thursday.
super slow at the moment.
What?
Oh, it's going in slow motion at the moment.
What, like time?
Oh, past
It's
3 days have felt like a week.
God, lucky you. It's
It
just
is sort of nice.
it's just flying by for me.
Mm.
Means it's running out.
I think part of the reason why the time's moving
They
slower
do
for me right now is I'm
as
sort
you
of
get older.
relaxing.
Yeah.
They do say as you get older, time speeds up, or your experience of time speeds up. I certainly think that's been the case for me.
Oh no,
But
that's the mathematics on that play out, you know, like you think about it, you know, when you're 6 years old and you have to wait, you know, 6 months, that's a fucking hell of a long time versus when you're 20, you have to wait 6 months. It doesn't feel that long.
Yeah, it's like a salt timer.
Just the younger you are, the more that time is, you know, a significant overall aspect of your whole life. You know, you have to wait 6 months. That's 6 months of your whole, you know, overall life. You're only 6 years old. That's a pretty big proportion compared to when you're 20.
Or
right.
71. Oh God.
I know. I always
You
curious
could live.
on what
You
it
could
must
live
be
another.
like.
You could live another 50. You could live another years. Yeah, Chickpea.
Oh,
You might
no.
even get immortality. The way things are going.
Oh God, no! Oh God, no! I couldn't bear it.
You might be able to
I don't know
Oh
upload
my
your
what it is.
goodness.
consciousness to. You might be able to upload your consciousness to my SD card, and I can plug it into my smartphone, and I'll be able to press an
Yeah.
app called Chickpea and talk to you whenever I want.
Be careful, DNW. You're gonna radicalize her into a neo-Luddite, man. She's gonna be coming
Well,
after us.
I better be careful what pocket I keep my phone in, because otherwise she'll be hanging around my bollocks. So I better put it maybe in
Oh
my.
God.
I've been spayed. I've been spayed.
Yeah,
I've got no sex drive.
that's okay. She's a saint now, you know. She's a little cherub, you know, floating
I wish.
around.
No.
So the Earth Dog says he'll be there in a few.
Saint.
So,
Actually, DW, you know, you were
yeah.
saying to me about my life last night. I was saying about the fact that the last 30 years I've literally done nothing with my life.
Can I
That's
just
since I had the
can I
op.
just say this to the guys? I'm shocked.
Ouch.
So say that again, Chickpea.
You know, we were talking last night about the fact I've done nothing with my life the last 30 years. I said, Joe, went from one mad extreme to the other.
Yeah.
But that was with the op. As soon as I had that operation, I stopped all my nonsense, just like cats do.
So basically, guys, I was shocked to hear, right, that Chickpea basically, because Chickpea hasn't really traveled far, even in London or in the UK. Like she hasn't been abroad. She hasn't been to any seaside town in the UK. She hasn't been to any like Oxford or Bristol or anything. She's stayed local for the last 30 years, right, Chick? Yeah.
Yes, 30 years.
And when she said that, I was shocked because I haven't been abroad too much in the last good while, but I did a lot of that when I was younger. But I
Yeah, I
am
did it
thinking
all when I was young. Yeah.
I might start going abroad again soon. You know, I'm starting to think, yeah, why not? But I was just shocked. That's a long time, Chickpea, not to.
Yeah, it's
Basically,
since the
it
op.
sounds like you haven't really been like 2 miles away from your house in 30 years, something like that.
No, yeah, I've been to Clacton a few times. Apart from that, no, because the op did it. It's like it all glitched. Because I went from one
So
mad
basically,
extreme to another. Yeah,
yeah, but you
my
had
life prior to the op was just
rheumatoid
extreme.
arthritis, yeah, rheumatoid
Yes.
arthritis, yeah, fair
Yeah,
enough.
and the op. It was the op that
But
did it.
that's in remission, Chickpea. You don't have time. That's in remission, right?
Yes, yeah. As you get older, it eases off. But it was the op that did it. Because once that
So
sex
you're
drive goes,
saying being spayed. You're saying being spayed made you not bother go outside ever again.
yes, just like cats do.
Wow.
When you have a female cat and you have her done, her entire behavior changes. It's such a fascinating thing. Because all
I
your
mean,
sex drive.
is this a common experience amongst women who've had a hysterectomy?
Well, no one talks about it. There's something nobody ever talks about. But if you've got it's like the whole sex drive thing. Once your sex drive's removed, you stop going out looking to fill that need all the time.
Wow.
Wait, what? Sorry, I'm doing something else. What? So impacting the sex drive will impact your
Yeah, what
want
happens
to like
is
travel?
when I was just before I turned 40, I had what's called a radical hysterectomy. They thought I had cancer. I didn't have cancer, but they thought I had it. So I opted for this really heavy duty surgery. And your sex, it does like when you get a cat spayed, the cat stops going out looking for tomcats and everything. It changes your whole perspective on all that. You only go out because you need to go out, like to do your shopping. You know, prior to the op, I was a real party animal, always going out doing this, that, and the other, looking for good-looking men to fill my sex drive.
I guess if that was like one of your motivating factor, like a high priority motivating factor,
Well, yeah,
because my
yes, I
sex
used to
drive
quite.
goes down
I did like looking
as
for
I
good-looking
age,
men. Yeah,
and I still do stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
I went from one mad extreme to another. I was like, yeah, it's weird.
But did you have other passions back then?
Well, I used to drink and smoke and go out a lot. I was a real wild child.
Wow.
Well, no, I was, because I've never had any children. I didn't have a husband. So what else would I be doing?
But like, well, what else would you be doing? Like other people pick up music, or they take up art, or they take up
I've got my hobbies
poetry,
too.
or hiking, or rock
Yeah, but
climbing.
yes,
Like there's a whole ton of
yes,
things
I
people
know,
do.
I know.
She
This
was
is
a
what I did.
she was a bicycle powered by vodka, by the sounds of it, Chickpea. Is that right?
Yeah, I was a real party animal, and I went from one
Yeah.
mad extreme to the other.
It is really Chickpea. I'm going to come up to Hoxton at some point and wheel you around in a wheelchair if that's all it takes. You know,
No,
I know you're not
I'm
in a
not that.
wheelchair.
I'm not that.
Why can't you just walk out to the train station and get a train somewhere?
Because I don't feel the need.
You have agoraphobia, do you?
No.
I mean, it's okay if you do.
No, I don't have agoraphobia. No, I've become like a spayed cat.
Basically,
I've
because
gone
there's
from
no
one mad extreme to another. Yeah.
I've never heard this before, Chickpea. It's so interesting.
Yes, I know.
And I
It's
say,
weird. Why do you think I come here,
The
dear
nuance
W?
is
My life was
confusing.
sane, and I had it all in control, and I knew what I was doing. I wouldn't be coming here, would I?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I mean,
What? Come here.
We're a bunch of people on YouTube with different lives spewing our own opinions. Like this is not like, I don't know how you find guidance with this, but anyway, like if it makes you happy, fine.
I'm learning. It reflects back at me somehow. That makes sense.
A catalyst in a mirror.
Don't let it, as I've said, don't let it be your be all and end all.
It isn't my be all end all. I've got 7 cats and a load of books.
You do
Yeah, she
go
does
out to the
read,
cafe.
so.
Of course I do. I go to their streets and pop, go to the park. But before I had the op, plus I used to work before I had the op as well, because it all happened very quickly. Yeah, there was, I was always out going to the wine bars. Plus, I had friends in those days.
So now we know, Chickpea, I think you're some kind of experiment by the World Economic Forum to how they're going to make people stay in their 15-minute cities. You know, that these conspiracies theorists are saying
I'm cut out for it.
So they're going to spay everybody. Yeah.
No, but this is what
dude, they
hormones
just need VR. Everyone will get addicted to the fucking new VR.
This is what hormones.
We'll tie the economic systems into it.
It is interesting. But look, Chickpea, would you say you're happier now than?
I was happier. I don't know, even because I was smoking 40 cigarettes a day. I was drinking and messing around. Was I happier? Got no idea. That's why.
That's something to think about. Would you often complain now, and you say you're miserable here and there, quite a lot. So I'm just asking, is there something to be said for trying something different and going out and about, and not necessarily making friends, but just like having new experiences to break up your thoughts. Like maybe there's loads of museums around. I tell you what I like to do. You go on Eventbrite and you can get like tickets, and often you can get free ones to like lots of strange and interesting, not just strange, but very interesting lectures, free lectures, on whatever, loads
Oh,
of
I'll have to
different
look into
subjects.
that.
Yeah, Eventbrite. It's really good, actually.
For sure. I'll
Eventbrite
have to look
and
into that.
meetup.com.
Yeah, I haven't used
Oh,
Meetup
that
in
used to
years.
work. It seems like it's gone downhill like crazy. Like there's all these multi-level marketing groups and real estate on there now.
Yeah.
At least in my
Do
area.
you
So,
enjoy,
Chippy, it's
I don't
just
know.
something to try.
And what I'm just saying is, D&W, how our lives are run or thingied by our hormones. That's what I'm saying.
Hormones
I
and
definitely,
neurotransmitters.
I agree with that.
What?
But I had a different effect in D&W. I don't know if you can relate to this. As I aged and my sex drive went down, it gave me more freedom and more mental space to pursue the things I actually
Yes, that's
like.
what I'm saying. I'm trying to say it's changed me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I
less of a
definitely
sex drive for you. Kind of like you don't want to do
Yeah.
stuff, but like it made me want to do more stuff.
Well,
I would
I've got
say
7
this has only
cats.
happened in the last couple of years for me in terms of my sex drive has gone down quite a lot compared to what it used to be. And funnily enough, it's going up again, unfortunately. So I got to be careful. I think it's because I've been doing
Because you're
weights and fucking
exercising
running.
more or something.
Yeah. So I've been having a few dreams.
Don't forget, I've got
that I wasn't
7
having
cats
before.
to tidy up after every day. I read my books and I talk to my neighbours and I wander around the area. I'm not saying I'm locked up 24/7, but prior to the op, I was sleeping around with different men, getting drunk, smoking 40 cigarettes a day, going to the wine bar with my mates and really getting quite smashed sometimes. I was a real wild child. And then all of a sudden, all that stopped to me with one surgery, one operation. Literally.
So if you were like that in your 40s?
Late 30s. I had
wow.
my op beginning of my 40s.
Wow.
This is in my late. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. But I wasn't married. I didn't have children, so I used to go out partying.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking Brother Marcus definitely lives in Canada.
It's the way I
Why?
was.
What do you
I've
mean?
gone from one man
Because the
extreme to
30-year-olds here,
another.
a lot of them are still wild childs. A lot of them still haven't matured up and grown up. It's crazy.
In Canada?
But
No,
Brother
like a
Marcus,
lot of my
No, I'm
30-year-olds
saying
are.
in America, a lot of the 30-year-old women, like not all
Oh,
of them by any means. I'm not trying to generalize. I'm just saying that there is actually a surprisingly amount of 30-year-old women that are still stuck in the sophomoric Adolarian teenage fucking rebellion
okay.
stage.
Yeah, not that much here. I don't.
And
At
God
least
bless them.
socially.
God bless them.
as a woman, if you're not married or don't have children, that's what you're doing. You're being a wild child.
Not really. The women here, they start gardening and they start to get into like different things, and the ones that I know
Lucky,
it's
I know,
that's
anecdotal,
awesome.
but
Yeah, but
they
in
get into
London, we
different
don't have
hobbies.
gardens. Also, we're all living in flats because that's how life is in London, unless you've got money.
Yeah, but they start like little things on their. They get into art and crafts, and
yeah, I
they
do
have their
all
little
that.
book
I knit
clubs.
and I do crochet and everything. But it's the sex drive. You're trying to fill the sex drive.
You're trying to fill
That's
a
why I
hole,
went
quite
out.
literally.
Huh?
You're trying to fill a
Okay,
hole,
God.
quite
D&W.
literally.
Settle down there. Settle down,
Oh
son.
my god!
I'm just talking about the sex drive.
Guys,
that's
I'll be
all.
right back. I'm just going to make a cup of Red Bush tea. But by the way, Yerf Dog's here, guys. So Yerf Dog's welcome, and say whatever it is you'd like to say. I'll be back in a
Hi,
while.
Yerf Dogs.
Hey, keep going. I don't want to disrupt the flow. You guys carry on.
But Brother Marcus, all I was talking about was the sex drive. It's you stop trying to fill that sex drive. Goes.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining because I tell you, I wish I had the op when I was 12 because I would have my life would have turned out a lot better. I wouldn't have messed up so much.
I know some people see having a low sex drive as a negative. I see it as a positive because it just gives me clarity and like I don't feel like I'm being driven by something else. I just see it as a positive.
Driven by it. I was really driven by it. When I look back on it all, I didn't even realize at the time, and I didn't. But then, you know, we're programmed to breed, and I refused to breed. It's a strange thing when I look back on it all. I
No,
just
there's
wish I
there's a
could have
lot of
had
women. When
that
I was around the club scene, a lot of women were in their like late 30s, early
Yeah.
40s, even up to 50s. There's just tons of them.
Yeah,
So
exactly. That was me. And that's what I would have been if I hadn't had the op.
you were never in Tokyo by any chance.
You know, like we hear these women
Just gotta
going to
cover my tracks.
Gambia, going to Gambia to look for sex. British
Going
women.
to what?
A lot of British women go to Gambia because there's lots of young men there looking for sex.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend in it. She even went so far as to marry one. That's how mad it all is.
Oh,
Well,
It was all for sex.
really? How's the
You
marriage
take the
going?
sex drive in a woman when you get older and you haven't bred, it just gets crazy. It gets worse as you get older.
Apparently, a lot of them go to Jamaica as well. I've
Yeah.
heard.
yeah, I heard the Caribbean. Yeah, they go there.
All
Yeah.
right, guys. Thank
I
you.
heard
See?
Jamaica. I had a Jamaican Uber driver once. He proudly told me that his son was a male escort in Jamaica, making loads of money, shagging British lags. You know, so
Hooray!
there you go.
Thank you. See, now here we have. I had my op. I stopped. If I hadn't had that op, that would have been me.
You would have been one of those people.
Pardon?
You would have been one of those ladies going to the Caribbean.
Yeah, I would have been.
yeah.
So I'm saying the op. That's all of a sudden when I had my op, I became the little crab that I am now, thankfully.
I don't
I'm a
care
typical
what anybody says. The female sex drive is just as high as the male sex drive.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, it is.
So many
It
people
is
are like,
horrible.
no,
be a
only
crab.
men have a sex drive that high. Women don't have a sex drive that high.
When you get older, it gets worse. It's horrible looking back on it.
Well, hang on. D&W just said something about getting paid for shagging British slags, and I'd like to go back to that part of the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if you would actually. I mean, it sounds okay in theory, but in practice, it might be another matter. Yeah.
Yeah, British slags are really not people you want to get with. I've seen a few.
I heard there's quite a big market
Hey,
in
that's
Japan for like
racist.
hostesses.
Yeah, the
In
hostess
Japan?
scene
Oh,
is
yeah.
massive.
Racist.
Like they
Yeah,
call.
so-
I don't know if that's the right term, but it's like host and hostesses or something like
there's
Yeah, I've
that.
hostesses
seen
and
this-
hostess bars. Yeah,
What are they called? Geisha girls. What the hell is that about?
Yeah,
that's a
in
bit
Japan,
different.
isn't it?
That's different. Yeah.
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 What is that? I've
Geisha
always
is
wondered what the hell is that.
a geisha girl. Is
Yeah,
it?
yeah. It's like
geisha is just
what-
it's just the traditional Japanese kind of like a hospitality kind of place where guys used to go and do.
Is it like a
business and stuff,
maid
and they-
kind of thing, which just really?
No, it's not. No.
I
not
thought
at
they
all.
were like
No.
similar to like courtesans.
Oh, okay.
Kind of. Yeah, but there's no sex involved. There can be, of course,
Yeah.
but it's not typically.
Yeah, it's
part
not
of
their
it.
primary directive.
Is
not
it
their
like
primary
is it
goal.
like a kind of a traditional hospitality hostess kind
It's
of
very
thing?
very traditional.
make
It's the way. Yeah, it's very very traditional system. Yeah, and they're incredible places to go to. And the hostess bars are crazy too. Fucking hell, just crazy, just mad.
What's that?
You just go and you basically go to a place. You'll get assigned a girl or a group of girls, and they
Okay.
just look after. Again, it's not sex, but they'll just make sure your drinks are poured and everything like that throughout the
Isn't
night.
that just Japanese Hooters?
Not really. No, it's no, not like the only time. Like, I'm not trying to be a pure boy here. I'm like, I mean, I don't go to hostess bars because I can't fucking afford them, basically. But I have been to them on companies' dimes, and I tell you, there are some fucking incredible places. Like you from the outside, you just see this derelict building, but you go in, it's like a fucking palace, like chandeliers and it just. I've just been in places which have just blown my mind, and you would never have known. But looking from the outside, but they're fucking expensive. You don't go and and they're also you don't go into them and not pay because that'll land you in. Yeah, that's a dark side of. Don't get involved in that. So yeah, that's what it is. The host bars, though, where that's the reverse, where they entertain women, that can get pretty messy as well. Like women just spend thousands and thousands of dollars getting guys to basically treat them really well in a space, just selling alcohol and all that. It's amazing. It's just a mind blowing thing to see.
Yeah, there's some documentaries on YouTube that I think it's interesting because a lot of it is like, what kind of needs are these places fulfilling for people that they aren't getting in just day to day life, and why do we do those things? And
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
And what does
What's
it say
sex
about
drive?
the what?
It's a sex drive. Told you.
Well, no,
Oh,
with
I find it
Japan,
really
there's like
sad.
traditional gender roles that I think women are not feeling that type of connection, because a lot of women that go to the host bars were saying that uh, like the hosts make them feel like not a lot of people when they come home. You get to hear the woman's side of how her day went, not and just having that, they're willing to pay thousands just to
Yeah.
like actually see me as a person, kind of
Yeah.
thing. And yeah,
Seems to me it's just
loneliness.
like a
I'd
shittier
say the
version of
driving force.
prostitution.
I think the driving force is loneliness.
That's a huge
It's
part of it.
a
I think
exploitation market. It's sad.
that loneliness is a huge part of it. There's and especially like that's obviously increased over the past 20 or so years. Marriage has broken down. It's just the same old in every country. The men and the men have become more conservative, domestic looking. Women are becoming more outward looking and more progressive.
That was me. Yeah.
Typical divide.
That doesn't make entirely sense. That's like, you're saying a lot of the young men are turning conservative. What about all the herbivore men over in Japan?
That's a bit different. Herbivore. There can be kind of a crossover, but you can get herbivore men who are married and in relationships. Like it's a little bit different.
For sure.
There's just a divide.
What the hell are herbivore men? Because I would have thought that was like a vegan, but what are the hell are herbivores?
Exactly. I hate that term. I hate that term because in my brain, I'm like, yeah, it's going to deal with plants. No, it's just like
They call it
like
so shokuge. They call it so shokuge, which is like herbivore. It means basically not chasing meat. Put it that. That's probably the quickest way to explain it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get the analogy. Okay,
Yeah, that's what it is. They're just not interested in
And
seeking
that's
out
a new
relationships.
that's a new thing. That's a new thing, is it? Is
I
that
think it's
No.
arisen at the same time with hikikomori. The guys who just spend time, but women also do that. They
yeah.
become hikikomori.
I've heard of those. Yeah.
Spend
Fuck,
time
I've been
outside.
one of them. Maybe never
You've
lived
been
in Japan, but I was an American hikikomori. Never, when I was going through my hell, I literally got to a period where I never left my house for a whole year, 1 year period, not once.
that's it.
That's
I
it.
did that for the pandemic. Most people didn't leave for 2 years.
Yeah, just 1 year. You got to get those numbers up.
Sure. All you fucking fibbers, man. You were all the ones going nuts during COVID, and I was laughing my ass off. I'm still waiting for COVID round 2.
By the
was
way, there's quite
enjoyable
a
for
funny
me.
comment. There's a funny comment there going way back to when you compared these host bars to
Geishas,
hostess
yeah.
bars to geishas, and this
It's still the
Baghdadi
same
fella
thing.
says, "My dude just compared such an elegant thing to Hooters." Yeah. So there you go. He thought that was
Elegant
quite funny.
exploitation, maybe,
Elegant.
but
I'm not
still
sure elegant
exploitation
would be the word.
nonetheless. Fuck, fix the problems in Japan. Don't just capitalize on them. Fuck.
I don't know. These issues have always been around, like people not feeling connected in their marriages and stuff like
That's
that.
true.
And
That's true.
That's
But
what
I
I'm
do
saying,
agree
though.
with
It
what
just
you
seems
said
like an
earlier about-
evolution of fucking the prostitution industry. Now we have the classy version. It's
No,
like
it's not. It's
fucking
not that at
A.
all. It's different. It's different. It's completely prostitution is rife here as well. Absolutely. But even that's kind of weird because legally you can't have proper intercourse with prostitutes. That's actually illegal. But
Right.
you can do everything except that. But
So there's a loophole, quite literally.
Can I just say something?
If you want to go with that.
Speaking as the spade one, Not having a sex drive makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, but like, so basically, it's all about sex for you, and now that you don't have
No,
sex, you don't have to worry.
no, I'm not saying that. But sex is the hardest need to fill. It's very easy. Water, food, shelter. It's all very simple. Sex isn't so easy. Not
By
good.
the way, Chickpea, you've got to be careful here because I think you know, I was definitely like you when I was younger, and it was a problem for me.
See, you're 40
yeah,
now, aren't you? You see, you're transitioning like I did.
yeah, I am. Thank fuck. Oh, that's kind of the wrong word to use given
See, I was
the
like
context.
you.
Anyway,
Yeah, I totally
no, but
transitioned.
no, but the point is, Chickpea, not everybody is like that. You know, there are some people out there who are asexual, aromantic. You know, asexual
Definitely.
aromantics, and I find them people. I mean, I spoke to a few of those. I'd never spoke to them before. I think it was on Discord or something. This is maybe 4 years ago or something like that. And they were enthralling people. They were really interesting to talk to, man. They were so just well, again, I'm generalizing here. I don't know if they're all like this, or they're not clearly not all like this, but they were just so intelligent, articulate, and so knowledgeable, you know, and just they had interests and desires in anything and everything but sex. It was just they were just really interesting people to
Yeah,
talk to.
lucky them.
Yeah, one of them was a girl, actually, a woman. She was a woman. She was actually older, like a couple of years older than me at the time. And she was in a relationship though. That was difficult because I don't know how she ended up in a relationship, but she ended up in a relationship with someone who wanted sex.
Yes.
I don't know how that happened, but I'm sure it does happen because she wasn't an aromantic, so she still loves, but she just didn't want sex.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds like an old joke because you do hear stories about I want sex and the husband wants it, so they just lay back and think of
No,
England.
that's because she's turned against him.
Yeah. The old I've got a headache.
Romantic love dies. It's sad, brutal reality.
Really?
Of course it does.
Is there not a little ember of it?
yeah.
Is there not a little? I don't know. Is there not a little ember that survives forever, even when you
Yes,
break up with someone?
that's true love.
you
That's
you
the
you
real
hold
deal.
you. So sometimes you hold a little bit of them
Yes, that's the
in
real.
good standing.
Yeah, but that's
Good standing,
the real deal. That's when
yeah,
you
but it's
found
no,
true love.
but no, but it's like no, it's not because you don't want to be with them necessarily. It's like you care about them, but you don't want to be with them. You know that kind of
Yeah,
love.
I don't know because I've never stayed in a relationship that
The
long.
difference
All right.
between Eros and Agape.
Well, I'm friends with some of my exes, and yeah, like I just care about their well-being, but I don't like we don't want to be together. So I get that.
So the Baghdadi, who's extremely globally well cultured, says in Japan, if a husband was with a prostitute, it isn't considered betrayal. There you go. Is
Yeah,
that right, Steve?
sense.
Yeah, in some circumstances that's true, but you have to be really careful. I mean, obviously there's reason like disease and stuff, but the law here, if you sleep with a married person and there's a divorce and that can be pinned on you sleeping with them, you might have to pay the other partner. It's about 20
Wow.
grand, 30 grand or something.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
fucking hilarious.
I mean, but
Holy
adultery
shit.
is rampant, of course. But that's you just don't put your dick in crazy, basically.
What the woman or the bureaucratic system?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't try and screw with the Japanese system. That would be a bad idea.
For reals. Well, when you're living over there, especially.
I imagine this. I imagine Japan. If a husband sleeps with a prostitute, it isn't considered betrayal. I imagine that depends on how much money's in his bank account as well. You know, it's a bit like in France. You know, there was this thing. I don't know if it's still there. I think it is still there that you can have a mistress. You know, if you're really well to do, and it's just it's just accepted that a powerful man will have a mistress.
But that can cut both ways.
I mean,
women can also
Yeah.
go and have flings and stuff as well. I mean, and the husbands know about it. I mean, there's lots of. I mean, I can just think of a few examples. People I know off the top of my head. It's yeah.
I think there's some couples have this thing where what they don't know won't hurt them. So it's like It's like I've seen that quite a bit where
Yeah.
they both kind of don't talk about it, but they know it's happened, but they
Mm.
don't want to be
Jeez.
faced with it, or they don't want it in their face. They
Mm,
they
mm.
let it happen as long as
Right,
they don't
right.
find
Yeah.
out or know about it. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
right? I
yeah.
mean, they're both
Frickin'
at it basically. They just don't want to.
Frickin' France's sexual culture is fucked, man. That's crazy. It's crazy. And you heard about that fucking rape case with the fucking the husband and like the 70 fucking people or whatever. He
Yeah.
had his friends, you know, like the fucking filming his friends, you know, doing it to his wife and shit. And then it turned out that he was doing that to his fucking daughter too.
Hmm. Yeah, that's all to do with the sex
Crazy.
drive. So why do you think I'm glad to not have a sex drive anymore? It's gone.
I'm like, they have like a cult culture over there or something, like 70 plus people, and they're only finding more and more. Like this shit is like this is blowing me too out of the fucking waters, man. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, I don't think that case is because they're French though. That could have happened anywhere.
Oh, for
Like, you know,
sure. No,
you know.
I'm just saying that, you know, we all have these unique fuck ups in our culture that, you know, contribute to our fuck ups, you know. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying with that because we'll probably find cases of that, the same kind of thing happening the next 10 year in all sorts of different countries.
But D&W, on the subject still, right? As you know, I've always had lots and lots of cats. And if you don't get your female cat spayed, or your tomcat, but a female in particular, she's off looking for sex. And she'll disappear for days if she ever comes home at all. The next thing, and as soon as you get them done, their behavior completely changes. They become happy, settled little girls. They stay close to home. They don't go running off here, there, and everywhere. And this is just a cat. But the sex
That just
drive,
made
I
me
tell
think
you
of something
something, the
funny.
sex drive. Sorry?
I mean, I'm literally, you know, you got this. What's that word for when you put human characteristics on animals?
Anthropomorphize.
Yeah, that's the one. Now I'm doing the feline whatever it is. I'm
Well,
just
I'm just
imagining
saying
you
what
crawling
happens.
around. I'm just imagining you crawling around, purring, trying to get out of the house. You know.
No, well, they can go if they want to. No, what I'm saying is
Yeah.
this is what happens when the sex drive is removed. People think it's a terrible thing having your sex drive removed. Actually, it brings a lot of peace because it's not.
Yeah,
You
no,
don't have that need to fill.
I see it as a blessing.
Yes, it's a blessing. It's been a blessing. It's been a blessing having that op. Because I tell you something, if I carried on the way I was prior to the I would have probably smoked and drank myself to death.
Okay, here's a question. Do you think the sex drive is more biological or neurological?
But I think it's what do you mean
Like
by
more in the
sorry?
body or more in the head?
I think it's in the head.
All
It's
right, for
definitely
sure.
we're definitely programmed to breed, aren't we? We're programmed to breed by nature. So as a woman, it's as if you're designed to breed, and if you don't breed, that bloody nonsense gets worse and worse. Because by the time when I was 13, in my late 30s, I was completely sex mad. It was horrible. It's very unpleasant. And I'm glad to be free from it.
Way too
No
much
one talks
sexual
about
addiction in society. It's crazy.
no one talks about the sex drive, just how hard it is to fill. It's very hard to fill. Oh, it's all shut up now.
What about a rampant rabbit or a cucumber or something?
Well, you can
What
get
the
rabbit
fuck?
spayed.
What was that from? That I don't have any context here, bruh. That just
Yeah,
confused
you
me.
can get your pet rabbits done, sterilized, spayed.
Rabbits or a
So Chickpea is
cucumber?
saying that
What?
having a sex drive is a problem,
Yes.
and I'm saying a lot of females go to like Ann Summers over here and buy like things that make their teeth clatter together, vibrators and such.
Yes,
So
exactly. To fill their need.
yeah, but
Ah.
is that not useful? Savina says it's more trouble than it's worth, and she's talking about the sex drive. There you go.
Thank you,
presume.
Savina. Thank you very,
Oh man, that
very
finally
much.
fully fucking clicked. Fucking nicknames for fucking adult toys, man. Wow.
Thank you, Savina.
They're basically giving them emoji nicknames. Holy shit.
No, look, as little as I know about them, there is one called a rampant rabbit, and apparently it has little ears on it that you pop it in, and it has little ears on it that long ears at the other side, and they flap and hit the clitoris as the vibrator.
No, I've heard of it just called a rabbit. I've never heard a rampant rabbit. That must be a brand name or some shit. Lost in semantics, bruh.
It must move more or something. I don't know. But yeah.
See, that's what the sex drive does to you.
Yeah. Sticking objects into one's orifices. It's amazing, isn't it? What humans have to do just to get through the night. You know.
Oh man, I have such a issue with those kind of things too, because it's like, yeah, for the woman trapped in a fucking patriarchal or conservative marriage, those things are the biggest blessings for the female species. But freaking for the healthy relationship, like you might be desensitizing yourself down there and making it more miserable for all of you. That hedonism.
I was reading about this thing before called the death grip. So if you pull yourself off too much as a guy, you can desensitize your penis so you don't feel anything anymore. So be careful how much you jack off.
Is that true?
Apparently, it's called the death grip.
Not unless you're like a fucking meth head, man, rubbing it all the fucking skin off and shit. Fuck. I'm pretty sure if you got lotion, you're good. Fuck.
Lotion. Fucking hell.
Okay. Death grip. Just the image of that is, it's like
for real, man. Just like the death grip on the steering wheel, but like on your own unit. That's not a joystick at that point. That's a pain stick.
Good grief.
Fuck.
Yeah. A friend of mine had this thing when he was. Yeah, no, it's definitely a friend. It wasn't me. He had this thing where his foreskin was too small for his bell end. So when he was like 18 or 19, he had to get a circumcision.
Because when he used to talked about that before.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of guys have to get recircumcised because of how many fucking people get them botched. It's crazy how many circumcisions are botched. Way too high of a number.
That's a question. What do the Jews do with the foreskins after they cut them off?
Sell them to the beauty industry. They fucking use the foreskins for lotion.
I thought they might have like a pizza or something on Passover.
Oh God.
Didn't you talk about anti-Semitism or something being bad earlier on your channel, man?
Yeah, but that's only a joke. Come on.
Oh, gotcha. Just a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't eat that kind of pizza. And I'm not suggesting that. But it is just a joke. I know that doesn't happen. If you want, I'll tear into the Muslims next.
Yeah, we can do it. I'll go to the Jews as well. I don't really care. But
well, no, I might get killed if I mention the Muslims, so I better be careful. What was I going to say? Savina, are you coming on here? Or are you just going to sit there?
Savina. I'm just going to make a cup of tea.
Have you spoken to Savina before, Chickpea? Well, she's gone to get a cup of tea.
Yeah, get on here, Savina. You're a rock star in this.
She really is. Apparently, that bloke who went missing from the hotel, or from the prison, sorry, he got caught. He's been deported. He said he was going to appeal it, and they gave him a discretionary £500 and got rid of him. So he's now back in, I don't know, wherever he's from, Ethiopia.
Why did they give him £500? What was that for?
That's all it took to get rid of him. Basically, the guy He obviously didn't highball them and go for a higher offer. They just wanted to get rid of him, you know what I mean?
The hell is going
So
on
they
in your
kind of-
country, dude? I mean, here in Japan, the stuff like that, they just kick your ass out. They're not going to give you money. Like, I don't get what's
Well,
going
no
on in the
shit,
West.
dude. You're a fucking island, man. It makes it easier to fucking, it's like Australia. You know how many drugs get into Australia? Like zip compared to Europe. Like nothing gets into Australia. It's crazy.
No, I'm saying that there's no negotiations. If you're like, if a foreigner became homeless, they'd be deported just immediately. If you didn't have a job, you'd be kicked out. You're not going to go on welfare. I mean, I guess unless you've been here for years and you got a family and stuff, I don't know. But if you don't have roots and you commit a crime, you're probably going to go to jail. In the day of your release, they'll just take you to the airport and put you on a plane.
Yeah.
So I struggle with what's going on in other countries. Just I don't get it. Just fucking people like that shouldn't be in the country. Just kick them out.
Well,
Fuck, with how long
I've heard-
Japanese prison sentences are, they should be tracking the deportations just for ethical reasons.
I didn't hear that. What did you say?
I've heard people.
I was
I've
just
heard
saying
people who have made. Mhm.
Oh, I was just saying that with how long a Japanese prison sentences can often be, it seems like they should be fast tracking those deportations, if anything, for ethical reasons.
Actually, guys, can I ask you all something? On the subject of
What?
sex, so I've just been away to make some tea. Doesn't humping away on females get boring sometimes?
Doesn't what? Sorry.
Does humping away on some female, hump, 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 hump? Do you ever get bored doing that? Well, as you're doing it, matter of interest.
That's when you start thinking about her sister.
Oh God!
No, but no one ever talks about this. Because
I
I
know what you're
find
talking about. I got that the first fucking time I did it, man. I was like,
find
man,
sex.
it's overblown. And yeah, sure, it's pleasurable, but it's fucking like the most overrated thing in existence.
The first time I didn't have long enough to think about it before I fucking spurt my load, So.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you, as you got older and everything, when you're humping away, don't you think to yourself, this is all rather boring?
No.
Oh, I do. As a female being humped on, I'd have to be laying.
It's super fucking boring. I'm like ready for the
Being
digital
humped
body.
on.
Fucking,
Now, as a
I've never had
female
that
being
before.
humped on,
button already,
Oh my God.
Like, this is bullshit.
can I speak, please? As a female being humped on, I'd often be laying there bored to tears.
There's a lot of crackling. I don't know where it's coming from.
You.
It's coming from you, sir. It's you, Sage.
Really?
Yeah.
What the flip?
Right? Can I?
Oh, that's it. What? No. The hell?
Go on, Chickpea.
Yeah, I've never ever
Chickpea,
spoken like this to men before. This is the first time in my life. But speaking as a female, and I tried out quite a few guys, I can tell you, because I was, looking for Mr. Right. But I'd quite often be laying there bored to tears, especially if I was sober.
Is that because you were lying there like a bag of... Were you lying there like a bag of spuds, Chickpea? Maybe you should have been a bit more proactive. Moved around a bit yourself.
Well, I did, but I'd be getting bored.
What induced?
Because this never gets talked about in our world. We all act as if it's all super duper, super wonderful, but never gets talked about.
What induced the crying, though? Usually, when you're bored, you don't cry, right?
I think she was exaggerating
this
that
conversation.
I think she. I don't think you literally cried,
what
did you?
Induced the
Chickpea?
crying?
Just...
Oh my God,
I'd be sort of bored. I'm just saying, I've never spoken like this before, to be honest. It's the first I've ever mentioned it to anyone in my whole life.
It probably a sign of the wrong partner. But did it happen all the time, Chickpea?
Yeah, I'd get bored because
maybe you just needed another person. Maybe you needed
yes,
to have
exactly.
a threesome or something.
Yes, exactly. I needed another person because most men. Please don't take this wrong, but most men are lousy in bed anyway. They're so incompetent.
I wouldn't
I
disagree.
think we're
with
aware of that.
Yeah, I
Pardon?
think
That's
about
just
right.
I think
because
we agree with
most
that.
men have no fucking awareness into the other person's side of things, like, and just all the nuance to bodies and pleasure. It's
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous. They don't put the energy. They just care about their own. And that's just people, though.
what it
That's
is?
not even a men thing. That's just a fucking, humans are lazy and fucking, egotistical thing.
Hmm. No, I tell you though, glad to be free from it, and I am glad.
Yeah,
But I find the world
that's
never
nice.
talks about sex. I find it's, another thing the world never talks about is periods. You as a girl,
I'm just
there
going to
you
go
are,
get a
12,
coffee while you
13.
talk about that.
We're not going to talk about that. No, talk about that on this show.
Oh no,
I'll say this,
Boyzone.
Chippy, because
Boyzone toad enacted.
I'll say this though.
What?
So I grew up with a lot of female friends,
Yeah.
and I think what you're normal isn't like they talk about all this stuff, and
They did. We never used to. When I was
I don't
young.
know if you have like a. Well, did you have a social circle like
Yeah,
with
I was
women
at boarding
and
school. One point when the whole thing started, I was at a little army
like a
boarding
close
school.
knit circle of
Yeah.
friends? Okay.
Yeah. And
Seems like women
never-
talk about it more often nowadays, but the general
It
public
could have been
still
just
doesn't.
generational.
Oh, yeah,
They never
Yeah, it could
shut
have been
up
just
about it, if you
generational
ask me.
stuff.
They
Oh,
never
right.
shut up
Yeah,
about it,
exactly.
if you ask me.
Oh, I
Yeah.
never
They
hear
use it for
anyone
everything
talking
going,
about it. Drives
"Oh,
me
I
fucking
can't come
mad.
I can't come to work today. I've got period cramps.
Oh, yeah, it was
Oh,
different when I was young.
I'm being a bit moody because I'm on the rag, so you'll have to
Oh,
forgive
that's
me.
different. Oh,
No,
I
I
never
don't
heard
want
that when I was young.
sex.
Yeah, we didn't
No,
Oh
get
yeah,
that.
no, that one I've
I'm
heard.
on my
Yeah.
period. Yes, I want
Oh,
sex
right.
because I'm coming up to my period or just after it, my period, or I'm on my
Yeah.
Again, I think
Like,
that's a
it's
lazy
like
and egotistical
everything is
thing,
about the
though. I don't
fucking
think that's a
period.
woman thing.
Oh, I didn't know.
I think that's a
Some
human
Must
women
be
thing.
one
want
on
sex.
me.
Do you know what? Some women, all right, get extremely horny during their period. Extremely horny. And I don't know. I have to admit, I had sex when a woman's on her period. It isn't nice. It isn't nice. It isn't nice. It's horrible, actually.
Yes.
You pull your blood everywhere. And sorry to be
Oh my
crazy,
God.
guys, but some people like that shit. Some people like that shit. I like. It's not for me. It's not for me. Sorry. But there is. It depends it depends how heavy the pit is. Obviously, if it's the beginning or the end, then there's only light spotting. When
When I went to get my coffee, you said, "No, we're not going to talk about this." And I come back and it's
Yeah,
fucking
and now he's like,
What's next? Coffee
Jesus.
enemas? Fuck.
Yeah.
I must.
He
I
went to the
wish
other
I'd known
direction.
you
Honestly,
guys when I was young.
I had a friend. Again, it's not me, but I had a friend who told me his friend used to mark it on his calendar when his girlfriend was on the period, because
Yeah, lots
he
of
used to
men do.
enjoy it. He used to
Yeah, a
enjoy
lot of
it.
men do that. I did that.
Actually, you know what?
No. He used to enjoy having sex with her when she was on her period. That's why he did it. What a sicko!
I had a
Aw.
boss. I had a boss. This was when I was a legal sec, and it must have used to affect my mood to a certain extent. That every now and again, he'd say to me, "Are you on your broomstick today?" Meaning, blah blah blah. I remember it.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it
Are
affects
the
your
painters
behaviour.
in town today?
What?
Are the painters in today? Are the painters
It's
in
called
today?
the
That's another one.
broomstick. This is a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Savina says she's multitasking in and out at the moment. I don't know. In and out. I don't know if that's a reference to what we were talking about
Is that a
earlier.
purpose of this conversation? What does that mean exactly?
I mean, is that related to the rampant rabbit I was talking about earlier? I don't know. But anyway, maybe she can let us
Maybe
know.
because like you wanted her on or something.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to talk to because she agreed with me about the sex
I
drive.
think DNW. I think you need to get an innuendo counter up on screen.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously, how many innuendos have we made so far in this fucking video?
So D&W, did you have any thoughts about Steve's posts about hypothetical consent argument towards antinatalism?
Yeah, I mean, I can see where he's coming
That's
from.
a random turn.
I know. I don't know how to like smoothly transition to it.
I don't have
You go
transition
straight
material.
to the academic title,
I can see.
Fuck.
I said I can see where he's coming from, and yeah, I think it is something to think about in basing morality or considering something that doesn't exist and you can't prove it will exist one way or the other. It is an interesting thing, the non-identity problem, basically. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a valid position that he's taken on it. It did make me think though about something, and like I kind of I spoke about to Steve briefly the other day about this on the stream, but it did bring up a thought in me. If someone is, say, worried about a genetic condition they might have and passing it on to their child,
Hmm.
and they're considering having a child, is it immoral for them not to get tested or to bring that individual into being in those circumstances when you could argue, well, there's no one there, they didn't exist beforehand, so it doesn't really matter. What matters is once they exist. Do you know what I mean? That's a very different way of looking at it, but it is somewhat related because it depends how far you want to stretch out the harm of being brought into existence. I mean, other people will see harms in other areas. It just so happens that that is a genetic harm or caused by genetics. So in those circumstances, Steve, would he think that was bad? Basically, would he think it was bad if someone didn't take into consideration the inheritability of the problematic genes on the child and just brought them into existence without, recklessly, without thinking about it, without trying to do like some kind of IVF or something that screened it or dealt with it. And if he answered that he problematic, you could say, well, why? Because they didn't exist. Do you know what I mean? There was no one to. There was no
I
one
know
there
exactly what you're
to.
getting at.
Do you get what I'm saying, Yuf?
Yeah, I do. I can't recall how I answered, so I'm scared if I answer now, I'm gonna contradict myself.
No. You said it was worth
I-
thinking about. You said it was worth thinking about.
Okay,
That
I
was
think
just
I
what.
think I'd say I don't know, and if I think I recall saying if like with CRISPR, it may end up becoming immoral to have a
Not to.
child perfectly naturally without intervention.
Yeah. I said that as well.
So
Yeah, I think
right,
my
right.
right.
my viewpoint is that
But
But you're
talking about
relating it
this
to the
not.
consent thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about the consent thing. Yeah, so I'm
Well,
saying.
I don't think consent is necessary for that. To me, that falls more into a duty of care for the future person.
Okay.
Or that's one possible way of looking at it.
But
Simple,
why? If there isn't, if your consent thing is based on the non-identity thing, why does it
it's not.
fall into anything? Do you know
No, it's not based on it. That's
Not.
his
Yeah,
whole
it's
thing.
not
That's
based
his
on
whole thing. Yeah.
non-identity. I mean, I guess you could go down that road, but my point is just simply there's nobody there. There's nothing there.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I mean. There's nobody there. There's
no
nothing
rights.
there. Right.
There's no violation of anything of any rights or interests of a non-existent non-entity. That's all.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So, but if you talk about duty of care has been held to apply to non-existent persons for future people. In environmental cases. So I'm just I don't know if this is the correct way of saying it, but it's like, what's the container for the discussion? That's really all I'm asking or looking into. And to me, duty of care is better for this discussion about the ethicality of procreation more than consent. However, the problem then becomes, in my opinion, duty of care. You can't justify categorical prescription of procreation on a duty of care. That to me becomes a problem for antinatalism. And I'm making big leaps there in what I'm thinking, but if you know, you know, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Did you want to say
care,
something?
Well, I'm rusty on the material, but I believe like if you because the consent argument isn't based on, well, it depends how you formulate it, but historically I think it was Gerald Harrison who talks about the asymmetry between duty to not create suffering, but or I forgot the type of asymmetry it is, but I think the asymmetry of duty to procreate or to not create suffering, I think might have some insight into that.
Yeah.
But
I think I know the paper you're
I
talking
wouldn't
about.
like. I'm just too. It is interesting, and I do want to engage with it, but it just, yeah, just my I don't know, my vibe is down right now. But I think the asymmetry of duties, like there's a couple of asymmetries in the discussion, and I think like some of those could cash out with at least a defensible position of like the consent argument, but I don't remember all of them.
Okay, I think, is that the paper he did where I can't recall the name, but I've probably got it on my computer. I'll just try and find it in my unread PDFs. Probably no, it won't be in the unread ones. Antinatalism and moral particular prima facie duties, ethic of prima facie, asymmetry and an ethic of prima facie duties.
Oh yeah, that was probably it. Yeah,
prima facie, whatever that
is. Was it 2012? I think that was. If it's 2012, that's the one I was thinking of. He doesn't have that many papers, surprisingly.
Yeah, 2012. Yep, 2012. Yeah. Well, he's the Kiwi fella, right? Yeah, Palmerston North, right out.
How long is it?
10 pages.
Oh, that's not too bad. Because the other thing was like reviewing Ashil Singh, and oh god, I don't have the energy for his stuff. Because he wrote his thesis on the consent argument, right?
Oh, okay. I mean, I could be wrong. He was just. I could be way wrong, but that would be okay as well. If I'm wrong, that's good. I've knocked out a stupid objection. That would be fine. That wouldn't bother me at all.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up. I think some of us are like have our theory behind a person affecting view, and that's not like the totality of the arguments. And even when I say person affecting view, I've never actually settled on what type of view that I have.
Right.
So that's something that I probably should think about.
Howdy.
Hi, Pamela.
Hey, Hope.
Hi, Pamela. How's you all doing? Hi.
So to me, it sounds like you were talking sort of about like the ethical nuance of eugenicists, of eugenicism.
No.
To me, I would just
that wasn't what UFDogs was talking about.
Well, that was the discussion with D&W, but no, that's not what I'm driving at.
I was just going to say that, eugenicists, you got to approach it from a state of salutogenesis, focusing on maximizing health, not on a state of pathogenesis, on minimizing the disease. You got to focus on the health versus focusing on the disease. That's where I come from with that.
You're crackling, mate. Your crackling is really bad.
Is it not a little bit difficult to work out what's wrong or right?
Are you on your PC? Are you a computer stage?
No, I'm on my phone. I've never had issues on my phone before. I
maybe try your computer.
I switch to my computer.
Jump off and come back in.
All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Sort of reset it all.
Pamela, how are you doing?
Same as usual. How are you?
Not too bad. We missed you. We've been talking about periods, menstruation for the last while here with Chick.
Don't miss me.
Yeah.
Other people miss.
Well, we're talking from a place of absolute ignorance. We have no idea what it's like. So we just needed another voice to explain what it is like to have.
Are you mocking me? You have no idea what it's like. What are you talking about?
Well, I've never had a period, so I don't know what. I actually don't know what it's like.
Well, I hear mocking me now. But you are, because I'm absolutely on my period at the moment.
Oh, sorry. No wonder you. No wonder you came a bit angry there, Pamela. But
I
yeah,
didn't actually. I came through as no, no.
come on, Pamela. Pamela, I'm trying my best. I'm walking around you. I'm gonna have to walk around you on tiptoe here. I know it's that time of the month, so I've got to be careful.
No, you don't. Well, yeah, you do tend to turn off your program for me sometimes. It does feel that way. Feels like, oh no, just because I don't want to make it look like Pamela's really bad. I'm just going to turn this off now.
No.
Have you done that before?
No, I haven't shut down the show completely for you.
Oh, good stuff.
That is
I was thinking,
either a delusion of your anxiety or a narcissistic delusion of yours. I don't know
no.
which.
Oh, yeah, it is, mate. No, not a delusion. Why do you have to say delusion? Can't you just say anxiety? Because that's what it fucking is.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to
that's
be
what I said.
delusion all the time.
I said it was a delusion based on your anxiety, so an untruth based on your anxiety. It was either that or it was a narcissistic delusion
Yeah.
where you thought you were that powerful that you could take down the show by your presence, you know. But no, either way, you were
No,
wrong.
I didn't. It's usually alcohol, or it's just no. It's usually alcohol. I'll just be honest. It's usually alcohol.
Anyway, Chickpea, can you chime in here and tell Pamela we were literally talking about periods, and I wasn't bringing it up to bait her.
No.
Yeah, to Pamela, what happened was I was discussing periods. Yeah, asking the guys. Yeah, periods. Yeah, fun, weren't they?
But I didn't come on here in a bad mood, Chickpea. I didn't.
No,
I just
thing is,
happened to come on
Joking.
here and I'm on my period.
Pamela, I was telling the guys about the fact that when I turned 40, I was spayed like a cat. I had this surgery, basically a radical hysterectomy, and I was saying to the guys, that's the best thing that ever happened to me. And they seem to think
Booyah.
what they seem to think.
No, I hear you. Booyah. Obviously, why would you want? Did it go well for you? If it went well, booyah, even more because why would you want to pay? You know, it's really bloody disgusting. Literally every month.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah. And the guys can't understand that I'm really happy to not have a sex drive, to not have.
I literally agreed with you the whole time, so I don't know.
Yeah, but everyone
Apparently
else.
I'm not a guy.
Sorry, Marcus. You know what? As I'm getting older, my brain doesn't function anymore. Old people's brains.
I
The last
sympathize with that.
time I felt good about having a period was when my first period started, because it didn't start till it was like 2 weeks before my 15th birthday. That's why I remember it, because all my mates had started at like 12, 13 and 14.
Well,
And I
I'm so
felt like
happy
I
to
was
be in this
like, I don't know, I
conversation.
felt like a boy or something. It's like a
Finally, I'm
celebration
melting.
when it finally came, but it only took a few years for me to get fed up with it.
Finally, I'm melting. Yeah.
but tell me, Pamela, right, as a female, how do you feel about your sex drive? Are you happy with it, or would you rather you didn't have it?
At the moment, my sex drive at the moment.
Well, in life.
Hold on. Do you know why? Do you know what? Hold on. You know why you asked me that question? And I had to think about it for a moment. I should be able to just answer it straight away if it was straight up like that. I'm not very interested at the moment. It's just sort of disappeared.
What, your sex drive? Lucky you. But I found the
Yeah.
sex drive, having that constant need to meet this desire, was a pain in the neck. Looking back on it all,
Mm.
I'm looking back because I haven't had a sex drive for 30 years. It's gone, thankfully. And like, should I tell you something? Actually,
Did you just say you've not had a sex drive for 30 years?
30 years, yeah. What happened was 30 years ago, I had what's called a
Your
radical
personality sure does make up for that.
What?
Damn.
No, that's a
Well, your
sexual.
personality makes up for it. I'm telling you, you would never know you'd not had sex for 30 years.
Yes, 30 years. But no, DW, I must tell you something, okay? And this is how crazy it all is. When I was in the hospital, 3 days after my op, the doctors put me on HRT. And I took it for a couple of days, and I was sitting there after having had major surgery, feeling this sexual urge coming through me via these pills. And these pills are what they give postmenopausal women, which is probably explains why they go completely crackers and get themselves involved with young men who fleece them of all their money.
Oh, don't make me. Oh,
Anyway, I stopped taking them. What?
Oh, shit. I'm not going to. You know, when I have the menopause, I'll do it by myself, Chippy. I'm telling you. I'm not off to the doctor to go and get prescribed something that's going to make me worse than I would be without it.
I tell you, that HRT, that's a real nasty scam, actually, what they do to us women. Anyway, I'm glad people sex-free. No, I haven't had sex for 30 years, and I haven't even thought about sex. I talk about it occasionally here, but apart from that, no. I've been spayed like a cat.
I've heard you talking online sometimes, Chippy, and you sound like you've got a little bit of fucking. Sound like you got a little bit of, you got a little bit of sex drive in you.
No.
Not to say that you're acting on it, but you do.
No, I still like talking to men. I still like men. I still like young men. I still chat men up, and I still talk to men in my blog and everything. But there's no sex drive there. It's gone.
Hi, Savina.
What?
All right, guys, we have Savina here. Oh, she's just hopped
She just
out.
left.
Damn.
So my
She
sex.
just left. Fuck. That's a pity.
So have you got a girlfriend,
Fuck,
Mark?
that was a bit rude. You do not watch. It's like, oh fuck, this is a fuck show. Fuck, sex, porn, sex, anything. But do you know what? It should be all right to talk about it, shouldn't it? Without feeling awkward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Did I say something? It's gone quiet now. It's really awkward.
Nah, you
I
just
didn't
spoke
say
truth.
something, and then it
The
makes it
truth
awkward.
intimidated everyone.
But it does seem like it really, really does affect the mood and outlook of some women. Like some more than others, but I would say the majority of women.
Yeah, it rules the whole rotten. It rules the whole life. It's horrible. It's awful.
It's like, did Chickpea? Did you become very argumentative before your period? Was it because that's quite common?
Yeah, my boss used to say to me, Liz, are you on your broomstick today? Because I knew to be careful with me. This was my boss.
I mean, for some women, they get really argumentative the week before, but when they actually get the period, they calm down and they're not as argumentative or
I
moody.
used to become very weepy. I used to go to the loo and cry.
Chippy.
Wow.
What?
I'll give you that one. Do you know why? Because I was in denial for like 10 freaking years. Because it was men. Because it was a man that I was with that was saying, oh, you're in your period. But it's because I was with him for like how many, he just knew when it was on my period. But it was really annoying when he said, oh, you're in your period, aren't you? But I was.
This is my boss.
I'm just waiting for Andrew Tate to join the chat.
Oh, God.
I used to cry. Go to the loo and cry.
Don't be inviting devils here, you're dogs.
Oh, Savina's going to try again. Good. Okay, that's good.
Savina's finished her going in and out, has she?
We'll be able to hear some more period drama.
But you know what, DW, on this subject, okay, the whole sex drive, I just find it very, very unsettling to know I live in a world where we're all programmed to breed, and look where it's getting us. It's not breeding us now. It's getting worse, and that scares me.
I don't know. Is it getting worse? I mean, I think there's a
I
tipping
feel
point,
like a
Chippy.
fucking twat fucking agreeing with it because I've made 3 children here. But I have
Yeah, I
to,
know.
obviously it's agreeing.
But the kids are
But
your kids are all right, Kamala. They're perfectly fine. They're happy.
do,
What are you worried about?
I don't even know for sure if they're all right. I hope they are.
Hmm.
They tell you
You
they
would
are. I mean,
hope
that's
they
always
are
fine.
because you're a good person. But do you really know they are?
Well, they
Anyways.
tell you they are.
Well,
That
no,
matters, right?
because
They're telling you they are.
sometimes as a parent, they don't want to upset you and tell you that, you know, you know. ugh.
Well, shit, they could have that thing that you were talking that guy brought in earlier. That thing where you don't recognize your emotions. You know, if you don't recognize your emotions, you're gonna have a hard time expressing that to your parents.
Yeah, I don't think they do. They're not autistic or anything like that. They're not neuroatypical. So
For
I
sure.
think they, yeah.
Just bringing
You
it
know
out
what
there.
it is?
That's a
It's
possibility with
politeness.
anybody.
Most people on this
Yep.
earth are born to be polite. You know, polite, even with your parents and your family members and your friends. It's mostly based on politeness. All right? It's going to take a lot to blast you out of it.
Hmm.
Without being rude, but it's true.
Yeah. I must say, I'm 70 actually. I look back on it all, and I must admit, to I tell you something. Years ago, my grandmother had 10 children, and back in the 80s, she said to me, "It hasn't been worth the effort."
Don't laugh. But,
10
hey,
children.
yeah, but I think she meant it at that point when she said it. You know, I mean,
Said
it's
it
10
hasn't been worth
children
the effort.
later, which is really horrific, but at least she noted it.
Would have
10
freaking
children, and
foreshadowed to
then
the global human population decline.
I'm not surprised if I was young. I mean, I'm not surprised. There needs to be actually. There's far too many of us. Far too many.
Not
Well, it
just
just doesn't
that,
work
it's
right
just an
now with
awful
the
existence.
socioeconomic
This
state.
existence, this existence is, you know, for people that have the foresight to see it, why
Yeah.
should they have to exist here? Why the fuck should they have to exist here?
Yeah, I know.
They'll have to fucking do it, get their ass kicked, and probably not have a good life to go with it.
Thing is,
What is
here
this?
I could, what? Like, say the top 5% who are getting the profits, but I think for the rest of us, we're just here to make someone else rich and powerful.
Try being
You're
there
damn
for yourself,
straight.
Chippy. How about that?
That's
I
what
am
Try
it
here
being
is,
there
for
for
yeah.
myself, GP. I'm DW. I am here for myself. I haven't worked for 30 years. And you know what? I don't, well, it's not my fault I haven't worked, but I haven't worked for 30 years. I haven't done anything for 30 years, apart from sit
It's
around.
not anybody's fault if they haven't worked. It's because they don't want to. It's fucking shit most of the time. You know? What kind of fucking work do you want?
I quite
It's
like
true.
that.
It's disgusting.
Well, there are ways of coping nowadays, depending on your job. I mean, you can pop in earpods and listen to a podcast or something.
Well, you could always
You can
take
do,
some drugs.
depending on what you're doing. Obviously, you can't always do that. You can't always do that. I know that. But
I'm just saying, you know, codes. It's like in this environment, if you check out what the, you know, statistics of codes, it would be gambling, taking drugs, drinking, da 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 da. Do you get? It's just not very nice.
copes, you said.
Yeah.
Savina said she's going to try again, but she hasn't. She hasn't tried again. I don't know what's going on.
I'm noticing it does seem like if people are on mobile, they're having issues with the restream.
Yeah.
because I was Seeker popped on a little bit last night, but he suddenly popped off and he didn't come back on, and I'm pretty sure it was because he was on his mobile and he was having issues.
Mobile phone.
Why did you?
That's
change
something to
the
do with the
restream,
audio.
Gavin?
The audio signal like fucking gets weird.
I just thought I'd give it a try. I might go back to the StreamYard. I don't know though, because this one lets me stream to more destinations.
Oh, okay. Right.
I don't know how. I actually don't know how many it does. I don't know what the limit is. I know.
Has anyone got a joke?
Five. It says here you can do 5. So I'll have to compare the StreamYard.
Has anyone got a joke?
Go on.
I know I'm the first one to call it. Has anyone got a joke? Has anyone got a joke though? You know, a funny joke. Bring it.
It's not his life. I can't think of one.
Did you hear about Did you hear about the man who drank a pint of varnish?
No, go on.
Nope.
He had a terrible end, but a beautiful finish.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Was that you, dude, or watch?
Yeah.
Smashed it.
Drinking now, Pamela.
Yes, I am actually guilty. I am drinking now. But that was a funny fucking joke. Do you know what?
Yeah, I like that one. He had a terrible end, but a beautiful finish.
Oh, goddamn.
Fuck, man, I can hear the 10,000 jesters laughing through Pamela.
Savina says it looks like it won't be
do
happening.
you know
Savina,
what?
are you trying on
That
your
was
computer?
really
Can I just say,
funny.
guys, listen. Savina says it looks like it won't be happening for me today, unfortunately. Are you trying on your computer, Savina? Because we all had this issue initially, like Yerf Dog's brother Marcus, but they figured it out. It's something to do with your settings. You got to allow access to your microphone and camera. Obviously, you don't have to switch your camera on. What browser are you using, Savina? Is it Chrome or Edge? What are you using? Because we'll tell you how to do it.
Yeah. Also, if she's using mobile, don't do that. Do it the computer wise.
Yeah, do it on your laptop rather than your phone, Savina, if possible, please. Yeah.
Do not what?
Yeah.
You know, you cool motherfucker. Have you got another cheesy joke?
Another cheesy joke.
Yeah, well, the last one was so cheesy, excellent.
Yeah, it was a dad joke, really, wasn't it? Now you've put me on the spot.
It really no, it was it's better than the dad one. It was really sexcellent.
So where do you live, Pamela? Don't mind me asking. I know you're in London, yeah?
Yeah, she's
South
not going to say.
London.
Hold on. She's not going to say. She's not going to say on the fucking internet where she lives. It's not a good idea. But she does live in London.
No, I didn't say I'm going to give her full address and the postcode.
All right.
But South London's all right.
Okay, that's all.
Look, Chippy asked the question. South London, Chippy.
Yeah, I wasn't going to.
I'm in South London, my lovely.
I didn't want to address you.
Where are you?
Where she was. Oh, dear me.
Well, I wasn't worried you were going to go and kill her, Chickpea, because you haven't left your place in fucking 30
Where do you think
years.
I'm going to go?
DNW.
Do you not watch the conversation between myself and Chippy? You've got two people that are completely harmless. Well, I hope so. Well, I am. I'm pretty sure Chippy is. Oh, she's so cool, so funny. But I'm sure I'll get
Thanks
a
to
gist
Brother
of
Marcus.
completely harmless.
Brother Marcus says he's going to listen in the audience room. It was good to have you with us, Brother Marcus. Thank you for joining. And do feel free to pop on again if you want to.
Insofar as my last 30 years are concerned,
Baghdadi, if you want to come on here, you can come on. It's not full. No, we've got about 10 seats here. So go ahead, Chippy.
my past 30 years are concerned. Yeah.
Can I tell you something, Chippy?
What? What?
Right. I've known Do Not Watch for a few years now, and he does sound like 007. You know, 007?
Oh, 007. Yeah.
But he always puts me off. He turns me off every time. Because does he not sound like 007 at your service? You know, if he said it.
Yeah.
I'd say MI6 before 007.
Or maybe not. He's like, yeah. I thought he did. I thought he really, really good 007. Yeah, 007 at your service.
Thing is, DNW.
Are you saying I'm a sociopath? Because James Bond is a sociopath. You know that.
No, I didn't say you're a sociopath. I said I grew up. No, I meant it in a sexy
he
way.
actually is.
Saying that you're a womanizer, DNW.
He actually is a sociopath. Savina says, I was using my laptop. I think it's likely a me issue. Hopefully next time. Well, Savina, try your phone then. You could try your phone if you're using your laptop. Just saying.
Right, can we get back onto my 30 years?
30 years without a period.
I know, isn't it lovely? I wish I could have
What?
had the
30 years without a period? How old are you?
71. I'm the oldest person here.
30 years? 41.
She had a
Why am I
hysterectomy.
still?
She had a hysterectomy.
I'm 48 next month. Why am I still having? It's really annoying.
Had hers taken out.
It's very annoying at this point.
Pamela, she had it all taken out. That's why.
I've had everything taken away like a cat.
Oh. Why? Oh, did you choose to do that? Did you choose to do that?
Yeah, well, they said basically they said I had some sort of cancer, so they said we're going to do blast. So I said yes, do whatever you like. I was quite happy to be rid of the whole lot. I've got no sex hormones at all. Nothing. I don't even have a cervix. I've got nothing. I've been spayed.
Freaking good for you, right? You live well, you know, for sure.
Well, it's very easy. It makes life so much easier.
Sorry?
I tell you something, if I could have had this op when I was 12, I would have been a barrister as opposed to a secretary because I really screwed up because of all this periods and period pain.
Can I ask you something, Chippy?
What?
Can I ask you something, Chippy?
Yeah.
You know, when you went through that, did you go through the menopause to go with it? Or not?
Well, the menopause was already starting before my before I had my op. Yeah, I went through the whole.
So that's underlying because that's really young. That's young.
But I did have the menopause, but it all happened very, very quickly.
How was it?
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. That it speeds up the menopause when you have the surgery.
I just turned 40, and it was all yeah. But I tell you something.
You can't tell me that. Yeah, how was it? I mean, how is it? You know, I think I'm gonna have to go through this at some point. I keep having periods; they piss me off.
Yes.
I'm almost like at the point of can't wait for the menopause, so we don't have to keep bleeding every month. It's shit.
Yes, I know what you're saying. The menopause. I went through the menopause. I think
Thanks,
about
UF Dogs. UF Dogs has left, and he's in the audience, as well as Brother Marcus.
when I did go a bit sex mad for my sort of 38, 37 when the menopause, because it drives you crackers. I went completely sex mad.
What, gives you a big sex drive?
Oh, it's horrible. It was horrible. It wasn't pleasant. And then I had the op,
Oh, good. Yeah.
and everything just stopped, went dead, thankfully. Because I didn't take HRT. I just went cold. Yeah.
So, what, you know, like you didn't go through drying sweat and all, you know.
Yeah, a little bit, but not much. No, I think the op just killed everything off.
I think the op's probably quicker. It's probably
I tell
better.
you, the op was the best thing that ever happened to me. It completely calmed me down. All the nonsense stopped, and I just became a little quiet cat lady. And I stopped going out rampaging here, there, and everywhere, and all my other nonsense. I stopped everything, and I became a boring cat lady, and I just stay in my part of the world for the past 30 years.
You can do whatever you want, but fuck the menopause. And just, I don't know.
I found the whole
I'm 48 this month. I'm 48 next month.
It's certainly going on a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm 48 next month, and my period's still coming like full flow, like I'm fucking teenager still. What the fuck
you
is
still got a sex drive? Well, you must have.
Not really. No, I can't. No, I can't be asked. I can't even be asked to fucking drive to the shop. Not that I do drive. I'm just saying, I can't be asked to drive nowhere. About if you want to drive another fuck to go with it.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, but not today. No.
Yeah.
I'm really tired. Absolutely fucking exhausted. It would be all right because. What? Who said that? Wait, what?
I bet you are. It's me. I bet you're exhausted. I'd be bloody exhausted. 48. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's because all the years previously, I've fucked a lot. I think a lot of people should be really honest and just say, well, you fucked a lot, you know?
Did you enjoy it? To fucking. Ow! Cat just bit me.
With the people that I was attracted to, yeah.
Yeah, but what about the rest?
But it was short-lived. It was always short-lived because, you know, attraction it's not just the whole... What? The attraction is one thing. You do need attraction. For sure you need attraction. But the personality, you need some of that too.
Yeah, I was trying to tell the guys, because I tell you something, Pamela, sex, to be honest, 90% of the time I was laying there bored, this guy humping away on me.
It feels like a fucking chore.
What?
It feels like a fucking chore. You know, once it feels like a chore, then it's not viable. It's not anything that you want to do because it's exhausting.
Thank you. I used to find
you know, usually a chore, you get paid for it. It's called a job.
Thank you. Because I used to think to myself, oh, this is getting boring. And then you go and chase it again because the urge arises again because you're designed to breed.
That's lost. It's lost.
You know what? And when I had my
that bit is just lost.
Straight away. All went, everything.
It's neediness and it's fucking lost. Oh
my gosh. You guys just basically explained why like nobody's actually meeting and doing it in real life nowadays. Everybody's just online.
Yeah, don't blame them.
Chatting shit.
Well, apparently it's apparently Sage. I was listening to Sam Vaknin. I was listening to Sam Vaknin, and he was saying that young people today are having less sex, and young adults are having less sex than any generation previously.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe it.
I
Big
don't
time.
blame him. Don't fucking blame him.
I think they're getting wise.
It's like this place, the way it's worked now, especially with AI, you know, where it's like you got ranks, name and number. It's almost like that's the dating scene. So can you imagine youngsters now? It's like, ugh, it's like a name, rank, and number. So hold on, I just want to have a date.
Mm. Yeah. It's also
It's a
strange.
bit gross. I've got. Don't. This is not a fucking brag at all. I have 3 children,
More
2
fool you.
daughters and 1 son.
Sorry.
Why?
You know what,
Who's
Pamela?
laughing?
What, me?
Who's laughing?
Me! I said,
Go
more
on.
fool you, and burst out laughing. 3 kids.
Well, obviously more fool me, but that's not very nice because there's going to
I
be
was
more fool
joking.
me's that come out later, isn't it?
I was joking.
Where's
I tell you something.
the punchline?
What? I was joking. You know, more fool you. 3 kids. I tell you something else I would have done.
Well, it is, but it's like it's harmful because it's going to continue.
Hmm.
It's really going to continue. Like, honestly, can you imagine? I don't know what it is, whatever fucking, wherever I come from or whatever fucking thingy is within me, is like, it's just a continued cycle. It's
Yes.
like, that's not very nice. That's
Yes.
fucking horrible.
That's life. That is life. No, I never
Yeah.
had children.
So
I don't
let's
regret
choose non-existent.
No, I
Well,
don't
shit,
regret
there's a lot of gender separatism right now too, you know, so there's so much polarization making things so difficult for people. It's really unfortunate. We got radical feminists starting their own groups, and we got incels starting their own groups, and
It's
nobody
even
fucking
worse for
communicates.
people that do have the What about the people that have the? So a lot of you guys have the foresight to see it, from what I've heard. How the fuck is it for you? You just like plod along and it's all right, because it's fucking disgusting.
Overrated and boring. But that's probably because I've always been into the mystical, you know. I've had so many wild experiences off of psychedelics that it was like, okay, this can't live up to any expectation.
I feel sick. I was like, ugh.
I'm like, bitch, when you've been with aliens and, you know, the humans just don't do it for you anymore. Fug.
Whoever's speaking now, who are you? What's your name?
Oh, this is me, Sage.
Me, Sage.
Me, like,
Pamela.
I'm Sage. I'm Sage DeForest
I'm
on the
Sage.
bottom right-hand corner.
No, what's your name? Who are you? You put me off what I was going to ask you now. That's
He
terrible.
is Sage. It's Sage. His name is Sage. His username is Sage.
Yeah, okay. I forgot what I was going to ask though. Bloody hell. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, hopefully I'll remember. You guys keep speaking.
Man, now I lost my train of thought.
Guys, Patricia is here. Patricia, are you coming on here, darling? She said she believes she actually caught up, as in she can't believe she's actually here when we're live. Patricia is fantastic, so we're great to have Patricia on. If she can click the link and come on, would be great to talk to you, hear what you have to say. Yeah. Well, the link is there, Patricia, if you want to come on, darling.
2 times speed. What are you referring to, Marcus?
Pamela, when you were talking, when you were asking Sage his name, it was just after he commented saying he finds sex disgusting, and that's what I feel.
Oh no, I didn't say it was disgusting. I said it was overrated and boring.
Well, it is. I'll give you that for sure. Like, I can hardly be. I do kind of like it. I've got about 15% of energy to have a fuck, and the rest I'd rather not. Like, literally, like.
I have just shared the link in the live chat there, Patricia.
But do you know what, guys? You know a tune, Prince. You know Prince. Prince. You know Prince.
Yeah, of course.
I will always love you. Can you guys tap that in your phone? You know Prince. I will always. It's a really cool tune. Now I'll just save it and play it another day.
Color purple.
Well, yeah, there is the color purple, but I said I will always love you.
Purple Dreams.
You
Sorry,
know,
Purple
Prince.
Dreams. Purple Dreams, of course. Purple Dreams. That's the best one.
No, I didn't say Purple Dreams. I said Prince. I will.
Patricia's here, guys. Patricia, guys, we gotta speak to Patricia. She hasn't been here for a long time. Patricia, how are you? Long time no see.
I'm fine, but I think I'm in that place where
I will always love you.
Patricia, I gotta mute you. Sorry, Pamela, I gotta mute you, darling. If you're gonna keep butting in, just be careful when someone else is talking, Pamela. Please, sorry. Patricia, what's happening?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, we can hear you, Patricia. I think Patricia is trying to sort out her tabs on her computer.
Can you hear me over there? I'm echoing back. That's what it is, or some kind of
you're
delay.
Not echoing for us.
Okay.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, I kept getting your link, and every time I would get it, it was over, and I'm really happy that I caught you. Hi, Divine. Hi, Chickpea.
So hello.
Pamela and Sage are here as well. So, Patricia, what's been going on with you? What's happening in this strange existence? We're waiting for Patricia to figure it out.
Okay, something's going wrong here.
Well, can I just say, Patricia, what you should do is close the YouTube. Have you got YouTube open as well as Restream? So look at your tabs and close the YouTube version and keep the Restream open. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
I think I got it. Did I get it?
Yeah, that's it, darling.
Still hear you.
Okay.
So, Patricia, the question is, you are somebody who thinks extremely deeply about this existence. We haven't spoken to you in quite some time. I think it was when we were talking about the Pistis Sophia. Now, that's a long time ago on this channel. But what have you been thinking about this existence? Have you been looking at the world as it is? Have you had any strange thoughts, premonitions, feelings about what is going on and what will happen here? Anything spiritual, anything practical, anything philosophical, whatever you'd like to say, we're here to listen. So do talk to us. Let us know, what has Patricia been thinking about?
I guess I'm in the same boat as everybody else. You know, this is a different kind of madness that we seem to be approaching this time around. It's almost surreal to me, the things that are happening and are happening so quickly, so fast, you know, the change, the reset. It's like we're in some kind of reset. I don't know if the reset is actually being caused by mankind or if it is actually a reset like historical, where societies have to end because they've reached the peak. So beyond that, I mean, I'm like everybody else, struggling, trying to figure out what this all means, and in between that, meeting more and more people that are seeing and filming the same kind of crazy stuff that I saw, when for many years it seemed like I was the only one that was seeing it. So I don't know, something is different. I mean, I remember my parents always talking about this is the end. Every year was this is the end because things were so bad. This feels really uniquely different, and not just because of the president.
Wow, that's hardcore, Patricia. What types of things are stewing in your mind to make you think this?
Just the amount, the sheer volume of violence, and it's not just racial violence or that type of thing. It's just worldwide violence, and the number of people. And I hope this doesn't offend anybody. I'm not political. I'm not a Trump Republican or any of that, but you can't ignore the number of leaders, as we call them, that are bowing down to whatever this man says, no matter how ridiculous it seems, or how backwards it seems, or how much he doesn't seem to understand anything about what's going on himself. So it's something about him. And, I'm not somebody that ever really cared about the Antichrist and all of that. Maybe there's another term that we just not privy to, but he certainly seems to be pivotal in this super worldwide madness. I mean, they put up the strangest picture of Gaza, the Gaza Strip, Palestine over there. I mean, with all those homes, everything just blown to smithereens. And underneath on Twitter, it said, "This is peace. Finally, peace." And I'm like, what? Yeah, right. They've killed all those kids. And honestly, I still am wondering if they are anticipating the return of Jesus. And one of the reasons why they're killing so many kids, so many children over there, some kind of misguided idea that if it is coming back, that they can do something to stop it. It's very interesting. It's definitely different. And
Right.
73. So I feel like I've seen enough of these cycles where things go back around and flip around back to the beginning to say that this one is different.
So that basically you're saying where we are now, you believe is the worst the world has ever been in terms of
Yeah, I even asked Chad. It was, because the United States has had a very long history here with nothing happening on our land, on our dirt. No bombs. I know there's in Hawaii or Pearl Harbor, but I mean literally on well, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii wasn't even ours then, right?
Yep.
When
Right.
Pearl Harbor, yeah. So nothing has ever happened bad here, and you have to think. I think the difference is the focus is completely off of the Creator the way it was initially. That's like gone out the window. And I think, you'll know for sure if some bomb or something makes its way over to here. I think that would be an absolute to an absolution that this is over. Something they're struggling, they're fighting to maintain something here on this plot of land that seems to be out of their hands, and they think that they can flip it back to, I don't know, slavery or some type of the way it was, how the United States started, in order to stop whatever has happened historically to other great civilizations. that went astray. Certainly we've gone astray. There's no doubt about that. And
Right.
so what do you make of it?
I agree with you. I think we're probably in one of the most we're teetering on the edge of possible absolute
But it's
chaos.
certainly not a fucking utopia.
Sorry, Pamela.
That's not a utopia, is it? Because everyone would
No.
be excited and enjoying it.
That's it.
Utopias don't exist, though. That's the whole thing. Utopias are a myth.
Yeah,
but
You
there's
know,
something to
absolutism.
There's something to aim for. There's something to aim for.
Oh,
By the way,
idealism is all good. I'm just saying utopianism, that's a delusion.
okay, Patricia,
Mhm.
I want to introduce you to your co-patriot here. Is Cougar, Mr. Cougar Duma. Mr. Cougar Duma, were you listening to Patricia there speaking, and how did that resonate with you?
Yeah, yeah. Hi, Patricia.
Hi.
Yeah. I was. I think you said you're 73. I'm 66.
Okay.
So we're kind of on the same page. Just to lay some groundwork.
Close enough.
Um, yeah, close enough. Yeah,
With the voice
we
like that, I
we
thought you was like in your 40s.
well, yeah. That was a long time ago. So the question was, how do I resonate? The question was, how do I resonate with the comment? And I think that's a fairly widely held uh, thought pattern here in the U.S. I think a lot of people are thinking fairly similar thoughts, that there's a reset coming. I'm just reiterating what I've heard. There's a reset coming, that we've gone too far in a bad direction, that we need to re-embrace a former time that was maybe not a gilded age, but at least it wasn't as frantic and really unhinged as the current time has become. Um, maybe it's nostalgia. I mean, maybe because we're 73 and 66, it might be that. And I think nostalgia is harmless, right? It's okay for us at our age to be nostalgic.
Well, I'm not
We've learned
nostalgic.
that.
I'm not nostalgic about it. I'm not pining for it, anything. I'm just talking about the establishment and its attempt. And I don't think it's nostalgia. I think it's about control. It's control over women, over the situation. The United States is losing white population. They're concerned about that. They're trying to make the women get out of the workforce, go back to having just babies. This is a plan. This is something that they're trying to attempt. It's not nostalgia. It's a direct attempt to regain control that they feel that they've lost. But the only problem with it is, historically, you can't go back. You can try, but you really can't go back.
Yep, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
We can only go forward, and that's scary.
Well, that's a
scary.
scary thing for them. There was a book in 1999. This guy's name was Green. I can't remember his first name. He was speaking then about the Hispanic population exploding and outnumbering the white population in America. And at that time, they were thinking, I think they could, just switch the names, make them Hispanic and do all of this kind of thing, and the white Hispanic. And they tried to roll all that in. Even our applications at work, suddenly you get an application that's got all these levels of Hispanic on there, then white, black, and the other. But that didn't work, And so then you get this guy in, and everything they tried to do to try to make them vote for them, and everything they did backfired. And so then now you come in, okay, well then we can't control this Hispanic population. Immigration wise, we have to get them out of here because they're just like rabbits. They're worse than African Americans in terms of just having babies. This is what they're thinking. and how they're thinking they can fix it. But it really doesn't have anything to do with that, probably. But of course that would be what men would think, right? This is how they've been controlling things. But if the whole problem is that we have slipped so far away from anything spiritual that it has to reset. It just has to reset because that's the way it has to be, and it doesn't have, but we've been at such a long period of what feels like some level of real control and freedom and all of that we've begun to believe it. and it's as somebody just said, utopia is an illusion. It's not possible. For whatever reason, it's not possible on this planet. They tried that, with the Fathers Knows Best shows and all that kind of thing. And you have all this front where everybody seems to be fine. And then you find out that the parents are molesting the kids or the priests are molesting the kids. Everything just kind of flips inside out when you try to make it perfect, because you can't make it perfect. It just won't happen. It can't happen. So I don't know. Maybe we really are in some kind of hell, and that's resetting, or maybe they're about to finally get rid of this, because it's like an eyesore on the universe, right?
So I recently won this book that I just started reading, Spiritual Edge, Exploring the Boundaries of Evolution of Religion by Joran Slate Uphelt. And this is speaking to a lot of the things that we're talking about. Like, it's really interesting, like there's a quote here in Team Human. Douglas Rushkoff writes, "There's a reason for our current predicament, an anti-human agenda embedded in our technology, our markets, and our major cultural institutions, from education and religion to civics and media. It has turned them from forces of human connection and expression into ones of isolation and repression." It's just really interesting, because this is speaking to a lot of what I've already been working on and a lot of what you guys are talking about. So quite interesting stuff indeed. Yeah,
it's definitely something. The atmosphere is completely different. I don't want to go outside. That's how, and that's not me. But I
don't let D&W
I just don't
feel that, Patricia.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just the way it feels is so bad. It feels terrible. The stick, it's you could cut it with a knife,
Yeah.
And I don't remember ever feeling like that. Say that again.
That stale, foggy ether, that stale, foggy air.
Yeah, it's like something is in the air that is not impenetrable, right. And you can't, there's no reasoning with anybody. People are getting out of their cars shooting people because they honk their horn. And God, I kept thinking, they destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, or even if they destroyed that during that time of was a Noah, and they destroyed that, and you have to wonder, well, God, it couldn't have been worse than it is now. So we've got guns and bombs and everything crazy.
Speaking directly to that, and this rise of Christian fundamentalism, there's this quote that really is speaking to me right now with what this group is talking about. And this quote is, "This idea that one person's birth and death meant salvation or actualization for the entire human species, or that there was a single generation, at least in one zip code, responsible for killing this person, is unimaginable. Think of the power and responsibility. Think of the generational guilt. Think of the drama and the trauma. The idea that the moral and existential stakes were somehow higher for all beings 2,000 years ago than they are today is unthinkable. With the advent of nuclear fission and widespread environmental destruction and continued war and violence, the stakes are just as high, if not higher, today."
It's just crazy, So you have to think that the thing that was wrong in Noah's time, whatever that was, probably had more to do with debauchery and the sexual behavior and that kind of thing, because they didn't have the artillery that we have now. I don't guess.
moral or ethical background that
Yeah.
work off of.
So you have to wonder, well, and what would take so long in destroying this? If that was just
Patricia,
the problem. Yeah.
it's good to bring in Cougar Duma here
Okay.
because he talked a lot about global heating. What other people talk about as change. He frames it as global heating, and we did have the Hurricane Melissa, which caused some chaos in Jamaica and Haiti.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? Apparently, it was the worst hurricane ever in terms of miles per hour winds in Jamaica. But Kugaduma, are you going to attribute that to global heating? I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that's a very easy reach to make. Um,
Yeah.
let me just make a quick demonstration of why it's easy. This hurricane did not cross the equatorial Pacific from Africa. It didn't take 1,500 miles to spin up. It formed south of Jamaica, and it moved very slowly, and it just wandered really to Jamaica. And by the time it had wandered for one day, it had gone from a tropical storm of no particular importance to a Category 5 hurricane. And this is called double bombogenesis. Bombogenesis is increasing. I'm a scientist, so I get nerdy here. Okay, is decreasing the central barometric pressure by 24 points in 24 hours. That's bombogenesis. And Melissa decreased its central barometric pressure by 48 points in 24 hours. So it's a double. And this is unheard of. It's unheard of for major hurricanes to spin up in the Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico. It usually takes hundreds of miles for them to gather up enough heat.
I was going to say they use West Africa, don't they? They usually start in West Africa and go along the whole.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that is changing. That's changing.
I know that. I didn't know this one formed relatively close to Jamaica. I didn't know that. Fuck, that's pretty scary.
None of this is discussed. To be honest with you, this is a new pattern that no one has really jumped on and said, "Hey, we're seeing a different behavior." The United States has had several major hurricanes that did not come from West Africa. They were locally born and bred, and they spun up out of nowhere, gave virtually no warning of any kind that something was coming, and then just plowed into Florida, plowed into the Gulf states, plowed into Mexico, and in this case, this one plowed into Jamaica before then heading north into Cuba and probably the Bahamas. But this behavior,
Haiti.
My point, and the only point I really want to make here is that this behavior for a storm system is unparalleled, unpredicted, and unheard of. And the reason why it's happening now, and it's happened multiple times in recent years, is because of global heating. The oceans have consistently for 10 or 15 years, every year, for 10 or 15 years, every single year, the oceans reach new high record temperatures every year for 10 or 15 years, depending on how you want to draw it.
Like it's got a fever and it's vomiting, right? It's acting like a human. It's acting like it.
You could look at it that way. I'm more on the physics side. I'm a physicist, scientist type of person. And I understand the Earth dynamic system. So what's happening here is heat content in the ocean can spin up rotating winds, which we call cyclones in general. And if they get big enough, then they're called a hurricane. And we don't have to use metaphors. It's just physics. Yes, the ocean has a fever. That's fine. But what that fever manifests as is not illness. It manifests as novel, unseen before physical phenomena. It's as if a person in your family got a fever, and rather than laying there in the bed and vomiting, instead they jumped out of the bed, ran around the room insane, broke all the windows, tore all the doors off the hinges, went into the kitchen and threw all the crockery on the floor. That's what's happening with a fever. Okay, not laying in bed
Right.
being sick and moaning. It's
Yeah.
jumping out of the bed and tearing up the house. So it's not the normal associations clearly do not work. And this only gets worse. It never stops. It never goes away. I am called Cougar Doomer. Okay, setting the stage here. This never stops. It never goes away. It never stops increasing. It only gets worse. Every year will be worse than the year before. Every 10 years will be worse than the 30 years before. And these are all the trends. These are all the charts. These are all the numbers. This is the analysis. These are all the papers that get written. And nobody knows what to do. And the one thing that people have to do and will never do because they can't do it is to stop burning fossil fuels. That's it. And they can't do that because if they do that, they die. And so they won't.
Why is that?
So
Why do you
we're
mean they'll die? What do you mean by we'll die if we stop burning fossil fuels?
So this is another topic that doesn't get discussed much. But there's a reason why we can't stop burning fossil fuels, and there's a reason why we burn more of them every year, and there's a reason why nobody talks about stop doing it. It's because everything everybody does, every single thing, 100% of everything you do, except maybe breathing, is made possible by somebody burning fossil fuels on your behalf. That's water delivery to the tap. That infrastructure, that water delivery to the tap, is made possible with constant and copious amounts of fossil fuels. The food on the shelf at the store won't be there without constant inputs of fossil fuels into agriculture, transportation, food processing and storage, deliveries to the stores, and the operations of the stores. It won't happen. None of it, not the least part of it, will happen without constant and even increasing use of fossil fuels. Everything about medicine, everything we know about electricity, um, everything about transportation, economic growth, GDP, wars, the airline industry, automotive industry, everything that everybody does, 100% of everything that everybody does, every single day, all the time, except maybe breathing, okay, is made possible using fossil fuels. Period. Full stop.
Yeah.
That's it. And if we ever stop doing that, or even just curtail it by a sizable fraction, like 20% curtailment of that, everybody dies. It's just simple as that. And that sounds
I don't
that
understand
that sounds
how.
over the
Why
top.
would they
That sounds
die?
over the top.
I don't get it. I don't
They
get it.
die.
I mean,
Well,
we
if
stop
you don't
driving
have
cars. Is that what you mean?
no, you can drive your car all you want to. You won't have gasoline.
So I'm just saying, are you saying there's absolutely no alternative, or is just the alternative we would have is not something we're used to, or we were used
All
to
I'm
it at one
saying,
time,
all
but now we're so deep in this that we
what
can't stop it.
what I'm saying is,
Mhm.
and this is, you have to wrap your head around this. It's hard to do. Everything that people do, everything they eat, drink, watch, all their medications, everything is all made possible by 100% reliability on fossil fuels. If we even curtail that a little bit, civilization collapses.
Yeah.
Once civilization collapses, there's no foods in the market, there's no water at the tap, there's no electricity at the outlet, there's no gasoline at the service station. You can have your car, you can have your house, you can have your everything. You won't have a job, you won't be able to get to your work, you won't be able to get out of town, there's nowhere to go if you decide to leave. No one else is any better. It's global, it's a global problem. And that's what happens if they ever stop burning fossil fuels. The only reason that's important is because that means they can't. They cannot do that. They cannot curtail consumption of fossil fuels, period. And that means they cannot curtail the constant and grinding increase in the harms caused by global heating. They can never curtail that. It only gets worse.
Cougar,
Only forever.
don't you think that the day's going to come when our elites are going to have to kill us off because of all this? Because if they don't, they won't survive.
Well, thank you. Yes, applause. You get a gold star.
Oh,
You
thank
get the 100. You're 100% correct. You're the only person on earth aside from me that understands that. And guess what? That's exactly what they're going to do.
They're going to do, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to. They have to do that
You have to
And
not survive.
because they don't need us. Over here in the U.S., it's already happening. And if you pay attention, Patricia, maybe you've noticed some of this. You may interpret it differently, but this is my interpretation of it. They're shutting down the U.S. government. They're ending programs like food assistance and
Yeah,
nutrition, WIC, Women, Infant, and Children Assistance.
yeah,
They're curtailing Social Security payments, Medicare payments, Medicaid. They're pulling out all the safety rugs out from under everybody as quickly as they can
yeah,
because they want to create crisis and trauma,
yeah,
and then they're going to roll out the U.S. military, and
yeah,
anybody who they don't want eating or drinking
yeah.
and being in the way, they can just kill them.
You know what, Coogan?
And,
I reckon what we're seeing in Europe now is being engineered to achieve just that.
yeah, you can interpret it other ways. So let's just allow for that. And there's many interpretations of what's happening with anti-immigrants and uh, uh, you know, increases in religious intolerance, increases in religious nationalism. And you can interpret all that the way you want to, but it's all coming down to a grab, a power grab, a money grab. They're trying to focus more resources for the few
Yeah.
and cut everyone else off,
Yeah,
and to do that as fast as possible so that nobody can react
yeah.
as
I think
quickly
it's
as
going to
I
be.
possible.
agree.
I think it's going to be a mass kind of kill off. You know, well, I believe in Europe there's going to be a mass kill off, and people say don't be so negative, but I really believe it. I think they have to because I can't see how the elites can survive what you're talking about unless they do.
Well, they here's what the elites want, and when you understand what they want, then
Hmm.
you kind of get their mindset. They want to have this world to themselves.
Well,
The
thank you.
problem with fossil fuels, the problem with fossil fuels is that too many people are burning fossil fuels. We've
Fuels,
got
yeah,
to the point.
exactly. Hmm.
We got to the point where we're trying to keep too many people alive burning fossil fuels. Now, if there's 8,000 million people. That's 8 billion. There's
Yeah.
8,000 million people. You can do some pretty quick math and realize that actually, if there was maybe 8 million people, then those 8 million people, that's like 1/10 of 1% of the current population.
Yeah.
Those 8 million people could do whatever they want to do. And guess what? They're going to have solar panels and wind farms and electric cars and robots and artificial intelligence and Bitcoin. None of them are going to work. They're just going to live like kings. Every one of those 8 million people will live like kings. Every single one
Yeah.
of them will have their own private yacht. And they'll just cruise the planet and they won't ever see anybody who needs food or shelter. They'll never have to deal with anybody that needs medical care or education or anything. The world will be their oyster and it'll be perfect. And they'll never have to feel guilty. They'll never have to hear anyone tell them, shame on you. They'll win. The 8 million people who are the elites who run this planet currently, they'll win. And they don't need us anymore. They don't need us. And they need to get rid of us so they can keep this planet pristine
If they don't get rid
and
of us,
livable,
they'll be
habitable
left.
for themselves. And that's their logic. That's
Yeah.
Elon Musk, Jeff. They're thinking that, and when you realize what they're thinking, it's like, well, of course they're thinking that. Duh.
They're thinking
Why
it.
would they not think that? And then why would they not? Why would they not encourage the outcomes that they're encouraging? Why would they not do that? Why would they ever say stop the wars, feed the people? Why would they do that? They're not
Well,
going to
the
do
thing
that.
is, we are breeding like vermin, aren't we? Let's be honest. We are.
Well, we're useless eaters.
Well, I don't think.
We don't.
I have a very negative take on life. Very negative.
You know what? I don't think that's true. I think that you're probably a pure spirit, and you're simply seeing some
Probably.
very ugly things happening,
It's horrible, isn't
and
it?
and you're in turmoil, and you're thinking, "Oh, I'm negative," and people are telling you you're negative. People tell me, well, they don't tell me I'm negative because I'm the real deal. Okay, when I tell you what's going on, it's going on, and people won't say I'm negative. They say they don't want to hear it. All right,
Yeah.
they're not going to lay that shit on me. But I wrote the book. Oh, I did write the book, didn't I? Here's my pitch. Okay, and in all fairness, buy the book, read the book. Okay, it's an ebook. You can get it for $3. It's called "It Was 100 Days," and it's available on Amazon. books. It was 100 days, and it's 100 days of people finding the rug pull and coming together to reinvent going forward village life. They're not going to let themselves be thrown under the bus as individuals. Going out in a blaze of glory with an AR-15, killing everyone they can, zombie apocalypse. They decide in their neighborhood that they're going to circle the wagons, pull together, cooperate, set aside their differences, plant crops, dig wells, do all the things they have to do because the civilization is rapidly collapsing
They're
around
the
their
very
heads.
lucky ones. Because I live in the
I've
middle of
just
the
shared the
city.
link to his ebook in the live
Yeah,
chat,
I've written it down.
people.
I've written
So
it
there
down.
you go.
Because
Yeah, thanks a
what
lot.
about those of us living in cities? We don't have any land. And people say, go and grow some food on your balcony. Well, you're not going to grow much food on a balcony.
No, that's not going to work. But people are going to have to figure it out. And my contention is that exactly like you said, nobody, I mean, really nobody, not even me, and I've thought about this for a decade, nobody's in a position to cope with the collapse of civilization, whether it's planned or whether it's on accident. You're not going to get any warning. You won't have any assistance. You'll be thrown under the bus.
Yep.
It's sink or swim. The Titanic is at the iceberg. Get to the lifeboats. Oops, there's no lifeboats. Okay, so everyone's going to have to struggle. I believe, and this is not me being a doomer. This is me being a mathematician. I believe that 999 people out of 1,000 will perish,
Yes.
and
I
that
believe
gets
that
you
too.
to 8 million people.
Yeah.
That's the math.
Yeah.
That gets you to 8 million people, and
Oh, you know what?
not all those 8 million, they're not all going to be elites. I mean, a lot of the 8 million people will be people who have rediscovered village life.
Have rediscovered what now?
Village life.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unless-
village. Okay.
Yeah. But I can't see how it's possible to survive what's coming unless you've got some land. I just don't see how that's even possible. So
Well, imagine that the collapse is so violent and so catastrophic that there is suddenly more land than there are people, because that could easily be the case. Think of Europe during the plague. There were entire villages that emptied out because the population was either killed off or they had to move away, and that land went fallow. So there are catastrophes you can have that are so catastrophic and so lethal, destabilizing, that the land returns to nature.
yes, but don't
And then
forget,
the few people who can pull themselves together find the land and take it back.
yeah, but don't forget the average human being nowadays doesn't even know how to make a bloody dandelion grow. Never mind about some vegetables. And that's the reality of it.
Well,
Plus,
and
what's the name
that's,
owns all the seeds, right? What's that?
Yeah, the seeds are all sterile. Yeah,
And they own, who owns them? That
Monsanto.
company that
Monsanto.
owns all the seeds.
Monsanto.
Monsanto, yeah. But may I ask, do you? I take it, and I'm assuming that you don't believe in. You believe in the Big Bang, probably also.
No, Big Bang, I don't know. I just
No, I meant. Gosh, the gentleman that was just
I
talking.
think that's for
Doomer.
Cougar Doomer. Cougar Doomer.
You Cougar
oh,
Doomer.
yeah. Oh, that was the question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I'm a materialist through and through.
Okay, so you absolutely don't believe that there's any spiritual aspect to any of it. So strictly science and math.
I will allow for some spirituality. Ideally, a scientist is really an agnostic because we can't really rule out anything entirely.
Mhm.
I will allow for spiritualism. I don't think that any of the major religions have a monopoly on that, and
No.
a lot of the major religions are at this point more like business models than anything else. So,
Right.
does Apple have a monopoly on the smartphone? Who knows, right? So everyone has a story, and I'm not so much materialist that I'm straight up an atheist. In fact, in one of my more whimsical moments, I've actually been writing a novel when I have time, which isn't much, about a goddess. who returns to Earth and finds the situation we are in, and she has a hard time. She's like, "Hey, you people, while I was gone, you made your nest and you have to sleep in it, you know." And it's not a pretty story, but it is centered around a goddess, and she's a lot of fun to write for. I really enjoy working with her, and I'm literally looking forward to finishing that novel.
So do you think scientists, because they cannot phantom the idea of something being outside of their realm of level to understand, you can't take this whole idea of a creator and put it in a petri dish. So therefore, it probably just doesn't exist, and we just popped out here and we're acting like complete idiots because we just banged out, and that's how it is.
You know, every scientist is different. There's a lot of scientists that are true believer Christians and Muslims and you know, Hindus, Buddhists. You know, people
Mhm.
take it all different directions. You can perform science in a materialist way and set aside your views on how the Earth was created and maybe when it was created. There's materialism in just observation, and that's where all science begins, is observation.
Mhm.
Frankly, it doesn't begin like maybe how Aristotle did things, sitting back and thinking about the ultimate patterns of the universe. We don't do that. We make observations, and if we see something interesting, then we study it, which is just
Mhm.
more observations. I mean, we get instrumental, we measure it, we publish our results, and other people look at our results. It's just observations, analysis, and then you on Sunday you go to church. And I don't know how they reconcile that, but that's not my thing. I don't have to know how they do that. But as for, do scientists think that we just plopped out here and now we're dealing with our, you know, we shit in our nest and now we're having to deal with it?
Mhm.
A lot of scientists, especially the ones that say work for governments and corporations, which is probably, well, if you include universities, that's probably 99% of scientists, they actually take a very narrow view on the social ramifications of any of this. I'm actually kind of rare in that I will look at the data and look at the symptoms and analyze the Earth system dynamics, and I'll come back and say, "Oh yeah, you're fucked." You know, I'm rare, but there are others who are doing that. Who they write their papers and go to their symposia and teach their classes, and then when you sit them down in front of a camera and a microphone, and say, "Yeah, we're fucked. We have to change some things right now." And it's unusual. It's unusual, and but for me, it's always refreshing because I feel
Mhm.
like I'm a lone voice in the wilderness most of the time. And you know, one of the reasons I wrote my book, so I could get this out of my system and move on. Um, but we're dealing with it, and some people are dealing with it with appeals to heavenly guidance, and some people are just saying, "Oh yeah, there's no heaven. You're not going to get any guidance, and you can't stop what you're doing. You're trapped. You're in a trap. You're in a wicked problem, and kiss your ass goodbye." I mean, that's kind of the level many of us are at.
Well, all I know is whatever's going on, it seems like it's coming to a head.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to watch this unfold, right before our eyes this way. You think back whenever all the other civilizations imploded, they either didn't believe it was happening or it happened overnight, or they burned up Sodom and Gomorrah. They didn't have any TVs, any internet, no chat GPT and all of that stuff with all of these inputs. And it's kind of mind-blowing to watch this, whatever it is, whether it's scientific or spiritual or a combination of the two. It's a quite a trip to watch it, to me.
D&W, can I just say something to D&W? Do you mind? D&W, Gooey. Oh, he's not here.
Yes. Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
you're there. Did you see what happened yesterday in the borough just down the road from me?
I
Terrifying.
saw something happen in Uxbridge.
No, I'm talking about the borough next to me. You know, the one that's
No,
just
what
down the
happened?
road from me, mile down the road. You can walk it. Oh God, terrifying! It's just a mile
Are you talking
away.
about the triple stabbing?
Well, there was all this big kerfuffle in Tower Hamlets yesterday, big demo, and oh
Oh,
God,
that
quite
yeah, because
scary.
there was a triple stabbing yesterday. I think that was in Uxbridge, but I
Yeah,
heard there was a massive march as well. Yeah, I heard
yeah,
that. I don't know anything
terrifying,
about
terrifying.
it, but
This
it
is
looks
this
scary.
is a mile away from me because I can walk to Tower Hamlets. It's about a mile away, and I tell you something, I'm getting really scared now. It's becoming scary.
Yeah, life is getting scary,
It is. It's
but
frightening.
too
You know,
much atomization, too much. I would say a lack of integration. I would honestly, if I was in charge, I'd ban religious schools. Not that I'm opposed to religion, but I think segregating children is a huge
bad.
issue.
It's very sinful to do
I
that.
actually think
Yeah,
you just need to accurately
guys, I got a
teach
call here.
religion,
I'll
you
be
know,
right back.
teach the whole breadth of it, you know, don't just teach Christianity, teach Islam, teach Hinduism, teach Judaism, teach the whole fucking thing, you know? The problem is that, you know, when you're teaching one religion, then it becomes exclusionary to the other religions and it becomes this whole fucking big culture wars debate.
I don't know what to make of it because I know Hindus, Sikhs, because I live in Hackney, which is very multicultural.
Oh,
And I
it's
know all
extremely multicultural where you live. I got
yeah,
nothing but
there's
white people
multicultural
around me.
areas
That's why
around.
I'm so fucking multicultural.
Yeah,
Everyone around me is Boris fucking mayonnaise.
Yeah, where I live, I know people from all different religions, all different parts of the world. So if you've got Japanese people living in the block where I live, we all get on great together. But there's one culture that doesn't fit in, and I'm terrified. Terrified. It's becoming really quite scary. I mean, it's so
And
bad now. I'm contemplating leaving London because I'm just so scared.
it's weird dropping, you know, I used to be an anxious person. Everything about life was an anxious event, you know, and now that I've dropped almost all the anxiety, it's really funny because I'm like, yeah, the world might end it in my lifetime, but what's to be anxious about?
But I'm worried about my cats. I'm worried about
I'm
the
like,
cats.
seriously, the world might burn while I'm still here, but what's to be anxious about? Like, why stress?
Worried about
Well, yeah, you know, it turns out the most important thing anybody will ever do in their entire life is die.
Right?
And then you only go through a checkpoint, Patricia, and then you just recycle. Don't worry too much.
Well, I don't even know about the recycling anymore. I used to kind of believe in that, but I don't even think that. Yeah,
I believe that little horror. It terrifies me.
so the little horror.
It's a horror to me. I do believe I've been here before anyway, and I do believe I've been forced back in against my will, and I do believe if I'm not careful, it will happen again. Which is one of the reasons why I come to DNW Steve, because of course the Gnosis. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Right, Patricia. I'm just interested in what Patricia said.
Yeah.
She doesn't. What's your current view then, Patricia, on spirituality? You don't think we reincarnate? You think we come back here? What's your view at the moment? Annihilation of the individual, of the soul, that we just disappear?
Well, you know, I'm stuck in the Pistis Sophia, right? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Something was created, wasn't supposed to be created. They locked it down here. There is only one way off this planet, and that is to die. You can't get off any other way. You can take a ship a little where, but you can't get out of here unless you die.
Yeah, but you just come back.
I'm like reverse Gnostic in that sense. I'm
it
like, die only to come back here, which is not here. It's just a different dimension of here. So we really don't escape here.
Well, you know, in that book, it says that unfortunately there are some particular souls that just, and it's not personal, they just cannot be saved. And I hate the word saved because then everybody thinks you're talking about Jesus and salvation and all of that. And his story in the Pistis Sophia is entirely different from that Christian stuff, you know. Something happened and we're locked down and you cannot deny that this is an evil place. This is an evil, evil place. Nothing goes on here but evil. And the only time, if any of it's true, the only time there seemed to be any peace is when Adam was by himself naming animals. And as soon as Eve got into this, came into the picture, everything changed. And if any of it's true, the guys came down here, those spiritual, the angels or whatever you want to call them, and they started having sex and it blew everything out of proportion. And they're locked down here too. We can't get away from this. And this is, look at Israel. They're supposed to be the chosen and all of that. And they're bombing that place like it's, there's just no words for how relentless that amount of killing. And then you see that, you see, and even back and forth, who the Palestinians or Hamas and all of that, none of it's good. It's all we're watching this evil unfold. This is an evil place.
Thing is, that argument still goes back to Isaac and Esau, and it's still playing out.
That doesn't even, to me, all of that is really insignificant. That's the stuff that we talk, that they tell us, all of that's for division. Ultimately, you don't have to have any kind of degree or be a scholar to know this is an evil place, whether it's racial ignorance and evil, the priests raping the babies, the teachers having sex with the kids, all of it. We can't hide from that anymore. It's out there, and it doesn't matter to me. I don't care if Jesus was purple. I don't care any of that anymore. That used to matter, but none of that matters. This is an evil place. And you have spots of goodness. You have these little periods of time where everything seems like it's okay.
Seems like it.
So why do you think it's an evil place and not that it's evil people? Like if all the evil people were gone.
Well, that's what I mean. When I say place, I mean the people. I don't mean the planet itself. Yeah. Sorry about that.
People, for sure.
No. That's what I mean. The entities that are us, that are on this planet, are an evil bunch. We're an evil bunch.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. And so yeah, I know
way too many people saying this place is evil, and then my old username, the whole guy, the sage, some little old spiritual, egotistical remnant will come popping back out, and I'll be going, "Wait, you're saying that Earth is evil?"
No, I think Earth is revolting. I think it is. It is revolting against all of the bad things we're doing to it.
Right.
And I've read somewhere that the core has started to spin faster and faster and faster. And according to the Pistis Sophia, the whole thing, the entity we call Jesus was doing was trying to get the particular souls that I guess he can save, that are savable, salvageable. And because, DNW, my thing was, I don't think he was saying, follow me around the planet and let's turn tables over. I think he was saying, follow me to death. I think he was saying, this is the only way off here, and I'm trying to show you death is not final, and that's what you need to do. I don't think he was talking about all this stuff that they're saying, I came down here. I don't even think he came down here to heal anybody. He may have come down here and was able to do that. And the whole salvation thing, I just think all of that is all BS, because what good would it do him to pull up a trillion evil souls? What is he going to do with them?
Have you looked into the evidence for Jesus as a person? And I mean, the Pistis Sophia doesn't talk about his nativity, does it? Doesn't talk about his birth, does it? I can't remember.
No.
It doesn't really talk about him at all, his biography. It just talks about this strange story of Sophia and this kind of mystical story, and him talking to his disciples, basically.
And they failed. They failed miserably.
Oh yeah,
Why
they
do you
did.
put Why do you put so
Miserably.
much faith in that book? Is what I'm saying. Is it because you feel it's the most representative of what's going on here?
The most
it?
representative, yes.
Mm.
It, to me, it explains trans, it explains homosexuality, it explains a whole lot to me. It makes sense if you think of the demiurge or Ya'al the Baal as the actual entity that created us and the flaws that it had. We represent every single one of them. You know, it seems to be all there. And it just makes sense to me that something went askew, something went wrong. We're kind of locked down here. We can't get out of here. There's only one way out. And if you maybe run the risk of being destroyed with everything else. I don't know how that works. I have to hope that that's not the case. You know, because even as I say that, I don't want to kill myself. You know, because I've been so indoctrinated with it being such a terrible sin and all of that. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but it makes more sense than anything else. You know,
I
because
don't think
why?
I don't think the Pistis Sophia is, suggesting an accelerationism toward, our death. I just think it's just merely pointing to our acceptance of our death. I don't think it's saying that we should, fast track it, and go off ourselves. I think
Oh,
it's just
well, no, I don't think that's saying that either. That's just a byproduct of my the different things that I've read. I don't. It hasn't said that. It doesn't say it in the Bible anywhere. It doesn't say this is what I want you to do. But it certainly, when he starts talking about follow me, well, follow you where? Then they're trying to tell you that he's saying be a good person and have a good heart and trust your neighbor and do all of those things. And almost all of those things are impossible on this planet. You know, as it turns out. You know, you have people living next door that you think are just wonderful, and then you find out all these crazy things.
Farrat says, "Why do you mind homosexuality, darling?"
Why do I mind
Be
it?
careful what you say. I don't want to get taken down.
What did he mean? Why do I mind it?
Because you stated that you made it sound like you think homosexuality is a bad thing.
I just said it explains homosexuality and trans. If the Yaldabaoth is what we would call a hermaphrodite or androgynous, but probably not in the same physical sense. It doesn't have genitals and all, but has those traits, both of those. So let me just clear this up. Then probably almost everybody on this planet could be homosexual. Or, you know what I mean? Because we have those traits. We have both male and female traits. What makes somebody go far to the left or far to the right, I don't know about that. But just as the book describes it, then that makes sense to me. Why we could have homosexuality and straight men, straight women, and trans, how we can have all of that going on down here. And
So you're
not
saying
for
it
or
explained it
against.
to you in a good way. It didn't explain it to you in a bad way. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right. It's just saying it made sense to me how that could occur, how all of this, any of this could occur, because we have, and I'm flawed as well. I'm not saying that a homosexual is flawed because of his sexuality. I'm saying we're all flawed because the entity that created us was extremely flawed. You know. And that just makes sense to me.
I think
I felt like I was getting when you were laying down. I felt the good faith you were putting out. Because I'm a transgender person myself. I'm non-binary, so technically I fall under that umbrella of transgender, but I didn't get any of that. But I could see where some people could, mistaken that energy or your communication. But I didn't get it.
I've got to step out for a bit, but I'll be back in a while. Step out for maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you know that everybody's sensitive, and I get that. We're living in a sensitive time.
Oh
Mm,
yeah, I've been doing a lot of research and practice into nonviolent communication because I've found it works wonders with helping people, helping tone things down, but also having that self-reflection to know that is this going to upset me or is this going to upset somebody else?
yeah, eggshells. We're walking on eggshells, right? And
Right?
that's because I think everybody, myself included. We can be so this self-centered in a kind of a way. We got all of this madness going on around us,
Yep.
and to me, my sexuality or your sexuality is the least.
Oh yeah, for real.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
the
like that's
very
one of the least interesting things about
the,
me.
the version.
Like,
Yeah, especially at this point.
for reals. I don't need to
It's
tie that to my identity when it's not that important, Like
yeah. When this body falls away, I think that will really not matter.
oh yeah. That's
You
what I'm
know,
saying. I do it's sort of similar to like makeup or something, It's like,
yeah,
like there's
that's
it's
really
like
good.
yeah, like European women, they'll understand some of okay, I'll use a little bit to accent my natural beauty. And then you got the American woman just fucking pancaking it all over their face, All the women are saying it looks like trash, all the men are saying it looks like trash, but it makes it feel good. So what can you
Yeah,
do?
Because they're hiding behind it. That's why.
Right? No, they're literally masking. Like
Yeah.
as an autistic person, they're literally masking. Oh.
I'm going to jump off here. I just was really glad that I caught the link on time. He kept posting it on my Twitter account, and I have not been on there a lot. And I popped on the YouTube, and there it was. So,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna go back to work like I should be before I get in trouble.
Oh, I'm glad you were able
Why
to
are you
go
working?
and have some fun.
Huh? Well, I've got, I'm always working on something, Chickpea. I just love to do it. And I have schedules for myself, and I'm working on a musical and all of this stuff. And I hate to get behind. I've got borrowed years here,
I'm the total opposite. I take life as easy as I possibly can.
Well, I guess it was one thing could be easy for you and different,
What star sign are you, Patricia?
Say that again now.
What star sign are you?
Sagittarius.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Yeah, you're Sagittarius. That's why. Yeah, I'm a Cancer. I'm a typical Cancer.
How are your cats?
Yeah, DW can't understand that I'm quite happy, just huddled away in my flat with my 7 cats and loads and loads of pot plants and everything. But I'm a Cancer, so I would be, because that's how Cancers live.
Yeah.
Older, we do. My grandma was the same, just huddled away in her cat with her, pets and things. She had birds. But yeah. What sign are you again, Sage?
I'm a Taurus.
Taurus. Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't asked you before, right? But the Sagittarius thing, yes, you will want to carry on till you drop. I'm going to work till I drop. Typical fire sign.
That is true.
Which is another thing. You see, we think we're born free. We're not born free at all because, you were born, yeah.
No, you die free. You're born into ties,
That's
you must like luxury, Sage. Because I know Taurus likes luxury, doesn't he?
I treat life's luxury. Is that what you said?
You like luxury.
Oh, I like luxury?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I like luxury, but I also like the nitty-gritty of life too, That's where I was saying I sort of do what Patricia does, but I also do what Chickpea does. I sort of, I love the crap of life, but I also love the absolute bliss of life. I just mix them all together at the same time at all times. I'm like, all right, I'm having a good day, but focus on the shit. But I also focus on the good stuff.
So, Patricia, when did you stop doing paid work? Are you still in paid work?
Pay work?
In paid work. Have you got an employer still?
Oh no, I'm looking for one of those too.
Oh no,
You know,
no,
but no, I
Patricia,
haven't.
no.
Oh God, I like if it's a job that I like, I don't mind.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Chickpea. I think you must be rich over there. I have to work for mine. I'm sorry.
I'm only in London, but I do lead a very frugal life, I have to admit. I'm a pensioner because I'm just only 2 years. I'm just a bit younger than you, 2 years, I think. Yeah, but I lead a
Well,
totally different life to you. Totally different.
I haven't had a 2 inch. No, you're going to be angry with me now, JP, when I'm going to say this, but I haven't had a 2 inch thick steak in almost a year now, and
Wow.
I've got to buy one.
I haven't had one ever.
I feel
That's
you
a
with that one, Patricia. I feel you. I don't eat meat that often, but it's like it's a luxury, you know. That's the way I view it.
yeah, yeah.
It's like if it's a luxury, treat it like a luxury. You know, you savor it. You
Treat
know,
it
the one
like a
time you get
luxury.
it, you savor it. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got nothing. I'm not opposed to free. Well, I wouldn't eat it, but I'm okay with
yeah,
the free range stuff and everything. It's the whole factory farm stuff, Just anyway, better not
yeah.
talk about it because But yeah, so I lead a very mediocre life. It's very mediocre, but
Yeah,
I
just something part time, really.
oh
I generally fill in the gaps with. I mean, I'm okay. I'm doing fine, but every now and then, I just like to have some splurging money.
all right,
And
yeah.
I haven't had a whole bunch of splurging money in about a year or so. The last job I had was selling opera tickets or subscriptions, and I got to go to the opera and theater,
Oh,
for free.
wow.
So
Wow,
Totally opposite of me.
yeah. So like, if I can find something else like that again, I'd be really happy. I don't want to do any hardcore customer
No,
service
gosh, no,
sales and all of
not at
that.
your age. No, no.
No,
No, I
Oh
no.
love
my
being a
goodness.
pensioner. Love it. I do. Love it.
I do too.
You know what? My phone stays switched off. My everything in my flat, the answer phone stays off. Everything stays. I don't answer my phone unless I feel like it. I don't have a single clock in my flat. I don't even know what the time is. And the whole
Wow.
world go naff itself, to be quite honest. I just don't, if I don't want to answer the door, I don't answer it. And that's how I live. And I love
I
it.
think they call that the life of Riley, right?
I'm loving my life.
The world
My goodness, I'm only 32, disability, never had a job, and my dad's a narcissist who would make me have 2 full-time jobs. I'm working with my empath of a mother. She's like, you know what? As long as we're working together, you can just get a part-time job. We're all good.
Oh, you've got a nice mom.
I'm
That
like, oh,
is
hell
great.
yes. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't have to be a wage slave. I can get enough to socialize and be out in the real world. I can also be engaging with you fine folks and have the time to, do whatever I need to do, enjoy my life. So I'm loving my life
Oh,
right now. I'm feeling quite happy.
that's a blessing, as they
Oh
would
yeah,
say.
I recognize my privilege. I recognize my privilege. Like I'm in Section 8 housing, but I'm recognizing that I'm probably in some of the best Section 8 housing in the country, so I really can't complain.
I was always under the impression that America didn't look after its sick people and all that. Weird.
Oh, they don't. They hate disabled people in America. They hate it. It's crazy. The ADA accessibility and stuff, it's a travesty. You'll get into disability housing and it won't be ADA compliant. And that's just okay with the bureaucratic legal system, apparently. I don't understand it.
Yeah, because Patricia, Sage and I have got the same autoimmune disease.
Okay.
Yeah, we both got Sjogren's.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, it's a nasty.
Yeah, Sjogren's syndrome is when the mucous membranes in your body dry out really easy.
I can cope with that, but it's the pain I can't cope with. I can cope with
that's the one thing I got over you that I'm lucky with being in a man's body is I don't have the women bits that dry out. You get the full fucking deal. Like I don't envy you, Chickpea. I don't envy you, Chickpea. Well, thankfully, at least though, you don't have a sex drive, so it's not like you're really dependent on that anyway.
How do you know she doesn't have a sex drive?
Well, she tells us. She tells us her deal.
Patricia, I got spayed. Just when I turned 40, they said I had cancer, so I elected to be spayed.
Okay. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
The best thing ever happened to me, because all that need went. You know, you have this sex and the drive and the needs and the this and that. It all just disappears. And you're free of it all. Best thing ever happened to me. You know, have you ever had cats?
Long time ago. I probably should mention that. I did have cats.
Yeah, you know,
for a while.
Spayed, their behavior just calms down totally. Like, it did that to me. And they will, yeah, that's the best thing. That op had what's called a radical hysterectomy, which sounds terrible. But it's the best thing that happened to me.
I love how Chickpea is so into her cat spirit that she says that she's been spayed. You know,
right.
I've been spayed. You know, never I've gotten the hysterectomy. It's always I've been spayed. And a total FU to the misogynistic men and total love to the cats at the same time. Like that. Props to you, Chickpea. Props to you.
So yeah, I've been spayed. But I have had the same op. Exact same op as cats get. Yeah, the doctors thought I had cancer. I didn't have cancer, but never mind.
You didn't have it?
No.
And
what happened was I've got strange markers because of the Shogies and RA. I've got markers in my blood, strange markers, and they just thought it was cancer. Blah blah blah. I didn't have cancer at all.
Yeah,
but I couldn't be bothered to argue about it because after 6 months, I thought, oh, you know what? Best thing ever happened to me. This op. I don't care if I don't want to have sex. Actually, I'm not bothered. So no, it was I should have had it when I was 12, and I should have. My life just turned out differently. I would have been a barrister as opposed to a secretary. I would have been, because I tell you something, those periods and all the nonsense really messed me up. They did. Well, you know yourself.
Oh yeah, it's a doozy of an experience for sure.
It really takes your life over. You know, you have to pander to it and cater towards it. That all goes.
Well, I don't know about that part of it, but
you have children, Patricia?
I do.
Oh, wow. How many have you got?
Just one.
Oh, right. Grandchildren?
Yep.
Oh, right. I'm an antinatalist. Yeah.
I'm an ex-antinatalist. I used to be one. Now I refer to myself as a nurturist. I basically put the perspective on once the children are already here. It's, the real ethical question is, are they being raised ethically? Are they given all the opportunities they have access to?
Yes, well, you see, that's most children aren't. That's the trouble.
Yeah, but so many parents claim that, all parents want that. But how many parents actually practice that?
Exactly. I can understand the top 5% breed. That makes perfect good sense. But the rest of us, I've got no idea why. Seriously, because most people are working class. Most people actually survive from paycheck to paycheck, which is not an ideal place to bring up a child in, because, yes, you could send your child to school, but you can't send your child for dancing lessons or music lessons.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, because I'm a polymath, and the one thing that I recognize is that I got no classical education. I didn't learn, the arts. I didn't learn, the humanities. I learned science and politics and culture war bullcrap that was indoctrinated into me through the school systems. So the past 10 years, I've been having to unlearn all the things I was taught in school and have to be just telling myself, it's okay. I'm a self-teacher. I self-learn, and that's okay. I can do the things I naturally do. That's like reading. Everybody is taught phonetics nowadays. And, I was taught phonetics, growing up, and it was such a hindrance to learning how to read, because I just naturally read in the whole language manner that they now deem as completely, anti-educational and bad science. But it was like, that's just the way I naturally read. And nobody gave any consideration to, how I naturally read. So.
Well, you have to remember there was no book on this. The only books we have are the books that men try to write about parenting and everything on here, and so naturally they've gotten quite a bit of it wrong.
Right.
No books. There was
I'm glad I lived in a world where I didn't have to have any, and I'm glad.
Well, it just drives you nuts because it's like they flipped the switch and not realizing that it's not a flipper switch, it's a dimmer switch. It's a freaking spectrum, you know? Like, stop making everything black and white. It's not just that, you know, oh, whole language is bad, you know? Well, I naturally am a whole language reader, you know? I'm not going to say that phonetics is bad because everybody else actually works well with that, you know?
So your husband's
Yeah.
still alive, Patricia?
Say that again now?
Your husband's still alive?
No, he's dead. He died 2021.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So,
Sorry to hear that.
yep. He
Hard
is gone.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry to hear about your. Yes, sorry to hear it.
Oh,
I
it's
can well
no
believe it if you're
big
married for
deal.
so long.
He's probably better off than any of us.
Oh, good on you for having that perspective.
And we'll
At
start
least you don't let these Christian fundamentalists every waking second just, you know, freaking trying to weasel your way out of your own skin because you're so concerned that your loved ones are burning for eternity.
No,
What a
he's
miserable way to
probably
live.
having a great time. What I'm pissed about is that he knows whatever there is to know.
Right? Oh, I
and
feel
he
you with
can't
that
and
one.
he can't come back and tell me. And I know he was probably chomping at the bits. Oh my God, if I could just tell her she had this right and this was wrong. Oh God, you know.
You gotta send some energy his way and say, okay, you gotta work with Sophia and Agnoia in their dance of wisdom and ignorance, and get me some insight over here. Get me some insight.
Well, I know he would if he could. So that's why I'm not really angry with him. I know that if there was any way possible for him to say, look, this is what's going on, he would have done it in a heartbeat.
Right?
So,
No,
yeah.
that's my big issue with how we treated spiritualism of the 18th centuries. You know, we got a few people actually going the full fucking route and, you know, trying to report after they die, and none of the information could get communicated. So all of the scientific world was just like, oh, this is all bullshit. I'm like, that's such a myopic, like, I get that you're scientists, not philosophers, but come on, like, dig deeper, you know, expand your horizons, you know, like you're out boating on the fucking surface of the ocean thinking you're fucking scuba divers or fucking, you know, submarine, you know, it's freaking ridiculous. People need to get their metaphysical dimensions and orientation right so they understand where the hell they are.
Well, that be true. Well, listen, I'm going to skedaddle. I enjoyed talking with you both.
Would you like to see Dave before you go? Do you want to see my cat? I must show you Dave, my little bruiser boy. Dave, you bastard wolf. You must see Dave. Watch where there he is. Cooey. Let's just.
I love Chickpea's little cat show.
Oh, there he is.
Isn't he gorgeous?
Yes, he is. Those big old eyes.
Yeah. Say hello, Dave.
All right, then. I'll try to catch the next link and keep up with it.
All right. You have a great one, Patricia.
You too. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. I woke Dave up.
Oh, did you? No wonder he looks so active. I can see some light in his eyes.
Yeah, he was sleeping close to me. Yeah, did I wake him up, Dave, you bruiser? I do love him, you know.
Oh, yeah, you do. What is that you call him, a bruiser?
Yeah, that's what we call cats in the UK, bruiser boys.
Huh.
Yeah, tomcats, they're called bruiser boys. It's a form of affection, bruiser boy.
Bruiser boy just has such a terminology to me. It sounds like something that came out of the Prohibition or something, you know? Like
bruiser boy.
It sounds like something out of some old English mobs or something.
Yeah,
you know? Oh,
yeah.
here comes the bruiser boys getting ready to enforce their, you know, the dog rules.
Yeah, bruiser boy.
Interesting.
He's such a lovely cat. I do love him. Hey, I love you. I love all my cats. I do. Really love them. Don't know what I'd do without them. And it's my big worry in life that there's something in this country. I'm very unhappy with the way things are going here. And, you know, I'm not worried for myself. If they kill me, they kill me. But I'm worried about my cat. That's worrying me.
I didn't know how your anxiety, how you were processing it. I'm like, I was curious about that. I'm like, are you anxious about yourself? Like, but
I'm anxious about
I don't
them.
know.
I'm anxious about them.
You're
No, I
anxious
tell you
about
something.
them.
Yesterday there was this big demonstration about a couple of miles down the road from me. You can walk it. I can walk it in an hour. So it's a couple
What,
of
like anti-immigration protest or
no,
pro-immigration
it was the immigrants.
protest?
It was the immigrants bloody
Oh,
well.
so there was just a whole bunch of like Muslims protesting in the
Yes,
street or something.
terrifying.
Huh.
That's only
See, the way I always see that is I always go like, I'd be willing to bet though too that some of the these Muslims that did get in legally, are just as terrified from all the anti-immigrant marches.
well, I don't know. There's something. Yeah, even the ones that
I'm
get
like,
I
you just
think
need to find a way to protest like more ethically in England or something. It's
don't
like the
know.
protests have just gotten out of hand in
I
both
tell you,
directions.
things are very bad in Europe.
Yeah.
Things are very bad. Far worse than the MSM is reporting.
Well, that's the one thing that I'm always laughing about too, is that the reason I got into English culture was actually I saw this documentary years ago, and there was this 13-year-old boy rapping and cursing up a storm, like more than I've
Yeah.
ever heard in my life. And
Yeah.
I live in Nevada, and everyone here curses by the time they're in kindergarten. We're dropping the F-bombs.
Yeah.
So, I was really shocked to see this young kid, rapping and cursing up a storm.
Yeah.
And, so it instantly got me thinking, what are the socioeconomic situation over there? I mean, what does it look like for these families of these people?
Yeah.
And it just got me. I've gotten to the point where I'm going, oh my God, no wonder I'm fascinated in England so much. It's basically like the Nevada of Europe, like Nevada and England.
really,
there's a lot of fucked up parts of the culture.
It's becoming it's not just England, it's all Western Europe. I'm getting scared, to be honest.
Oh, I just mean in England in particular, though. It has certain things that it has problems that other European countries don't. Like they have problems, but like they're even at higher levels in England. I know knife crime's a problem all over Europe, but I'm pretty sure from what I've read that actually the rates of violent knife crime are higher in England than the rest of Europe.
And I'll tell you something, MSM isn't reporting 1/10 of it. So what you're getting is nowhere near how bad it is.
Oh, I swear to I've seen how much worse the mainstream media has gotten since I've been alive, and it's flabbergasting. I can't even imagine what it's been like for you.
Isn't it bad?
And I literally, you put on the news, I'm like, it feels like this is just fucking reality, television, put through a BuzzFeed filter, like this, this is so dumb. It doesn't explain anything.
It doesn't.
I've started seeing too, where you're starting to see these news articles where, you click the news article and you'll think it's a whole page of words, explaining everything. And it'll be one paragraph with a video clip.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, one paragraph with a 2-minute video doesn't explain anything, literally anything. It's like any news event is a systemic issue. It's something, this is a global world. Everything's interconnected, affecting other things. So when you're talking about these stories, you have to have actual journalistic integrity and explain the whole situation.
I also find
but the problem is all the mainstream media has been bought up by corporate or political shills. Like they're just political talking points now. Fox News for the Republicans. CNN for the liberals. Like MSNBC for the people that think they're progressive. Like it's dreadful.
It's scary.
Oh no! The thing that freaks me out about that is how people that just don't see the real news, will end up thinking that what you're talking about is just some bullshit or something. Like unless I've seen it, it's not real, and it's like, oh, that's not good. We're getting to a point where the technology is going to make everyone lose their sanity. They're not going to understand what's real in the world and what's not. There's going to be 10 million people seeing a clip of a red sky and thinking that, oh, this is some weird astrological phenomenon. And it's like, no, this is Photoshop.
You don't know what's real anymore. What is it? But I tell you, I don't know. UK, it's all like, in the UK, they scan our bank accounts. Do you know that?
Yep.
Oh, you know that.
Yes. No, I definitely knew that one. Aren't they trying to do that all around the planet now, though? I heard that they're trying to do that all around.
mine's been scammed for the past 3 years. What happened was my brother got in touch with them to tell them that I'd inherited some money. And so a couple of weeks later, I got a letter saying, we're scanning your bank account from now onwards, because he told them I'd had a bit of cash. And they've been out for the past 3 years.
See, part of the reason I don't have a lot of this anxiety that once did is I've discovered that my faith has paradigm shifted all these different aspects of things. Like I've discovered that basically, like if anybody tried to get me in trouble for copyright, legally speaking, not just getting rid of a video on YouTube, nobody can really get me in any legal trouble for violating copyrights because I'm both judgment proof and I can articulate why I believe a copyright is violating my religious beliefs. So no court system's gonna want to touch me with a 100-foot yardstick. They're gonna be like, holy fucking shit, you know, we're gonna make nothing. We're just gonna destroy our reputation and PR, and we're gonna create a new case study for the opposite team if we give him any, you know, highlight. So we're just gonna ignore him. So it's like I know that as long as I'm not actively going out there creating fucking, you know, bad faith chaos, like I'm pretty, you know, safeguarded, you know, just through the way that the world and language and human beings work. You know, all these systems are sort of lining up in my favor, you know, but that's where it's freaky right now because the current political state, you know, in America, they could just, you know, not give a damn about any of that. But that's where I know that, you know, if things do change for the better in any direction, I will 100% be safeguarded against, you know, any of these crazy events happening in my lifetime. You know, I won't have an event in my future where somebody tries to violate my civic or human rights. So it's quite a really reassuring thing to know that, you know, like, damn, I've moved so much further in my growth that I've, you know, seen the bullshit growth that other people have. And I can, you know, expose the lies and bullshit. And nobody really wants that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got more between your ears than I have. So.
That's where in reality I have less to worry about, you know, being fucking, you know, disappeared or fucking put in some prison. I have more to worry about being fucking assassinated or some shit. It's like, as long as I'm aware of all the energies, the balances, the checks and balances, you know, use some nonviolent communication, be aware of cultural sensitivities, like you should be good.
Yeah. Yes, I don't know.
Because that's the thing is that it's like, you know, the people that have been assassinated, like historically speaking, it's not like they've had, you know, access to the information we do nowadays to where we can know research and go, oh, that's an aspect of human behavior that causes this craziness, you know?
Yeah.
Now we have fucking psychology books in every fucking college and you have the internet and all this and that, and we can read all about anything.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, I just hide away in my flat. D&W keeps telling me off for hiding away for 30 years, but that's how I live.
He would be even more shocked if he knew my, you know, the fact that half of my life has basically been where you've been the past 30 years.
Yeah, I bet. I tell you, for the past 30 years, I've only been abroad once, just across to Holland, when, you know, for my gran. And I haven't been abroad since because I can't go on a plane because it leaves me in so much pain afterwards. I need an ambulance almost.
For reals. I couldn't imagine going on a plane nowadays between the autoimmune shit and all the insane bureaucracy and, you know, security theater and terror culture and all this bullshit.
Yeah. I can't
Oh my God. Last time I went to a fucking airport, I fucking got there was this TSA agent following me around, and the second I bought water at a security checkpoint and opened it, before I even took a sip, she dunked a testing strip in my fucking water that was sealed, bought in a secure area, and said that, oh, it's completely fine to drink. You know, that didn't add any chemicals to your water or anything. I'm like, if they ever do that again, I'm going to be fucking throwing a major hissy fit, man. Like, okay, you're going to be paying for that water or you're going to have a lawsuit. Choose what you want, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I've for the past 30 years, I've just been living a little life in London, itsy bitsy life, with a load of cats and plants. He keeps giving me a hard time for it. I should go out and enjoy myself. Things I used to when I was young, but I don't do it anymore. I haven't done it since my op. You see, the op did that to me. Being spayed, I started behaving like a little female cat.
Yeah.
I just stay at home.
See, for me, it's cynicism that causes me to stay at home, and it's what was it? Fuck, I just lost it. I don't know. We'll come back, or it won't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. But they're all with me at the moment. They're all sleeping around me, all of them. It's so lovely to have, like in the winter, they all sleep on top of me at night. It's just a lovely feeling. It is.
yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely to have
Oh
them.
my God, I got a little bit of that back in the day growing up with some Jack Russell Terriers, but the problem with them is that the only spot that they'd sleep is directly over your feet, like on top of your feet.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was so annoying. It's like, oh my God, I want to shift the freaking blanket and I can't even move in the
no.
bed.
Oh. I love having them sleeping on top of me, all my cats.
Like seriously, none of these damn Jack Russells could learn to spoon. The only thing they can learn is that feet are pillows. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but everyone in my family has some level of restless leg syndrome, you know? So really not fun. I'm always thinking too, this has got to be even more unfun for you sleeping on my feet, you know, me constantly fucking giving your back whiplash and shit throughout the night. But no, apparently they just think it's a massage bed.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we all sleep together, don't we, babies? Girls? Yeah. Yeah, I do love them.
It's amazing how resilient small animals are. Like
Yes.
you'd think that they're like still babies and that they're really weak and fragile.
No.
But a lot of small animals are, you know, as long as they've reached adulthood, they're pretty damn sturdy.
Oh, they're pretty clever, actually. They're not stupid.
Right? Well, they're sturdy too, though. You know what I mean? Like it's like you know, like frick. I can't tell you how many people have tripped over a cat, and it's like you always are expecting, you know, so you're always instantly freaking out about the cat, not the person, but the cat. You know, oh my God, the cat, is it okay? You know, oh my God, I hope he didn't hurt its back. You know, and then the cats are always just like. What the hell is that about, dude? Look where you're going. You know, just
yeah,
look
it amazes me. They could fall 30, 40 feet.
Idiot, dude. Look, use your feet. You know.
They can fall 30, 40 feet and absolutely fine. It's incredible, really.
Oh yeah, no, that stuff is fascinating. How cats can reorientate their
Yeah,
bodies.
it's incredible.
It makes me wonder, you know, like what would it be like if there was an animal that was a mix between a cat and an owl?
Yes, I love.
You know, how owls can move their necks and their heads like that.
I know. Gorgeous,
cats can move their whole, legs and spine.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
that would be so freaking weird if there was an animal that could do both.
Yes.
Yeah. Like it would look like it was a living spiral, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like you're a living barbershop pole.
Yeah. But they are lovely. I do love them. No, I do. I love them to bits. Hey. Yeah. All of them. They've all been
I'm laughing. I'm
little
going. I think D&W gave us one of those little sly French exits. I'm gonna be coming back, but in reality, I'm knocking the fuck asleep. I am tired.
Well, it is half, isn't it? It's 2:00 in the morning here.
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Because you don't sleep much, do you?
No, I have really weird sleep. Very weird sleep.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's like I have all the symptoms of what's it called? When you don't sleep,
Insomnia.
Insomnia. Yeah, I have all the symptoms of insomnia, but at the same time, I can just sort of get away with it and not have too many problems. But the weirdest thing ever for me is that I overthink so much that I've literally had vivid dreams where it's nothing but me just thinking about what I'm doing for the next day the entire time I'm sleeping.
What a nightmare.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, talk about never being able to actually truly be able to get rest and relaxation.
Yeah, your mind works really fast. Your mind works fast, doesn't it? I've noticed
way too fast. I've literally never heard of a human being that has had vivid dreams that they're just going over their day. They're lucid and aware and conscious and just going over all the life problems.
Yeah, I've noticed your brain works very
fast. That
fast.
happens when you go to sleep or when you fall asleep. That doesn't happen when you're asleep.
Yeah, I've noticed
it. Apparently it does for me.
Yeah, I've noticed that about you. You're young, so hopefully as you get older that will stop.
Oh no, that's actually one of the few things where I'm starting to recognize is that, you know, aging actually might be a graceful experience for me, besides all the pain and bullshit that comes with that. Because I'm
Yeah,
going, oh my God, I have super sensitive hearing. I can hear 2 blocks away. I can have age-relating hearing loss. That sounds amazing.
yeah,
I'm
I
like,
tell you, I wish
all
I
these
had
things about
that.
aging are actually starting to sound really beautiful for my unique situation.
I wish I was half deaf. I really, really wish it, because I find the world's becoming so bloody noisy. I
Oh
wish
my
I was
God, is
deaf.
it getting noisy?
Huh?
It's getting so fucking noisy.
Oh
I'm
God.
on the 3rd story now, and I still am having sensitivities. I'm like, oh my God, I'm being woken up at 11 o'clock in the morning because somebody downstairs is stomping.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're not upstairs anymore. I don't have a hell neighbor, but somebody downstairs is
You can hear them
lightly stomping,
downstairs.
and
Yes.
that
My
light
neighbours
stomp
say
is enough
that.
to wake me up.
My neighbours say that they can hear the neighbours downstairs, and then the
No, it's
constant
actually funny. I
siren.
got this plan where I'm gonna get a really nice formal Word document or whatever, and just make a whole bunch of papers that say, you know, please kindly shut your door gently, management. You know, just post them everywhere.
You're
You
wasting your
know, being like,
time.
I'm like, I'm in Section 8 housing. You know, like most of these people don't know all the bureaucracy that I've been, you know, having to learn this past year, so they're not
You're
going to have
wasting your
a
time.
clue who management is. And as long as
You're
it looks
wasting your time.
formal, and I get where you're coming from, nobody's going to listen, but my whole thing is that the one person that does listen, the behavior spreads.
I
I've
tell you, you're
noticed that
wasting your
when one
time.
person
You're trying
slams their door, everybody starts slamming their door.
I tell you, you're wasting your time trying to do anything about it. I've noticed that about people as I've got older and people have changed. There was a time when I was young, if you lived anything above the ground, you had carpets on your floor, thick carpets and everything,
Yeah.
and you had proper wooden furniture. Now it's all plastic flooring, plastic furniture. It doesn't absorb the noise, so it just crashes around everywhere.
Oh, well, thankfully my place has good insulation. You know, it
Well,
has,
lucky
you know,
you.
carpets in the both the bedrooms, and you know it's all stucco and concrete, so
Well, keep
it
it there
takes a lot
because
for the sound to get through.
yeah, because I tell you something, places nowadays are so badly built. Jesus wept, you can hear everything neighbours doing.
Oh, I feel you with that though. It always makes me so mad and sad whenever I see any building being demolished. I'm like, unless this literally has structural deficiencies that is causing public safety issues, this should not be demolished.
Because nowadays they're building utter rubbish.
Oh, well, they're building everything for a 30-year lifespan. It doesn't
Yes.
matter if it's a fucking power center, a
Yes.
fucking high-rise building.
30-year
Like,
lifespan,
everything has a 30-year lifespan. It's
It's
stupid
made
as
utter
fuck.
crap. Yes.
It's ridiculous. And then
Yeah.
they're wondering why fucking things do go wrong when they do happen. It's like, you built it for only 30 fucking years. Like,
Yeah.
what were you expecting? It's obviously not made well.
Oh, everything's just thrown up.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just it seems that the globally there we not just have this consumer culture, but this
Yes.
throwaway culture.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's funny as hell. I have OCD, and I've gotten into dumpster diving just because that's how much shit people throw away that's perfectly good and fine. I find brand new fucking televisions thrown out. It's insane. They're like, oh, I just moved, and this TV wasn't the right brand, or too big, or too small, and you know, like people just throw away brand new fucking goods, literally still in the boxes.
Yeah, no, I've heard about it. Yeah, I've heard about it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I myself have got cupboards full of clothes I've never worn, never even worn them.
Yeah.
Still got the label, still got the bloody price tags on.
Oh, that's one that fucking pisses me off to no end, though, is everyone's always talking about the microplastics, but nobody's ever relating that to fast fashion and how, like, for instance, socks now, all the socks are made out of polyester, you know, and they're made like shit. So you walk you know, you have hardwood flooring that has any texture at all. Within an hour, you're going to have holes in your socks. And, you know, there's just going to be all these microfiber plastics everywhere from your socks. And the thing that a lot of people don't know about is old washing machines actually used to be built with a outlet filter. So any of the water that was coming out of the washing machine and into the gray water had a filter in it. So all the fuzz in your wash and all that stuff would get stuck in, you know, you would be cleaning that up. It wouldn't be going down into the, you know, public waste water management and all that. And now that they don't have any of those filters, supposedly I heard, I think it was in France, they're supposed to be bringing them back, you know, all the new washing machines machines by like 2026 or 2027 are supposed to have these filters.
Yeah.
That's just one country, and that's still something that's happening in the future, not right now. We
Yes.
need to be addressing this right now.
I wonder what the future holds with all this plastic, because every day billions of plastic bottles are made and sold.
Yep.
I wonder what the future holds with it all.
Oh no, that's where I can't wait for the day that the medical institution goes, you know what? You're right. Magellan's is a real disease. It's caused by microplastics.
Yeah. So
because like seriously, we're finding it in our blood and in our brains, and you're saying that these fibers in people's skin, like, oh yeah, even though we scanned them under a microscope and they're microplastics, it's just illusion and they're parasites, even though they're non-living things. Like it's just so much absurdity and fucking bullshit. It's not even funny.
But I'm wondering how all this rubbish, and eventually we're going to be piled high with rubbish. It's just going to be rubbish everywhere.
Oh, I'm already starting to see it in some of these third world countries. I've seen some documentaries.
Terrible.
They have for instance, not even just the third world countries. Like like freaking India actually has a trash mountain.
Yes, a trash mountain. Yeah.
God, yeah, and apparently a few years ago there was an avalanche and it killed a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
And apparently it happens almost every year. At least a small avalanche happens at this trash mountain and ends up killing people.
Terrifying.
And it's like, that's absolute insanity. But I saw one documentary. It was up high up in like the Himalayas, this small little freaking city, and it was like supposedly it's one of the worst cities on this planet, and there was like mercury in the drinking water and stuff because of how it used to be a mining town, and there basically it was this they had no trash service, so they just on the offskirts of town it was just this giant dump. And it was just everything was rotting. All these stray dogs are ripping into old garbage bags and eating rotting food, and it was just disgusting and horrendous. And it was really sad too because it was in the winter months when they were filming this, and they were going, oh my god, it's all fucking raining and cold as shit and absolutely miserable. But I'm really glad that I'm here right now because this would be horrible in the summertime. You're up so high that the garbage doesn't rot because there's not enough oxygen in the air, and it's too cold. But when summertime does happen, there's still not that much oxygen in the air, but it's so hot that the garbage does rot.
But what's going to happen in the future? I don't know. I just don't know. I just can't.
No, I feel you when it comes to plastics in particular, because that garbage patch, that Great Pacific Garbage Patch, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's like that's only gotten bigger. It's gotten so fucking massive. It's not even funny.
No, I just don't understand.
I literally saw also an image of the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the ocean, and there was a frozen doll at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh God!
I'm like, oh wow, Disney's ruining the planet with their plastic shit. It's getting everywhere. It's in fucking abandoned mines. It's at the very bottom of the fucking ocean, at the deepest fucking point. Like it's everywhere at this point.
It's absolutely everywhere.
Oh, the plastic, it's atrocious. And it's sad too, because it's all basically just because we're too fucking lazy to actually recycle it properly. Because it can be done. It's just that, and this is the fucking excuse that people always give. Well, when you recycle plastics, it's not the same quality of plastic. So you have to use it in products that don't require the same, quality plastic. And it's like, that is the stupidest fucking excuse ever, because half the shit we use plastic for is already really shitty plastic, and it doesn't need to be good plastic. Like you don't need super high dense fucking plastic for your water bottles. Like
terrifying.
It can be thin.
Terrifying. That's the poor wildlife I feel sorry for. Killing all the fish.
No, I've been aware of that one from the beginning. I always cut up those fucking little like you get a case of like an 8-pack of soda or a beer or whatever, there's little plastic things that go around it. I always cut them up in every direction possible.
So I just don't
see. At this point, it would be better to contribute to the microplastics than to fucking have these poor fucking birds have their necks and caught in them and fucking dying and shit. That's just so fucked up.
Heartbreaking what us humans are doing. I just don't understand anymore. It's all gone. I just don't understand anymore.
I literally cut up every part of those. I think most people just cut up the little squares, but I cut up the little handle spot too.
Yeah.
I'm like, any spot where there's a little fucking crease where any animal can get its your head stuck in it or body part, I'm cutting up. So they're literally just little bits of plastic.
Terrible. Heartbreaking. You know.
Oh, it makes me freak out too on the sense of that I've scuba dived in my lifetime and I'd love to scuba dive in the future, but at the same time I'm like, if the plastic pollution keeps going up as fast as it is, there's going to be nowhere on this planet to scuba dive without, you know, fucking brushing across some fucking Walmart shopping bag or some bullshit.
Yeah.
And that won't be scuba diving at that point, you know, it will be some fucking dystopian
You won't get in the
archaeology.
sea nowadays, because I tell you it's full of shit, and I mean proper shit. Because now here in the UK, the water companies just chuck all the urine from waste from animals and humans into the sea. You have to see it to believe it.
Oh, that's nasty. That's horrible.
Well,
I know
thing is,
we still do that all over the planet. Almost all of our wastewater goes into the ocean.
Yeah. And you know, the British water companies are all foreign owned. All these British water corporations are all foreign owned. And so they don't give a shit because they're foreign owned.
That's reminding me of BP and the oil spill. They're British. They don't give a fuck about our fucking ocean.
Yeah. But there's actually piss and shit from the factory farms and everywhere else, and humans, everything just floating around.
Recently they had to shut down a fuck ton of fucking coastlines here in the States because they were finding fecal levels were too high for people to swim in the ocean.
Yeah, I have been in the sea for years. I look at the sea with utter horror because, and the same with swimming pools, people piss in them, so don't go swimming there.
I swear to God, that's my biggest problem with my OCD is I recognize just the problem of water itself is that this is the universal solvent, so all of it's gross. Even the super pure stuff has been somewhere gross. It's all gross.
You know, bottled water's got fluoride in it. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, no, most of it does. Yeah, I don't know though. It's sort of weird here in the States because it seems that they've started to remove the fluoride in the water, and the only fluoride in bottled water is like if you're getting some like Nestle like pro-life, you know, added fluoride for kids. It's like, you know, like unless you're buying like the nursery water that has the fluoride in it, it's like you're pretty much not getting fluoride in our bottled water anymore.
Yeah, well, good luck.
It actually does make sense too, and just the fact that, you know, now RFK Jr. is pushing that big, you know, anti-fluoride thing.
Yeah.
But I don't actually have much an issue with that because, you know, all the dentists are freaking out. You're going to cause all these problems for us. And I'm going like, guess what? You're already causing problems because the American Dental Association isn't strong-arming the FDA into actually having good toothpaste on the markets. Yeah. Because there's really good toothpaste around the world. Like there's some bioglass called Novamin, which is way, way, way better than fluoride because it has like 3 different ions that absorb into your bone. Like it has calcium, phosphorus, and silicone, and they all like absorb into your body, into your teeth. So it is actually much better than the fluoride. But the FDA, you know, keeps it from being available in the States, and then the ADA, the American Dental Association, is like, we don't want to actually have to pay, you know, the FDA to get it to where our industry's healthy. You know, like we like it to where people's teeth are rotting out of their mouth because that way we have, you know, job security.
Keeps them in work.
That's where I'm always telling people, you know, stop saying English people's teeth are bad. Our teeth are bad. You have no fucking clue how bad American teeth are.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. Showgies makes your teeth bad as well, doesn't it?
Oh my God, does it? That's the one thing I definitely have with that.
Yes, isn't it awful?
Oh my God, I'm freaking.
I use fluoride toothpaste. I get it from the dentist because
I'm missing like 3 molars, and all my front teeth are thin as glass.
Yeah, I've got all my front teeth still, but I've lost a lot of the back ones.
Oh, my front teeth are so thin and so sensitive that I won't bite into toast nowadays. I'm like, toast, fuck that.
But back ones though,
like I'm only 32, and I'm like, I can't eat toast. Fuck that shit.
Yes, it's not. Yes, it's that bloody Showgies. Because I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and my mouth is stuck together completely.
Oh, one of the biggest problems with me with that is that when my spine surgery destroyed my dental health. Because basically when they give you the anesthesia, it basically does the same thing that Sjogren's syndrome does. Anesthesia makes all the mucous membranes get really dehydrated, so there's no water in your mouth at all. So after I had my surgery for a good week, I had like no saliva at all in my mouth. And I literally, after my spine surgery, I had 5 cavities all at once. And that's where it's like, yeah, that spine surgery completely destroyed my fucking dental health.
I must tell you something, actually, read the whole Shogi's thing. If they decide to start pushing osteoporosis at you, which they seem to love doing nowadays, and the whole DEXA scans and the osteoporosis drugs, don't do it. Because I tell you something, those osteoporosis drugs are very, very, very bad for your gums.
It'll be funny if they ever do that to me, because it'll be an impromptu fucking comedy roast. I'll be like, bitch, I ain't, like, what are my bones made out of? Fucking boron? Like, I don't need to be fucking taking this shit. Like,
yeah, be careful, because I tell you something, it's a real scam that's going on with DEXA and these osteoporosis.
Oh, I can just tell that I actually have naturally dense bones. I can just
you're
tell.
only 30. I tell you, I used to, but those scans, they've altered the borderlines somehow.
But that's what I'm saying. Just knowing my body, like they'll say, "Oh yeah, your bone density is thin as shit." I'll be like, it's fucking dense as fuck. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, bones are made out of calcium. They're not made out of fucking heavy metals. I don't need lead introduced into my fucking bones.
I tell you, those drugs, they caught me out. Yeah. My Dave is laying here fast asleep, a little boy. They don't half lead some lovely lives, really, these cats. Wish I was one of them. All crashed out.
Gnosis group was quite a roller coaster, a fun little roller coaster.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
For real. So I'm laughing at how it was like for 20 minutes, it was like just like this sexual rompus of like crazy bullshit. And then then Marcus brought in that highly academic fucking antinatalist like research like paper title, and then they get diving into that super deep, like out of the middle of nowhere. It was just like.
But tell you, Sage, the sex drive is a pain in the neck. That's one thing I've learned from life.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because it's just another need you have to fill. It's the hardest one to fill.
I don't have any of that teenage fucking horny bullshit energy anymore, so I'm good.
Oh, you're lucky, because I still had it up until I had my op.
I'm like, I still have a sex drive, but it's like so aware and so healthy that like I don't have to fucking be concerned or gaslighting or stressing about anything.
Oh, it was awful.
No, because for me, it's actually really funny because there's this thing with bisexual people often that they call the bicycle. And because a lot of bisexual people, they'll go through like a month where they're feeling really gay, and then the next month they'll feel really straight. But for me, I'm like, no, the bicycle is a straight road compared to my journey, because my journey is about the global context. I'm like, if all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of crazy American women doing crazy shit, I'm going to be turned off from all the American women. I'm going to be like, all right, I don't care if I'm with an English woman or a gay American man. I just can't be with an American woman right now. Like, it's much more contextualized to like the global spirit and how, you know, certain groups of people are behaving. It's like, if you're behaving amazing, I love your group right now. I'll be with you. But if your group is fucking evil, then I have no attraction to you right now.
Yeah, no, sex drive's a pain in the neck. Really
so that's where for me it's more about just like, okay, like, are you a good person? Yeah, okay, then I'm not going to overthink anything. It's fucking like a good decade. I was always like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm going to have to be with somebody as smart as me. And then I got to the point where I'm like, that actually might not be healthy, even if it was healthy. Like, actually, like, you know, as long as they're a healthy, you know, person that isn't some hateful piece of shit, you know, like, I'm pretty sure, you know, or like, again, just be aware of the manipulation and the hate, you know, as long as I don't got any of that manipulation and that hate, I'm pretty good to go.
Oh, I didn't think along those lines. I just thought, is he good looking?
See, for me, the attraction is like the last thing, because I literally, I'm like, whether you're the ugliest person on the planet or the most attractive person on the planet, you're still a human being, and
Oh,
because
no,
you're
I
a human
didn't think
being,
like that.
you look ugly as fuck. I don't care
No.
if you're the most beautiful person on this planet. You're still human. You're still ugly.
No, I didn't think like that. I went purely on handsomeness. That's all that went through my little head.
Yeah.
And yes, I screwed up quite a lot.
No, that's where it was actually a blast having my first experience, because it was just a humorous as all get out, because there was all these other male suitors trying to get with the woman I was with, and they were confused as fuck about me. Literally, one of them was trying to hook me up with his son, going, "My son's a doctor. I could give you his number." Like, I'm just like laughing my ass off.
Nah.
All the insecurity, my goodness, the insecurity. I've never seen short man syndrome until you see it in person, and you know them shooting themselves in their own foot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm short and I'm insecure. Like, why did you have to say that out loud?
Short man syndrome, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, I found the whole sex drive thing. Yeah, well, that's nature, isn't it?
Oh, it was funny because I just got to see the whole gambit of nature. I'm like, okay, you got all these men acting like fucking stupid animals, and you got women acting sort of like stupid animals, and everybody's acting like stupid animals.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yes, the whole life thing.
Well, the only thing extremely positive I would say about that experience was just the fact that that was the first time where I was like, holy shit, I'm like naked in bed with a stranger, and I'm not like panicking that they're gonna try to fucking murder me or some shit. Like I need to calm my shit down in life. Like, I need to not be so fucking paranoid over stranger danger and all this shit when I'm a full grown fucking man. Like, this is some stupid shit. Because I always had that anxiety. I always had that Watchmen anxiety. I'm the kind of person that just evolution. I'm the person that stays up all night to watch out for the tribe.
I'm not.
That kind of thing. So it's always been one of those things where how the fuck do I tone? Like, I've always been like, how the hell does homeless shelters work? I'd never be able to be in a homeless shelter because there's other fucking people there. Like, holy shit, that's scary as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder where D&W's gone. Naughty man.
Right? I think he fell asleep.
Yes. Yeah.
I do. Either that or his dog's having a really problematic, issues tonight. Like, full on the runs and, running around with the runs, like the whole gambit.
Oh dear. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going in a minute because it's
asleep.
2:45 in the morning. I've got phone calls to make tomorrow. Like I said, I'm looking to move house, and I've got to phone up some estate agents and things.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do for the best. I just don't know. Because I tell you something, London is becoming very, very uncomfortable, in my opinion. I'm
sorry
scared.
to hear that.
Huh?
I said, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I get that with England, but when you hear London, particularly with that, it's just a little sad,
Yes, it's been, yeah. I'm not the only Londoner. People in London are starting to move out.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. I hear it. I see it. I vibe it. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it now. starting to feel very unhappy about what's,
I feel like London's going to become one of those places like Germany where you're actually going to start seeing a shit ton of young people over there.
Yeah. Germany's been destroyed. I tell you, I've lived in Germany. When I was in Germany, it was pristine. You should see the messages now. Oh, my goodness.
The thing with Germany that irritates me is that this is supposedly the most progressive country on the planet, but they don't understand the difference between a freaking swastika and a Hakenkreuz.
Yeah.
The Hakenkreuz, that's the actual German swastika, the Nazi swastika, the evil bad one, know. And they say that, you know, the swastika is illegal, but it's not illegal if you're Hindu, but it's still a
Yeah.
swastika and it's illegal. But like, they obviously haven't figured out shit. They don't understand what Hinduism is and what Nazism is. They're
Yes, I know.
just playing the secular PR angle, you know?
Yeah, I know. But Germany, well, you know, I lived there when I was young. It was a very, very pristine country. This for sure. God, it
Because
was
supposedly, in theory, as long as you're not wearing a swastika of bad faith, of trying to cause harm, it's completely legal, you know. But
Yeah,
that's
I
where
know.
it causes all these other avenues. It's like, well, what about the Nazi that's not really a Nazi, that thinks he's a Nazi, that's wearing a Hakenkreuz, thinking it's a swastika? Like,
Yeah.
none of them have figured out any of this shit. And that's
No.
where it's like, for me, it just drives me nuts, because it's like, okay, I would be the person that would legitimately have a Hindu swastika over there and be doing it in good faith, not trying to cause problems. And then I'd have the one bad fucking idiot cop, you know, working with the idiotic system, thinking that I'm, you know, illegal, doing everything in bad faith and trying to cause a nightmare for everyone.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you that one thing for certain, Germany would not appreciate me making its way to their court systems, because they are progressive enough to understand that we don't want to be seen as fucking conservatives when we're progressive. If we attack this dude who really is progressive, we will be seen as less than progressive.
Yeah. It's also, I don't know. Holland's going down the hill at Jane as well. God, you go to Holland now. Jesus wept. And Belgium. I went to Belgium, used to be, oh my goodness, Belgium used to be so
I'm
pristine.
still laughing that the first thing that most Americans think of when you hear Holland is they think of Goldfinger from from Austin Powers.
Why?
Yeah, and frick, he might have been Dutch, but he might have been Holland. I can't remember. Like, or I remember somebody said "freaky deaky Dutch" in the film, but I could have swore you said he was from Holland. The guy Goldfinger, the villain in the Austin Powers film, if I remember correctly, he was actually from Holland.
Oh right, I haven't seen the film, so yeah. Yeah. Oh right. Yeah, because I come from Holland, as you know, originally.
Oh, it's one of those things where always makes me fascinated on how, like, the general population views a certain word, like the word Metatron. You know, that is a super deep spiritual, theological, mystical word, but you hear anywhere online, if you try to talk to just any old person online, you talk about Metatron, everybody will respond, "Are you talking about Transformers?"
Mind you, I think you've got too much between your ears, Sage, because I must admit you've stumped me with this one.
It just always makes me laugh. I'm like, Metatron, okay, I get that all the Transformers have a you know, something Tron name.
I was thinking, Megatron,
Yeah, but it's like Megatron, Metatron, like, okay, I get that there's only one word, like one character difference between the words, but that one character is really important. Words are important. Even letters are important. We need to, like, really be focusing on this stuff.
Yeah, you're more academic than a lot of us, I think.
I know, but yet I'm too deep and out there for the academic field. They'll hear my stuff and they'll go, "Oh my God, this is some self-taught fucking nutter, man. Like, he probably worships crystals and shit." Like, it's like, oh my God, you have no fucking clue how nuanced I am and how deep. And I actually can sound quite academic. I can get critical.
Yeah, more between my ears than I have, most definitely. But I'm not very academic anyway.
I wasn't until I had my awakenings, and since I've had my awakenings the past few years, you know, because it's just been one awakening after another. It was like I found my faith. All of a sudden, I find my appreciation for literacy. I have my literary awakening. Wow. All of a sudden, I have a mathematics. It was like I was having awakenings like bubble wrap.
Well, lucky you.
Oh, it was wild.
Yeah, I never had that. My awakening was just the latest bar I'd found to go and mess about in. You know? Yeah. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Hey, my black cat's just woken up, naughty little girl. They're all laying in an absolute coma, lucky little things. Oh, they're so lucky, because I look after them like a slave. I do. You know, they want for nothing. I pander to every need. Every day, everybody gets petted and kissed and cuddled.
You
I
should
get none
say
of that.
servant. I think it
What?
would be more. I think it would be healthier and more accurate.
Yes, I'm a cat servant. Yeah, yeah. Well, when you're
I don't know. I just, for some reason, slaves feel like they actually didn't care about the fucking, gods as much as the servants did. Like the whole, this pharaoh was a god. That whole
yeah,
bullshit. It actually seems like the servant class actually cared about them more than the slaves did.
yeah,
It's like the slaves will pretend to care so they don't fucking get whipped or killed, but the
yeah.
servants actually did fucking care.
You ever been to Egypt?
No, I haven't.
I've been, yeah, twice. And it's a weird place because it's one of those places where you look at everything and think, how on earth did they build this?
Did you ever see that clip of the guy climbing up the pyramid?
Yes, yes, yes. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
that's such a cool video. I love that video.
Yeah, but it is, and there's this temple in Aswan.
It's always funny because every time I see that video, and all the hate that guy gets, I'm like, you guys don't get that this dude's doing literal anthropology and like
Yeah,
historian work
yeah,
here.
it's
Like
like
by actually videotaping this that nobody's ever videotaped and giving it to all of us to be able to view, we're
yeah,
able to get so much more cultural enrichment and awareness out of this than
yeah,
would be if it wasn't the case. I mean,
yeah.
yeah, sure, they probably should have had some actual, government official be doing that to begin with. But the fact that they didn't do that means that we probably shouldn't
It was
criticize
the
this guy
guy
too
like
much.
messing around on the pyramid. I don't know what the problem was.
Literally, my biggest criticism with him was, why didn't you use a fucking 4K VR headset so we can fucking get it in even more freaking media? You can have it for regular people. You can have it for people using VR. We can have it for people with ultra high definition. Future proof it.
Yeah, yeah. But no, seriously, there's this temple in Aswan, and you look at it and you think to yourself, how on earth did they build this? It's just beyond belief.
I'm just sort of the opinion that we need to start recording and archiving all this stuff because, fuck, I mean, we could have just a huge wave of iconoclast, happening, like the radical Muslims do the iconoclasm, where they go into the temples and they break everything, and it's like we could.
Yes.
I'm not even saying that Muslims could do this. They could just be a wave of Abrahamic people getting into, that, oh, icons are bad. We need to destroy our heritage, and it's like, at this point, we really should be videotaping all this shit just in case something does happen. And again, it might not even be human caused. It could just be a fucking fire or something.
It would take a nuclear bomb to blow up a pyramid, though. And it would.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. No, I get what you're saying with that. I wasn't referring to, but that's what I'm getting at. It's like there were so many people going that guy just climbing up once is going to destroy the pyramid, and then there's all these other people going the other perspective of, well, he's encouraging other people to climb it. And
Wouldn't make any difference who climbed up because it's one of those things. The building you have to see to believe anyway. It's huge.
And that's why it's so important that he has that video because you can't see the actual scale of how big those things are.
You have to see it to believe it.
A drone shot, you're too high up, or you're at such an inhuman angle. We're not naturally flying, so we don't, naturally view that way. But when you see that climbing video and actually being able to see the scale, I never knew how big the pyramids were until I saw that video.
Huge.
Yeah, I thought they were big, but I never knew that they weren't just big. They were massive.
Massive, yeah, they're massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
There's a big difference between big and massive. And the pyramids are massive. They aren't no fucking bloody fucking English castles. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Something else.
They're fucking bloody massive.
Yeah, unbelievable how they did it.
Oh, yeah.
Another place is like Cologne Cathedral. There's this cathedral in Cologne, in Germany. And this cathedral took about 500 years to build. And when you see it, you think to yourself, how on earth did they do this? It's one of those places where your mouth falls open. You look at it with your mouth open.
Yep. No, I recently discovered that about the pipe organs in those old cathedrals. Because we're still making the pipe organs the same way we've made them forever. But I could have swore that we didn't have the metallurgy technology available back in the time to actually do this, because they literally have to mix tin and lead in equal proportions, like a complete 50-50 ratio. And, you know, when it becomes a thing called spotted metal, because the lead, you know, melts or it hardens quicker than the tin does. And so it ends up looking splotchy. It doesn't, you know, it's not like a normal alloy where everything's homogeneous, you know, it looks like metal, you know, like this looks distinct. And it's just an interesting thing, because it's like, you wouldn't think that, you know, we could actually, you know, make alloys that well back in the day to, you know, make musical instruments and make them functional and reliable and standardized. But apparently we did, and we're still using the same technology and, you know, methods. So fascinating stuff.
You know what else I find so odd about this planet, actually? This is something else I've only just thought about very, very recently. All these strange metals that are on this planet.
Right.
That we have to dig up to make our mobile phones work, to make our this work, to make our that work. It's as if it's all been planned deliberately somehow, as if someone thought, well, they're going to have to do this, I'll put some metal there and put a bit of metal there for them to dig up to do whatever with. That these metals just turn up in these places.
No, it's funny you say that, because I found out that early alchemists apparently thought that the ores that we made these metals out of were actually a kind of seed.
A kind of what?
A seed.
Oh, right.
Apparently early alchemists, you know, viewed these ores in, you know, rocks, you know, the ores that we use to make metal out of, they literally, you know, viewed them as seeds. They were like, okay, this is just a rock seed versus a tree seed.
Oh, right. Because it is strange, isn't it, that somehow or other we've got these metals that we can make mobile phones with and all these other different things. How it happens to be here anyway. You know,
what I find fascinating is aluminum. Aluminum is like the most available metal on this planet, but it's one of the hardest metals to actually create on this planet. And the reason why is it's super high energy intensive, because the natural aluminum on the planet is bound to oxygen. It's magnesium, or it's not magnesium. What the hell was I just saying? What metal was it? Just aluminum. It's aluminum oxide. And what happens when you make pure aluminum is it makes an oxide layer on the top, and that's what the natural aluminum in the planet is. And so it's really good for, you know, keeping things from corroding, but it's really bad for actually creating pure aluminum, because when you have this natural aluminum oxide, this bauxite ore that you mine out of the planet, you have to put it under an enormous amount of electricity to actually break away the chemical bonds to get rid of the oxidation to turn it into pure aluminum. So it's crazy how much energy we have to put into aluminum production to just make a freaking so for instance, an aluminum factory, it basically uses like, I don't know, I think it was like 3 million homes worth of electricity to produce the energy for an aluminum factory. So like they use an enormous amount of electricity to create aluminum. And that's why aluminum is almost always recycled. You know, like you'll find steel that, you know, won't get recycled until the scrappers come in, but aluminum will get recycled really fast. And it's just because it costs so fucking much to make it, where it's like, okay, we want to find every fucking aluminum can buried in this dump, because every aluminum can, you know, it costs so much to make that one single aluminum can that we want to find them all and recycle them all.
All right. I learned something new.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know this. I'm finding this whole thing with the whole planet weird, the universe weird, multiple universes. Apparently, there's universes beyond this universe, and it just goes on and on. I think, what the fuck is it all for?
Oh, I've journeyed through the multiverse, and that's why I believe it so much. And it's actually really funny, because my first hallucinogenic trip I've ever had was so strong that it took me a decade to properly process. And the only way I could finally process it a decade later was to say that okay, I actually did die. I died when I took this drug, and my consciousness transferred across the dimensions into another version of Earth with another version of my mom. And
Oh
there's no way
no.
to prove if this is real or not, according to science. This is such a deep thought that science could never say that, oh, you're just deluded. Well, how do you prove I'm deluded? Can you prove that I cross dimensions and I'm still alive? Like, you can't prove any of that,
No.
like you can't prove it one way or another. I might still be in the same dimension, or I might have literally died and my consciousness might have found its way in another meat puppet of my own self. And it's like time travel. The earlier one just disappears. It just disappears.
But I wonder how it all got to be here. It's weird, and how I got to be here. And I'm not talking about my body being grown from a sperm and an egg, but how my consciousness got to be here.
Right.
It really bugs me.
And even how the physical reality came to be. Right.
Yeah. It really bugs me.
Because fuck, the Big Bang, it's pretty good, but it still doesn't go deep enough for me.
How did why was there a Big Bang anyway?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, well, since I do believe in the multiverse thorough-heartedly, okay, as a scientist, explain to me how the Big Bang creates the multiverse.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna instantly go, you're talking two different things. I'm gonna be like, no, you're just not connecting them.
But that just creation is just so weird, and we don't get given one little inch of reason behind it.
Frickin' destruction is just as weird too.
I can cope with that, but I can't.
They're both weird to me. Like that whole have you heard that thing that we are stardust?
Yes.
That thing to me is so weird, realizing that our atoms literally did come from a sun somewhere in some point in time.
Of course, yeah.
And that's where destruction and creation, they go hand in hand. And how does that dance work?
Yeah. And all these stars, all these galaxies and Milky Ways and universes and everything.
No, that's where I'm really getting into the Hinduism, because there's that one Indian god that Steven Spielberg demonized in the Indiana Jones film. What was it? Kali. And because here in the West, we always say that Kali is the god of death and destruction, and we demonize the living shit out of her. It's so sad. And they don't understand that Kali is just an aspect of the other gods, who are an aspect of the one infinite God of all of creation and all this and that. And that, Kali is dance of death and destruction isn't a bad or evil or even a negative thing. It's just something that has to happen to create creation. Like, how do you create the creation without the destruction? The sun died, and that's why we're here. Like you can't say that we're stardust, but that star is still there. No, that star is gone, and now we're here.
Yeah.
Wild stuff.
Yes. And I'm really fed up with it. At the end of the day, all I want is to live in the Garden of Eden with a load of cats and the trees.
Amen to that.
Yeah, I don't want any of this.
Yeah.
Pick up some dolphins.
Literally, Sage the Forest, part of the meaning behind that is literally, the soul's yearn to return to Eden. It's wise man of the forest, because I got the forest because I got kicked out of Eden,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because I tell you, I just want to go back there, and I'll just eat the nuts of the trees and play with cats and the dolphins.
You know what's really beautiful about Eden too?
What?
There's no insects, poisons, or thorns.
All right. I never thought of that. But insects don't bother me, so.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful thing, though, to me. I'm like, you're telling me there's rose bushes with no thorns, and there's not going to be bugs crawling over the roses onto me, and like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about eating a plant and being poisoned by it. Oh my God, that's all amazing. I love plants so much that you're literally creating a plant utopia for me. Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah, I want lots and lots of weeping willows.
Because I kid you not, if it wasn't for the colonialism and all the crazy shit in the Amazons, and if it wasn't for all the fucking crazy dangers, you know, of the Amazons, I'd fucking live there. I'd be like, fuck humanity. Like, there's nobody coming into my jungle killing me. Like, I'm just gonna live here.
Yeah. I'd like to go to Russia.
Oh
Hide in the
God, how
middle of Russia.
miserable! So cold.
I don't care. I'd like to go and hide in the middle of Russia.
Unless you're talking Russia, the non-Siberia part of Russia,
Yeah.
like,
Well, I don't know Russia that well. There must be warm places in it.
yeah,
But,
some warm,
I
warm
think Russia's the
places,
only
but
country that's
I just know that most of Russia is part of, you know, the what was I just saying? The
very cold Siberia.
Siberia, you know, yeah, Siberia is that giant, cold, dry
Yes.
tundra.
But Russia goes quite far south. But yeah, I think Russia is the only country that's going to survive what's coming.
That's funny. I don't actually have any optimism for Russia.
I do.
I'm the exact opposite with that. I'm like, Russia is fucked.
I think the opposite. I think the opposite about Russia. Total opposite. I think Russia's the only country that's going to come. Russia will come through what's coming to us. Because it's so big, and there's there's land mass that's never been touched. We are wrecking everything. In the UK, our soil is completely degraded. There's only a couple of years more nutrition in it. So we're growing food.
Oh no, that's actually a worldwide problem.
Yes, yes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
but there's
I
going to
looked
be
into
places
that.
in Russia where that's not the case.
Yeah. Well, a big part of it is because we made this green revolution where we introduced fertilizers, but then we didn't keep up with the development of sustainable agriculture.
Yeah,
so we poison our soils with too much fucking, fertilizers, and it's like we're salting the earth, you know.
Yeah. Yes. Because Roundup is pretty lethal stuff. Yeah.
That's what always makes me laugh, that people never talk about plant hormones. People talk about GMOs. They talk about, the crop disease, sustainable agriculture. Nobody ever talks about plant hormones.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah.
That's sort of funny too, because like endocrinologists never talk about hormones either. And that's their whole fucking job.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's with humans and hormones? Why do we have such a big problem navigating this?
Well, because hormones really screw your brain up.
But that's what I'm getting at. Like, we don't even talk about plant hormones.
Yeah, there's a hormone.
Plant hormones screwing our brains up? Not really. They don't affect any of our hormones.
There's a part that produces estrogens that they use for hormone therapy.
What was that?
Do you know the truth about HRT, hormone replacement therapy, that they use in the world on us women? If they're not using pregnant horses' urine, do you know about that? It's an absolute horror story.
Are you saying that they derive the hormones from equine?
It's disgusting. Did you know this?
That's weird. I'll have to look into that. That's interesting.
It's the most disgusting.
If that's true, that is really interesting.
Because I'll tell you, I know all about it. It happens a lot in Canada. What they do is they get horses, millions of horses, get them pregnant, and they chain all the horses up, keep them short of water, so that their urine is full of estrogen. Then when the baby's born, the foal gets killed off, and they start the whole pregnancy process again to keep this high level of estrogen that this poor horse produces. So this poor animal spends its whole life pregnant, dying of thirst, until eventually it's sent off to the slaughterhouse. If they're not doing that, they're picking yam. You can get yams apparently got estrogen in. Oh, it's the most disgusting industry. You don't know.
That reminds me of what I've heard about PETA and diabetes. Now, I don't know if this is folk knowledge. I haven't dived into it myself yet, but I heard that there's a link between PETA, diabetes, and the pharmaceutical complex, because basically insulin used to be made from pigs.
Yes.
And they stopped doing that because PETA, went against them so hard that it basically monopolized it into the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah. I know that they used. I don't know what they've done about it all now, but I know it came some pigs. They treat pigs like bloody shit anyway. So it's just one more thing.
All I know is I'm glad that there's some transhumanists out there working on biohacking and all this different stuff, because there's actually this group of people trying to make insulin free for the fucking world. They're trying to literally give the recipe, how to make it, create it, make it safe, all that, so people can make it in their own homes.
But what I understand is when I was young, diabetes was very, very rare indeed. Now it's becoming so common. I think it's a lot to do.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you're saying. My sister has type 1 diabetes, and she, has a real hard time, with the mind-body connection and actually managing it responsibly. But the biggest fucking thing with that is that she's been told by so many doctors that you may be type 1 diabetes according to our diagnostics are your label, but you're really in between type 1 and type 2. You're basically in your honeymoon phase forever, and then if you get a hold of this, you can get rid of it. And it's like, that's where it drives you nuts, because it's like, it's like she's can't merge two different worlds together. She's stuck in the world of the science saying you can only do this, and not recognizing that, other scientists that aren't as scientists, or whatever, like they've said a different thing, and they're both accurate. They're both valid,
I'll tell you something interesting as well about grain and diabetes and everything. Chickpea had kidney disease, and so she was put on a special low protein diet because of the kidney disease. Hey presto, she developed diabetes after about 2 years on this low protein diet for the kidneys. It's all interrelated.
That's really weird too, because you'd almost think the opposite, because protein goes through your kidneys. So like a lot of people that have, eaten really high protein diets for years on end, some bodybuilders just eating 12 steaks every fucking week for fucking 10 years, a lot of these people end up developing kidney problems.
Yes.
So it's sort of interesting though that she had a low protein diet and she had that problem.
No, she got the kidney disease, and the vet put her on a low protein diet to stop the kidney.
Okay. So that's why she was on the low protein diet.
That's why she was on the low protein, because she had kidney problems.
Okay,
that low protein diet, because she's a cat. Don't forget, cats have a higher protein requirement than us humans do. She developed diabetes, because there's all these vegans now saying you must feed your cats on a vegan diet. They want to turn cats into vegans, but that's what's going to start happening to the cats. The cats will get diabetes from eating all that plant matter.
Yeah,
they're not supposed to be plant matter.
No, it was really weird not being a vegan, because I saw this joke playing out on an episode of Futurama from my childhood, because they had a whole bunch of hippies forcing a lion to turn vegetarian, and this lion was the most miserable, sickly thing I've ever seen. God damn, it's a fucking cartoon. But still, the message gets across. It was like, this is a fucking miserable lion being fucking, fed cruelty by humans that don't know better.
Yes. Because I'm a radical vegan, very radical, but my cats are not going to become vegans. My cats are.
I don't think you're as radical as you think you are. I think you're a lot more common sense and nuanced.
Well,
maybe I caught you on a good day or something, but you are actually very nuanced today with your veganism.
Well, I just I don't go on about it all the time, because at the end of the
I just appreciate your nuance, because it's nuance I agree with, like factory farming is fucking evil,
Evil. It's evil.
Oh yeah.
If people want to eat roadkill, or stuff, even
or farm animals, they die of old age. You kill
it's all very relative. It's all very, very relative, and it is, unfortunately. But then whole life is like that. But I don't like the taste of meat anyway, so I don't want to eat it. So I'm naturally that way inclined anyway.
That is sort of funny though, because I am noticing as I'm getting older, my taste for meat is getting. I'm not enjoying it as much as I once did.
Good.
And it's actually sort of funny because it's two-sided on that. One part of it is because I know that the meat I'm getting just isn't as quality as it once was, and that if
Well,
I got a job and bought more expensive meat, it would be good. But at the same time, I also do recognize that it's not just the quality of the meat. My sense of taste really is changing. I just am not enjoying
the
it as much.
quality's gone down. The quality's shocking. If you people only knew the truth about the meats that you eat from the
Well, that's what I'm
supermarket,
saying. Like it's not just a quality issue. It is definitely a personal thing too, because I'd be willing to bet, if somebody, bought me some fucking Kobe beef steak or something, gave it to me, I cooked some of that up, I'd be like, yeah, this was awesome to have meat this one time in 3 fucking months or whatever. But was it really as enjoyable as it should be for Kobe beef? I know it's quality. I looked up where it was sourced from, how it was raised, but it still just isn't tasting as good as it should be. That's where I know that part of it is just me too. Just that I'm getting older and I'm not liking the taste as much.
I've never eaten steak actually, so I wouldn't know. But
really,
yeah, I've never. My parents. What happened was when I was born, my parents split when I was baby still, and went to live with my gran in Rotterdam. Oma didn't eat meat. My gran. So for the first 6 years of my life, it wasn't an issue. She just fed me on potatoes and bread and vegetables. Then my mum married my English stepfather, stupid man. And then all the problems started with the meat. But I was already vegan before that.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever met somebody that has never eaten a steak before.
I've never eaten
bar
a steak.
some Hindu or something.
No, I've never eaten steak.
But no, but that's also definitely a thing of American culture, because there's something where beef and masculinity is like tied together here in the States.
Together. Yeah.
But more than that, there's just also a bigger appreciation for beef versus the other meats. Like even the women here in the States are like, beef or chicken, beef. Don't give me chicken. Why did you ask me that? Like that's offending me.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So I don't know.
I know.
Because I could tell that it's like, even though I don't like the taste of meat as much as I once did, and I'm losing that enjoyment and that drive for it, I still just, my old brain, says, well, if you're going to eat meat, it has to be beef. But it's funny too, because I'm getting into Hinduism, so I'm having lots of mixed.
You love my name.
I'm like, wait a minute, the meat I like the most is holy according to this religion I'm getting into a little bit. Like, okay, not that I believe, not that I buy into literalism or dogma or any of that, but I am interested in ethics and exploring avenues of thought. So
Hindus aren't supposed to eat meat.
No, it's not beef they're not supposed to eat.
Yeah, it's beef. Yeah, they're not supposed to eat beef. Yeah, no, because I know I've got a Hindu neighbours, and I sometimes go up there, and they always give me vegan food because they know my strange eating.
From my understanding, it's because Nandu is the semi-divine or divine cow that is owned by Shiva, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I like Hindu people, actually. I think they're lovely people.
It is sort of funny though, because to me, I'm like, does that mean he's a secondary character? I'm like, he's not one of the main gods. I mean, he is one of the gods of Hinduism, but he's one of the main gods of Hinduism. So isn't he a secondary character?
They've got loads of different gods, haven't they? They've got half a dozen different gods or something.
Oh no, they have millions of gods.
Oh, you know more about it than I do. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they literally have so many gods that I don't even think it's quantifiable.
I don't. I know my neighbour's got sort of half a dozen different little statues.
No, it's really cool because they're the one religion where they are pretty much open-minded about, like, oh, you've studied our religion, you want to add another god to our religion, go for it. I'm like, whoa, that's pretty interesting and unique and cool.
Yeah, they're lovely people. I like Sikhs as well. My dentist is a Sikh.
Sikhs are really fascinating culture.
Yeah, I really like him. He's a lovely guy.
The one thing I absolutely love about Sikhs more than anything, though, is holy crap, can they give?
Yes.
They actually care about their community. Like they all have those gurudwaras where those soup kitchens, serving vegetarian meals for their communities. Like that's the thing that people don't get. Shit ever hits the fan, you don't go to the fucking Catholics for food. You go to the Sikhs.
Sikhs are lovely people. Yeah, they are lovely, lovely people. Yeah, because I would know a couple. Well, my dentist is one.
I swear the only real issue I have with Sikhs is just sort of the patriarchy environment, you know, that they sort of divide the sexes. That's pretty much my only issue with Sikhs.
Doesn't bother me that. I'm funny like that. Like, I also believe it's okay for a man to have 5 wives.
I think some of it's generational too. I think it's like a cultural generational thing. It's not even it's because they're this religion or that culture. I think it's part of it is the culture of generations.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about, young people in England. You know, I could see a lot of young people in England because it's like, you know, while you know, your generation and stuff might have a lot of, you know, anxiety and stress and, you know, issues with all these Islamic people over there. You know, some of my generation will go like, well, fuck, you know, that's happening one way or another, you know, and as long as there's not extremists and terrorists over there, like, I might get to enrich my sense of culture. I might get to meet new people, experience new things.
No, it's
where obviously older people, you know, they've experienced some things in life. They might just not want to experience certain things in life.
I tell you though, young women are very unhappy about it because as a young woman in London now, it's not safe to walk on the streets. It's getting.
I think that's just the world now, in all honesty, Chick B, because I've literally gotten to the point where I, as a man, don't feel comfortable going out at night. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never thought I'd get to that point in my life. I recognize that I'm non-binary. I'm not like a regular man, so I might have some of these awarenesses or anxieties, but at the same time, I do have these anxieties and stuff, and I recognize that they're actually not about me being my state of what gender I am or any of that. It's more just that this city is fucked up and the world's fucked up and everything's getting more fucked up, and nighttime, a lot of the crazy and fucked up people come out. I don't feel comfortable coming out at night.
Yeah. I can't believe because I mean, I was young, walking home late at night from wherever I'd been, didn't give it a second thought. Now they got
I'm
bloody
seeing this across the board where I'm seeing women get together in groups to go out at night, men get out in groups to go out at night, and even transgender people go out in groups to go out at night. Like nobody really goes out by themselves anymore at nighttime. Nobody feels safe.
But I'll tell you something. Yeah, I don't know, you know, like I said, London, I don't know. I'm not, I'm thinking of leaving London. It's scary. I'm terrified. Starting all over again. And it's very, very hard to find a flat where I can have 7 cats.
Oh, I bet.
Very hard. I'm having terrible problems finding anywhere. Even if you buy something. Not allowed. No pets allowed. You're paying sort of £150,000 for a place. You're not allowed to have any cats.
It's sad because I want people to be able to have cats and dogs and their pets and live with them. But at the same time, the fucking bloody pet owners over here in Nevada, they're the most god-awful pet owners on this fucking planet. I kid you not. Like, they're all fucking lazy, you know, unempathetic hypocrites, you know, like I'm going to buy this fucking Great Dane for my one apartment. I'm never going to let it outside. You know, I'm going to bitch about the vet bills because the dog is fucking dying because it never can get outside.
Yeah,
because that's the fucking, you know, medical fault, the vet's fault, not my fault, you know, like they let their dogs bark on nonstop fucking like forever, you know, whether you're in a $1 million home or you're in an apartment, there'll be some fucking, you know, dog owner next to you just letting their dog bark for literally, you know, fucking, you know, 8 o'clock at night until fucking 6 o'clock in the morning.
People got no consideration nowadays, have they? I've noticed that.
No consideration, no awareness, no consideration. You bring up anything to any of these people, and they're obviously so fucked in the head that they just start trying to create issues themselves. They are the issue, you know. They gaslight you. You're the issue. You're coming over here trying to cause fights. It's like, no, you're the issue here. You know, you're disturbing the peace for everyone in this fucking environment.
Except people nowadays, people are so, I don't know. I've noticed it. When I was young, when I was young, you didn't disturb your neighbor. And if this neighbor came down and said blah, 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 noise, you had a discussion about it and sorted the problem out.
Yeah.
Now you just get F off, you silly bitch, said to you.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much fear culture. It's not even funny, you know. I
Yeah.
remember just, you know, the past few years, like I said, there's been more people, you know, elderly people shooting through doors and at young kids and stuff here in the States. A lot of mentally ill, old racists here in the States have been shooting young, you know, black
Shooting?
kids. And these aren't even like immigrants or people who can barely speak English. No, these are like the white black people, you know. These are the black people that got their fucking shit down. They know how to act white. They know how to act respectful,
Yeah.
professional. Like they got everything down, and they're getting shot at, you know, left and right. And that's where, you know, like a lot of people my age literally won't knock on anybody's door because we're like, fuck that. I don't want to get fucking murdered for being courteous, for being human. I'll just be, you know, huddled in my fucking apartment, never get out, never talk to the neighbors because I might die. It's like, guess what? You might die off anything, you know?
You keep saying I should go out more. I do go out, actually. Anyway, I'm going now because it's 3:30.
Yeah, for sure. You take care of yourself, Chickie.
What?
I said, yeah, for sure. You take care of yourself, girl.
And you. I'll speak to you
I will,
tomorrow.
For sure. I'll see you again soon. It was nice talking to you.
And you. I've learned a lot from you today. I've got to go to sleep. It's 3:28.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you later. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, this has been a fun little Gnosis journey together. I hope you all had a fun journey today. A little bit of a fun roller coaster, a little bit all around. Hope you enjoyed it. All right, this is Sage DeForest over on the Finding Gnosis channel, signing out.